Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Zenith League. We are here today on the third day of the Zenith League, and we have Lobster Spicy going up against Observant Force Junior in today's match. Lobster Spicy is sitting at 2-0 versus Observant Force Junior is sitting 1-1. So today, if Lobster Spicy are able to take the win, they will sit considerably well on the table, sitting at 3-0. And if Observant Force Junior are able to take the win today, we will see them rise up on the ladders. Today we have TBD Playmaker, SSZ, uh, Kuzapair, Sigma Folius, and Icarus for the side of Observant Force Junior, and for the side of Lobster Spicy, we have Morafi, Lozakon, Sinister, Rakum, and Declan. I'm very excited for this match. It is just me today on the casting desk, but that is not a problem. We'll make it work and we'll have a good time. So I'm being told that the players are just about ready to go underway with the draft, and we'll get that started very, very shortly. Thank you all for tuning in to the third day of the Zenith League. I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. I know I am here on this beautiful, beautiful day, and it looks like the players are going to get their draft starting. So we're about to see a first ban here for the side of Lobster Spicy. It'll be interesting to see what they ban for the side of Observer Force. Observer Force. Oh, we do see the Poppy ban is coming through first. Observant Force are known to play, they have their most played heroes at Kaisa Rakan, or Icarus. Sigma Folius plays a lot of Vlad and Katarina. Kuzapair plays a lot of Briar. We have SZ. His bot lane is a lot on the Jinx, 300 games on Jinx, and TBD Playmaker plays a lot of Pantheon and Azir. We are going to see Lots of Spice ban out the Pantheon and Poppy. I did just mention that TBD Playmaker does play a lot of Pantheon, so maybe they want to get rid of that. And we do see an Echo and Diana ban. For the side of Lobster Spice, Lozakon does play a lot of Diana in the jungle, so clearly that is a problem that they want to not deal with. So we're gonna see them just ban that immediately, and we are gonna see a Wukong ban coming through. Wukong has been considerably strong as of late, so we Observant Force, sorry, Lobster Spicy is gonna try and get him out of there. As the ban continues, we are gonna see a Renekton ban come through for the side of Observant Force Junior. We are gonna see an Orianna pick on the side of Lobster Spicy and a Jarvan pick. Both have their merits. Orianna does have a lot of slowing abilities in CC. Jarvan has obviously his flag and dash along with his cage, his ultimate that just is very annoying to deal with if not kept under check. So instead of Lobster Spicy, they're gonna have to make sure that they don't overextend and not make sure they're not pushed out by that Jarvan. And we are gonna see an Azir pick on the side of Observant Force, which is not surprising. TBD Playmaker, who is their top laner, also has his second most played hero being Azir on 33 games with a 64% win rate. So not a surprise as that's his backup. Side of Lobster Spicy, it is an interesting pick to see the Orianna though. She is not in any of the players' top champions, if I'm not mistaken. But that doesn't mean she's a bad pick. She is very capable of, holding her own. We are going to see the Nocturne pick coming out for South of Lobster Spicy. Nocturne is a very, very strong champion who, speaking from personal experience, is quite annoying to deal with. Yeah, his ultimate allows him to just pounce on any enemy, from a long from a long range. So that's going to be something to deal with. He also has his own spell shield. He gets attack bonus. He has a fear, and he has a slowing ability while also speeding himself up. So I'm going to be very excited to see how Nocturne plays into this. And we are going to see the Kaisa and Zaya picks coming out for Lobster and Observant, respectively, along with a Nautilus ban. Nautilus has a lot of CC abilities as well. He has his hook, he has the slow, his ultimate, if used properly, can do a lot of damage, and he is an absolute tank and quite annoying to deal with. So not surprised to see that. They are gonna ban Lobster Spicy is gonna ban the Rakan. Again, not a surprise as they were able to the Kaisa, someone that Observant Force does play, but they also banned their second most played hero on the side of Icarus on Observant Junior, his Rakan. He does also play a lot of Lucian and Jinx, but we shall see how that turns out. And Lobster Spicy are gonna ban Set as well, and Ambessa ban coming through for the side of Observant Force. Ambessa, with all her dashes, has been pretty strong as of late. She's very oppressive, and she is just a hassle to deal with. So I'm not surprised to see that ban there. Maybe they just want to avoid any chance of playing her. I do see that on the side of Lobster Spicy, top laner. Mari does play quite a bit of Ambessa. They also play quite a bit of Set, so maybe they know that they're gonna get their preferred pick, so they opt in to ban the Set outright. And because Observant were able to ban the Ambessa, that is a possibly a target ban or just a generalized ban as a whole. And then we are gonna see Lobster is gonna pick the Braum. Braum is very tanky. He's a very good support to help Kaisa enable her get on the front lines, disrupt, and let Kaisa run through, kind of poke from afar. Same thing for Alistair. He does have a few knockups there to help Zaya and any other ADC kind of flourish. And then we are going to see the Cassante pick coming out from Lobster Spicy. That is something that I don't think you see very often. I know Cassante was quite strong upon his release and has since had some, nerfs and changes, but I still think he holds his ground. Sorry, he holds his ground against other top laners. He does have his ultimate, which is a drag and gives him a lot of sustainability. So I think that that aspect will definitely play a big part, and it'll be interesting to see how they put it to use. But we are going to see the Ornn pick here. Ornn, you know, does have his own merits. He can obviously upgrade your team's items to further enhance them. So that will be a big aspect here. His ultimate also is a huge team fighting CC ultimate if used properly. He also has, his fissure and his breath of fire. I apologize. I don't know the names of the abilities off my head, but I know all of what they do. So bear with me here. It looks like we are gonna get going here soon. But but now we have the bans and the picks. Oh, I'm getting word that something might be happening. We have we're experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties, so bear with us. There might have been a miss input with the ban and draft system, but that is just a minor issue, and we can glaze right over that and continue as projected. So we are about to get going again here, ladies and gentlemen. Third day of the Zenith League, Lobster Spicy versus Observant Force Junior. 2-0 versus a 1-1 record. It'll be it's still early on in the Zenith League, but we are gonna see how that will shake things up here. It'll be an interesting match to say the least. I am very curious to see how these matchups played out, because the Oriana, not super popular pick, but also not super out there. Nocturne, obviously very strong. Kaisa, obviously very strong. Braum, we know his survivability and his potential to make issues in the other team's backlines. And then you have Cassante, a little out there, but again, not totally unheard of. And then Observant Force Jr., just to recap, Jarvan 4, very strong pick. Azir, very strong pick situationally. He can do a lot with his soldiers. He has his ultimate, the pushback. I've seen some really great plays come out from Azir with his ultimate, putting it to good use. He also has the high mobility with his dashes. Zaya is Zaya. She's very strong, has a lot of damage, has her mobility. Her R, her whole kit is quite strong. You have Ornn, who's just a tank and can deal quite a bit of damage with his dash, ultimate, fissure, all the works. you know. And just to recap again, for Lobster Spicy, they are opting to ban the Poppy, Pantheon, Wukong, Rakan, Set. Some of these looking to be target bans, some of these looking to be general bans. I know that, like I said, like I mentioned before, Wukong is a very, very strong champion, an annoying champion at that to deal with. But ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we are gonna get going here very shortly. I believe the players are just now hopping into the match. So once we get in, we'll be able to start our game for the day. I'm very excited here to see how this will pan out, and I hope all of you are as well. Very excited to see how these lane to lane matchups take place. So we are going to have to account for the spectators delay, which just gives me more time to talk. That's not a problem. Like I said, I'm very excited to see how these lane to lane matchups go today. I think, Jarvan obviously is going to be in the jungle versus the Nocturne. On a breakdown, just on paper, because a lot of it matters to how the players actually play their role and make use of their champions, utilities, and kit. But just based on what I see here from the champion pick, I do think in the top lane, I might have to give it to Ornn just for his sustainability and his team play potential. I know Cassante is a little bit more self sufficient. So maybe in a 1v1 scenario, he might kind of loom over Ornn, but I think in a grand team fighting scenario, I think Ornn might take it. I think in the jungle, I think Nocturne has very strong presence with his ultimate, which not only blinds anyone trapped in the radius, but also allows him to instantly dash. He has his fear, spell shield, and he just gets so much attack speed just off his passive from his abilities. In the mid lane, definitely Oriana versus Azir. I think this is going to be a very interesting matchup. I'll be very excited to see how this plays out. I think Azir might take it just because, if you're not careful about his soldiers, you're just going to get melted and there's very little you can do. As well as his ultimate, he could potentially ult you into his turret. And, that'd just be an unfortunate time for whoever is on the receiving end of that. I think now we're looking at the bot lane. We have a Zaya Alistar on Observant Force and a Kaisa Braum on Lobster Spicy. I think I think Kaisa and Braum are gonna take this on paper. You know, Kaisa with her ultimate as well, the being able to dash, the make it rain esque ability that she has. My apologies. Braum with his tankiness, just he's able to eat up whatever is thrown their way. Not to say that Alistar is unable to do that. He's very much tanky, but he's also very oppressive. So Zaya also does do a lot of damage. So I guess in the ADC they might end up being more evenly matched than we think. But ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna be going in here shortly. You have to account for the spectators delay. That's something we spectators gotta, take into consideration so no one ends up trying to watch the stream or try to take a quick peek and see something they're not supposed to be. So we are gonna see it is Cassante top versus the Ornn, Nocturne, Jarvan, Orianna, Azir, Kaisa Braum, Zaya, Alistar. So I'm very, very excited to see how this will go. Now we are in the game here. We are gonna get early start here. A little bit of early insight as to how this is gonna go. You're gonna see Jarvan is gonna be looking just to, do a regular start at his red. Nothing out of the ordinary there. A lot of teams prefer to do a kind of stealing play, see what they can get out of that. But I know, with high risk, there's a high reward, but people don't like that risk. Cassante and Ornn are kind of just phasing themselves up in the top side river. Jarvan is there just hanging around. Nocturne is holding mid. I assume that's just going to change shortly. Yeah, the teams are just getting their positions ready. Visions in the jungle, a key part of this game, making sure they have vision wherever they can get it. But minions have spawned, ladies and gentlemen, and that means it's game on. The jungle camps are coming up online right now. Azir is going to place a deep ward into enemy jungle. That is going to be really good early vision for them. He's going to see when Nocturne is going to be able to rotate around to get his camps. So we are now here. Bot lane is just going to start off normally. There is an early ward in that bush, in both bushes actually. So the game starts slow. Okay, a little bit of initiation from Braum. Alistar took the hit. Already some fighting going on in the top lane. Cassante trying to go in on the Ornn. Already winning this trade, but Ornn is going to be able to get that level 2 start first. Both junglers have cleared their first camps. They're now rotating the way down. Fight is going down here. Braum trying to make some use of it. Gets the stun on the Alistar. Alistar's already low. Trying to look for a kill early on, but unable to get anything. Kaisa and Braum, Requiem and Sinister already level 2 upon Fids and Fika here. Ornn already pushing up, trying to make it a little engaged. They are gonna have a little bit of back and fight. The thing with top lane is that you always get a fight, a little bit of skirmish, but nothing much happens. So maybe that'll happen here, maybe that'll change. We do see Declan and Playmaker are gonna have their own little fight here in the mid lane. And starting things off, both junglers are now in their bot side camps. Maybe they might look for an early gank here after they finish clearing their camps to the bot lane. That's probably what they're pathing for. So we'll see how that turns. That turns up here. Ornn, Mariafori and Ornn are having their own little fight here. Again, Braum trying to make something work. They are quite even now. Ornn with a knock-up, looking to get a kill on Cassante, maybe do some bit more damage, but he's not able to do anything with that. The lane is pushing in the favor of Ornn. Ornn gets the stun on the Cassante. Cassante is very low here. He has to be very careful with how he plays this. We do see Jarvan is in bot side river. Oh, Jarvan and is coming onto Orianna. Nocturne trying to come up to help, but she's low in mana. Jarvan goes in with the flag and dash. Flash coming out from Declan. He lives on low speed. He has to go. OTP is able to flash for it. He dies, unfortunately, by the side of Nocturne, Lozakone, sorry. Orianna falls early there, had to burn her flash, and is not going to be teleporting back in. Jarvan was able to use his flag and dash to capitalize on Ori, but Nocturne was able to pick it up here. Cassante is now going to try and collapse with Nocturne on the Jarvan. Here comes the fear, the special coming in. He is feared, fleeing. No help from Ornn yet. Cassante going in, but it looks like it's not going to amount to anything. Ornn having to back up because he knows Nocturne is there. Now bot lane is pushing in their wave here. Same with Declan. All lanes are kind of even right now. Teams are even on gold, even in kills. We are gonna see though that a little bit of fights going on here in the mid lane. Azir looking to get a play on Declan. Declan having to back off. Azir, like I mentioned earlier, the pressure and the presence that he has with his soldiers is something that you need to be careful. You need to watch. You can't just let him roam free and get, you know, that free damage on you, or else you are going to be paying for it. But we are going to see here Cassante and Ornn looking to go in a fight maybe. But just a little bit of back and forth, you know. Kind of a meaningless quarrel for now, but that might change very shortly when both players are coming up on their level 6 here. Ornn is going to take that level 6 first, but Cassante not far behind. In the next minions or so, he's going to be looking at that. Jarvan is now sitting in mid bushes. Ori Declan does not have any vision here. Here comes the ultimate from LTV Player, coming to get it in, and Jarvan is able to clean up very nicely on the Orianna. Like I mentioned earlier, Azir, you have to watch out for those ultimates. He can just, you know, send you back into last Tuesday, and you know, Orianna didn't know, Declan didn't know that Jarvan was just sitting in her mid bush, and they were just able to clean it up. Now we do see Ocean Drake is the first Drake to come online, and looks like Jarvan is gonna be able to get that first blood on the Drake. That is gonna be a good starting point for them here. You're gonna see now Cassante looking to back. Nocturne is coming here to help in the top lane. Cassante did back, so he is gonna be one-on-one. He has to keep in mind that Ornn is level 6. He does have low mana. Goes in, trying to dash, gets the fear. Looking like it's just gonna be more so a constellation prize. Nothing untoward is gonna happen from that. And Observant Force are sitting in a better position right now. They did take first Drake. Each team has now gotten one scuttle. If I'm not mistaken, here comes the flag and dash and the ultimate from Cruiser Pair, getting on the Orianna. She's very low, looking like she might try to escape. Azir going in, he's taking tower shots, and he gets out. Braum coming in the mid lane, unable to help with anything on Declan, and that is gonna be another well-organized kill from Playmaker and Cruiser Pair. That is, Ori is now 0-3. What a devastating start for Lobster Spicy here. We are going to see now Ornn and Cassante are fighting in the bot side. Cassante going in, looking to make use of his ultimate. Doesn't get it off yet. Ornn and Cassante are very low, looking to maybe take one or the other down. Cassante and Ornn both low. Here comes the fight breaking out in the top lane. Braum and Kai'Sa going in here. Alistar and Xayah put on the back foot. Neither team is level 6 except, my apologies, Kai'Sa and Xayah are now level 6. They do have those ultimates online. It'll be interesting to see how they put those to use. Nocturne is looking to start an objective in the pit. He's looking to take grubs. There is the Jarvan. Orianna and Nocturne looking to collapse on him, but he is able to get out. A little bit of chip damage from Orianna. They are looking just to finish grubs. Rotating down Braum. He gets the first scrub. Azir comes here. Here comes the ultimate from Nocturne onto the Jarvan. Looking to get it. Azir ult does come through, pushing him back. Jarvan goes in with the fucking dash. He is low. Braum is able to stun him. He dies. He falls from Kai'Sa's hand. Azir is able to kill the Braum though. Still alive here. Nocturne is in. Declan gets the kill on the Azir. He is trying to escape with his life. He is being chased down by Xayah. Xayah is going to be able to get the kill. Nocturne looking to get a constellation prize. Azir with a knockup. Xayah looking to get a flash from Nocturne. He lives, but Kai'Sa is still in a dangerous spot, and she falls to Zaya. What a first team fight here from both teams. Nocturne was able to clear first grubs. He does just barely escape with his life. He did have to use his flash, but you know, a flash for your life, it's worth it in that scenario. But Declan starting out with a 0-3 in this game. He is now 1-4. Still not the best position, but better than what it was before. Darvin here, Whisper looking to finish the rest of these grubs here. Azir here to help, and that looks like it's gonna be a no contention objective for Observant Force. They are gonna be able to get both grubs, so that is the majority, so they are gonna get the benefit. It is not the full benefit with the 3 grubs because Nocturne was able to take it, but now we are looking. Observant Force have a little bit of a gold lead. Nothing too untoward though, but it is something to watch out for. We are gonna see now Darvin is topside. Kuzber. Alistar looks like he's rotating to the top side. Kaisa and Braum maybe looking to collapse and make a play. It is now Zaya against Cassante. Now, Alistar is here. Fika looking to maybe make a play, get a stun. His ultimate is online very shortly. Kaisa also having her ultimate online. Ornn has his ultimate online, so this might be a battle of the R's. We're about to see how this will, you know, pray R and hope it hits. But I know with Ornn, you gotta make sure that hits, or else you're in deep waters. But they are just gonna opt into back. Nocturne is topside, just taking scamps. Whisper looking to maybe collapse on the Orianna. He does have his ultimate. Here comes Azir. Misses the ult. Orianna does flash out of it. She is able to live that interaction. You know, she died, I believe, 2 times before to that very same move. But she saw it. She was able to predict it this time and escape with her life. That is unfortunately a loss of ultimate for Playmaker here. We might see him get punished. Ori opting to TP back as to make sure she doesn't fall behind. They are kind of tight in CS. Oh, looking at the fight happening in the top lane. Cassante and Ornn going at it. Right now, Cassante is on the forefront. He is kind of knock up from Ornn. Maybe nothing might happen of it. Sun, Airborne, looking to escape with his life. Maybe Cassante, maybe opting to use his ultimate. Here comes the Sun from Mafori on Ornn. He's looking, he's very low, trying to run back to his turret. No ultimate coming out from Ornn yet. He is 1. They're both very low on HP here. Flash out coming in from Ornn, able to escape with his life. They do still have both ultimates, so this is something they need to watch out for. About a fight happening here in the Dragon's Pit. Inferno Drake is up next. Looking to Observant Force is looking to claim the second Drake and zone off Lobstar Spicy from anything here. Orianna is going to be trying to rotate here, but Kaisa, Braum coming in, looking for the collapse. It is a 4v3 right now. 4v2. Orianna wrapping around. Nocturne is here. 4v3, turning into a 4v4 soon. We do have ultimates online. Ultimate Nocturne from the ultimate comes in. They are blinded here. Darvin is looking for the objective. Darvin is looking for the objective. He goes on to the Alistar, but nothing comes out of it. Darvin does ult. Unable to get a kill. Kaisa kills the Alistar. Cassante kills the Ornn top lane. And that is... He uses... I don't believe he uses ultimate, but he does able to live out of it. Ornn did use his ultimate in that fight. Nothing, unable to get a kill on the Cassante. And that fight, Azir maybe looking to finish someone off. He is coming around. No, he's gonna be backing off. What? Kind of a risky play, but he might have been able to go for someone. And now... You know, Mafor is getting free hits. That's going to be 2 plates. No. Oh, he actually will get 2 plates. TP coming in from Ornn here. On the side of Observant Force. And now Lobstar Spicy have the gold advantage. You know, early on, Observant Force had the 500, 600 gold advantage. But now it's leaning in the side of Lobstar Spicy. Now, it is only 200, but that gap can very easily steamroll. But Observant Force are able to get the second objective, that is Infernal Drake on their side, and we are gonna see, because of that, Cloud Drake Soul is spawning, so they are already 2 in that favor. So if Lobstar Spice want to make sure they get the next Drake, which is spawning in 3 minutes, so they gotta make sure they don't give up too much. We are gonna see though, Kuzaper is just setting up in the Baron Pit. Apologies. We do have Braum and Ori. He does get out with his flag and dash, and nothing is gonna happen in that department. We are gonna see They are recalling, but Braum is recalling. But now a fight happening. 3-on-1 now. 3-on-3. Jarvan goes onto Orianna, gets the cage down. Nocturne comes out with the ult, trying to look at the Jarvan. Orianna does fall to the Azir though, and nothing's gonna happen. They are just gonna have to back off there. They are down a member and down the health. You know, that's another unfortunate kill for Lobster Spice. Sorry, they are unable. Kind of a dangerous position to recall that you have to assume. Here comes all the way from Azir. Dive goes on direct dive on the Braum. He does have a shield up, unable to take damage. Azir is taking a lot of turret damage. He does fall, and Braum is able to escape with his life out of nowhere. Azir goes for the tower dive, and just Braum narrowly escapes. A fight breaking out in the top side here. K'Sante versus Ornn. We weren't able to see the last one, but it did go in the favor of K'Sante. But now Ornn is looking to be the favor in this fight. K'Sante is already low on health. Ornn does have his ultimate. K'Sante also has his ultimate here. Maybe looking to get back at him for earlier, but they're just going to opt in for a little skirmish and back off. Nothing untoward. Lobster Spicy are going to get topside Scuttle. They are going to be looking set up for Rift Herald. That is indeed what they're going for. Alistar is coming. Jarvan is coming. Azir is coming. The whole team might be crashing down on him here. We're going to see what's going to happen. Maybe a fight is going to break out here in the Herald pit. It is now on 3-on-3. Ornn and K'Sante are both running down. Herald is already low. Looks like they're going to get it. Red team was able to steal it from Lobster Spicy. Lobster's gonna fall. They're gonna go for a fight here. Azir's able to get a kill on the Nocturne and the Braum. And that is a cleanup for Observant Force. What a steal from Kuzaper. It looked like Lobster Spicy had that objective in their favor, but out of nowhere they were able to claim it. And maybe looking to crash here on the Orianna. Kuzaper opts in to spawn the Rift Herald mid. It looks like he's gonna take the tower or do some significant tower damage here. Declan has no choice but to back up. He has an Alistar, an Azir, and a Jarvan hunting him down. And that is going to be first tower in the mid lane. The side of Observant Force. They are showing a dominant display in this game. And we're only 16 minutes in. You know, a little skirmish here in the top lane again. But now Observant Force have taken back their goal lead, and looks like they're trying to collapse on Kuzaper. Kuzaper is able to escape with his life for now, but it's still a 3v1. Braum going in to the Orianna. Orianna maybe looking to make a play here, but Azir is able to escape and make sure he does not fall. He does have a 200 gold bounty on him, so he needs to make sure he preserves that for as long as he can, not to give any free gold to anyone here. A little bit of ward clearing going on. We do see Nocturne is going to make do his camps because something opting to back in. His base recall, you know, put his gold to good use. Try and get a leg up. But, you know, 17 minutes in, Cloud Drake is alive here. Now, Braum is just sitting in this bush. Blue ward comes in. They find out he's there. Observant Force are going to be looking to get this Drake. This would put them on soul point if you can get this here. Lobster Spicy are going to be... They need to contest this to make sure that they have a chance to get Drake here. But as of right now, they're just kind of trickling in. 4 coming in. Ult comes in from Nocturne. Azir ult coming through. Nocturne. He's still alive. Here comes the redemption, healing them up. Big fight breaking out here in the jungle here. Jungle, Kuzaper is looking low. They are going to go from Orianna gets the kill. Here comes the Orianna ult. Dragon is still low, but Orianna is going to be able to clear the Jarvan. Saya gets a kill on the Kaisa. Saya gets a kill on the Braum. And Nocturne is able to take the Dragon. Zaya still gets a kill on the Nocturne, so he is going to lose his life there. But Lobster Spicy is going to take that drag. They are going to deny the soul point for Observant Force. And that is a big fight for Lobster Spicy. They do lose 2 people in that fight, but they were also able to kill Kuzaper on the Jarvan, denying them that Drake. And you have to ask, was that worth it? Some people would say yes, because you deny them soul point. But that means that you have to just be as ready and do just as good in the next Dragon fight. Now, you look at the kills breakdown. It is 7-12, and Observant Force have their gold lead back. You know, they have a 2,000 gold lead now. Azir opting to use his passive, get his turret up and running. The obstacle that Declan is going to need to break. But now things are starting to settle, and a lot of action just occurred. So we need to settle back. The next Drake is spawning in 350. So teams need to make sure they are ready for that. Baron is also spawning in just under 6 minutes. Another key objective they need to play for. Braum here, now hugging the top side here. Alistar and Xayah kind of hanging around as well. Ornn looking maybe to fight Cassante here. Braum just kind of wandering around right now. But Alistar and Jarvan are here. Also, Ornn is fighting Cassante here, but a fight might break out in the river. Braum is rotating up, but maybe he's too safe in a position. In comes the Ornn ultimate. Gets blocked by the Braum and his shield. It is now a 3v2, but he is going to use... They are just going to escape. Got free, you know. Nocturne was there. Jarvan gonna go flag dash over the wall. Also coming with the knock up. It is now a 4v3 here for the Nocturne ult. Looking on the dash on to the Xayah, but he is now low. Braum coming in with the Ornn, with the Cassante. My apologies. Nocturne does fall. Azir is coming in. Cassante really low. He's looking to live with his life, but he's only able to live. Here comes the Jarvan ult as well. And Azir is able to get it clear up. And that's just going to be a team wipe. Ornn is going to take a kill on the Braum. Otacon is now up. You know, another very important objective. And Observant Force are going to be able to just to take this with no contention. Kai'Sa is looking to just take the bot turret without any issues of her own. But what a fight. Nocturne opting to go in on the Xayah, kind of putting himself in an odd position, forcing the rest of his team to, you know, kind of move around and try and peel for him. But Cassante, Ori, and Braum, including Nocturne, were unable to make much of that work. We are gonna see now. Observant Force are just gonna be able to just increase their gold lead here. Now sitting at a 5k gold lead. You know, like I mentioned, if you don't pay attention to that gold, it very quickly can get out of hand here. You know, if you just look at lane to lane, almost every single member on Observant Force is higher level than Lobstar Spicy, except for the ADCs. Never mind. Now Xayah is level 13. I assume that might change very, very shortly. But Observant Force are showing a dominant display here. It'll be interesting to see how it plans out. And maybe they are looking to set up a mid in the fight. A lot of pings coming through. Alistar, Azir, and Xayah looking to maybe collapse on the Kai'Sa and Braum. They are just going to have to run away. Ornn coming down from the top lane. Dash coming through. They are able to escape. No fight yet, but they are not out of the woods yet. They are still on the chase, but they escape the woods for now. And as the teams work on their engages and strategies, if you decide of Lobstar Spicy, you need to say, what do we change here? Because right now they're kind of running away with things. Observant Force. We're gonna see now Azir fighting against the Cassante and Ornn fighting against the Ori. So, interesting matchup. We'll see. Bot has opted to go in the mid lane. Observant Force does still have that tower advantage. Something I didn't mention is the tower fell. Top tower has also fallen. Drake is gonna spawn here in 25 seconds, so teams need to get ready. We do see Observant Force are setting themselves up 3 on the outside of the dragon pit. And Cassante is just being pushed back here under tower. Maybe a fight looking to collapse. Xayah is coming down. She is ready here. Azir maybe looking to make a play. He does have his ultimate. Cassante is low already, unable to do anything. And he just falls, you know, without any consolation. They are going to get that bot turret. Drake is now online. Nocturne is topside. Maybe to looking to take a fight with Orianna. Orianna is fighting this Ornn. Here comes Nocturne, maybe looking to take a 2v1. Can he make the most of it? They can. Looks like it's gonna get the kill. He is still alive here. Maybe he escapes with a life, but no! Nocturne is gonna get that shutdown kill on Ornn for the side of Lobstar Spice. And looks like they are doing Drake. Azir is gonna be pushing that bot turret, but Cruiser is gonna be taking this Drake without any issues. And that is going to be sole point when he inevitably claims that. And there it is. They now have sole point, ladies and gentlemen. Top turret for the side of Observant is gonna fall here. And, you know, for Lobstar Spicy, you have to ask, was that worth it? In that fight, they lost what was it? 2 bot side turrets, a top tower, and Drake. They were able to get that shutdown on the Ornn, but that is just about the consolation that they're gonna get right now. They have to, you know, start making some big team plays here and make sure that they come out of this on top. So we'll see. We shall see how that'll play out here. But now everyone's just kind of settling in, opting to do their own thing, push their lanes, earn some more gold. But Baron is spawning in 25 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Observant Force is looking to take this, maybe, hopefully, without a fight, but it'll most likely break out into a fight if they're not careful. Maybe they're looking out for an early engage here. Nocturne already kind of low in health. They are looking to set up a fight here. Kaisa opting to run away. Garvin hunting her down. You know, and the 2 top laners opting to just fight it out. Baron is alive. Ornn and Cassante going at it, blow for blow, punch for punch, looking to see which will fall. But it is just going to end in another skirmish. Nothing yet happening onto the Baron. Observant Force is just kind of zoning out Lobster Spicy right now with their 4-man. They are looking to put some pressure on the tower, maybe take a tower while they try to take Baron, but nothing's going to happen to it yet. King's coming through, maybe signaling that they want to fight here. But if you decide to Lobster Spicy, you can't afford to just give the Baron scot-free. You have to make sure you make a play for it and fight. You might see a fight breaking out here shortly, but some members of Observant Force opt to back. But we do still have 3 here. Braun might be looking to get caught out. He is getting attacked. He might get caged. Dragon Flag from Jarvan, but he is going to escape. King's flying through. Caution, caution, caution. You must heed caution when fighting with around this objective. You know, Baron is such an important objective, and it looks like Observant Force are gonna start this objective, making the play. Lobster Spicy don't have any vision, but the Ori is coming. She might see something, but Redemption comes through. It looks like it's gonna take, and that is Baron for Observant Force. Like I said, hoping to get it without any contention, and they are able to do so. A pause has been enacted here. Something, not something I'm aware of, but maybe something is going on with the players that we don't know, but you know, a pause, hopefully nothing serious, maybe a mouse or keyboard, or maybe some Wi-Fi issues, but we'll see what happens. But as we wait for that pause, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about what we've witnessed so far. Up till now, we've seen Observant Force put on an amazing display. Although they're called juniors, they are bringing the heat with them, and they are making sure that Lobstar are observing that, if you will. But going into this, we are going to see it is 8 kills to 17, and we are back. Pause has been lifted. I still am unsure about what happened, but that is besides the point. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see now Ornn is pushing Cassante and into that bot turret. Nocturne is coming here. Maybe they're looking for a fight. They are looking for a fight here, but some more technical difficulties have arrived, I believe. But we are going to be back. No problem, ladies and gentlemen. But here comes Ornn. Isn't in 2v1. Opting in for his ult. Cassante does ult him out of his ult, unable to get the stun. He is going to be feared here. He is looking to fall, and he does fall on a 2v1. Cassante, well done here. Dash taken out to unable to ult. My apologies. Cassante was able to dash Ornn, take him out of use ability and not letting him stun his enemies. That was a good play. But Kuzapair and Playmaker are going to be able to take top turret. They do have that Void Grub buff, and they do have that Baron buff. So it is going to be a play here, but it is now a 2v3. Maybe looking for a fight. Cassante is still low. Azir just doing some poke damage. They are going to take Mitsuru here. They are at inhibitor. This is a big play for Observant Force. Ultra Spicy. You know, they have one mid tower, they have one bot tower, and they have one top tower. They have all tier 1 towers. But Observant Force are pressing down against the necks on my apologies. Observant Force are pressing down the necks of Lobstar Spicy. They have an open inhib, and they're already at tier 3 towers on both other lanes, top and bottom. So we are gonna see how this will play. The Baron buff definitely coming in with some big plays here, and definitely helping out Observant Force. But Cloud Drake is up and online. This is soul fight for Observant Force. Also, Spicy need to make sure that they fight here and not give this up without a fight. They do have one Drake of their own, but they need to make sure that they claim this as to not give that Cloud bonus. They are starting it. We are going to see the Fog of War coming. They have nothing. They're looking for a steal, but without any contention. Crucifer is going to take that with his smite. A fight looking in. Azir going in with the ult. Gets 2. Or coming all 3. He's not even going to get anything. Redemption coming through. Azir getting the kill on the Kai'Sa. Braum looking to escape on the side. Escape. Flash. Blast Cone does not go in his favor. He's still in a 1v4. And he also falls. Cassante looking to escape. Alsar on the chase. Azir. Crucifer coming through. Dragon just to stop. He does escape though. And that is 2 on the side of Lobster Spice. They are gonna trying to make do split apply pressure to all lanes. Inhib is gonna most likely fall. Top tower is gonna most likely fall. They are gonna be looking to apply as much pressure as here as possible, and a little fight's gonna go in. Sante is looking to take a fight, stall out the Ornn. He's gonna go on the Azir. Azir looking really low. He's unable to escape, but he is alive due to his teammates. 3v4 now. And now they take inhib. They take both inhibs, and it looks like it is a very dire situation for Lobster Spice. They are going to be able to get a breather here as Observant Force opts to back off. But Crucifer, you need to be careful not to get caught out. It is a 3v1 and he escapes. Nothing happens there. But what a showing. They're able to get Cloud Soul without any contention. They now have a over 9k gold advantage. They are already on the Nexus turrets, breathing down the necks of Lobster Spice. You know, Lobster Spice, you gotta make sure you don't get backdoored or something. I know you still have those turrets up, but once those are down, you know, Ornn has TP, Azir has TP. You might see a little backdoor, but nothing yet. We're gonna see. We have the Mega Minions spawning for Observant Force. Now, Lobster Spice need to make sure that they recoup and get their bearings together. A fight is going to go on. Nocturne is going to get the fear on the Xayah. Xayah is going to have to ult to live, but it's going to amount to nothing. Kai'Sa gets a shutdown on the Xayah. Quick little pick there for Lobster Spice. Maybe they can make the most of it. It is now a 5v4. Azir looking to get some poke damage, and they're opting to go into the base. They need to protect this. Wave coming in. This is going to be a big fight for both teams. All coming in, goes in. Cassante looking to one as well. Azir, all coming in. Azir, all coming in. Jarvino coming in. All the ults are coming in. He gets 2 with his ult. 3! And that is gonna be, look like a team like Braum is also low. Nocturne trying to escape, but he just makes it back to the fountain. Braum is gonna fall by the looks of it. Even though Ornn is taking that tower shot, he is one tanky champion and nothing is gonna happen, and that is gonna be, looks like game unless a miracle can happen, but otherwise it's gonna be game for Observant Force. They are gonna try and drag this on, maybe get a few more kills here. You know how it is, going in for the fountain. Ornn tanking, he gets the kill on, not on the Ornn though, so it's not gonna happen there, but that is gonna be game win for Observant Force. What a fight this was. Very action packed and, you know, exciting. It was a lot of back and forth. Can't say I was disappointed. It was very, very enticing. And, you know, early on before the game started, I did my on paper breakdown, and I did kind of sway into the side of Observant Force Junior. And looks like my prediction was right. I think that Observant Force was able to capitalize on the lanes as a whole, but also down when you look at it, it came to the team fights. They were well suited for the objectives. They were better prepared for it. I'm not mistaken, Lobster Spice was only able to get the for one Cloud Drake and a single grub. Otherwise, Observant Force got every other objective. And that right there is, that shows the priority that Observant Force had playing around the jungle, making sure they get those objectives, but also the team fights. We saw Declan fell to the teamwork of Playmaker and Kuzapair, Azir, and Jarvan more than once, more than twice. So, overall, yeah, Observant Force had a better show of teamwork in the end there, and that's a big contributing factor as to why they lost. So, what if, ladies and gentlemen, this was the third day of Zenith League, and what a match it was. A lot of action throughout the whole fight. But this was only game one. We are now gonna maybe take a little break. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this best of three series. We have again Observant Force versus Lobster Spicy. In that first match, Observant Force ran clear with it. My apologies. Observant Force was able to take that last match. Quite a dominant display from them. You know, early on in the beginning of the stream, I did mention that Lobster Spicy are 2-0. Maybe that was me reading into it too much. It's very possibility. No shade to Lobster Spicy, but it is very possible they got an early two matches. We are on the third day. Anything can happen. Maybe they need a warm up to adapt to how Observant Force Junior plays. I know that happens a lot. You sometimes in a best of three series, you have that opportunity to give the first match and make a make a make a joust for the next two games. So that might be what happens to Lawful Spicy trying to adapt to what happens here. But now we are going to see the bans are coming through. Observant Force is going to go in for the first ban of Echo. You know, I believe we saw this last time. Echo has a very dominating presence. He's really annoying with how he can just R back. That also does damage, gains his health. He has slows. He has a dash. He can play jungle. He can play mid. The boy wonder, timeless like ever. But we are gonna see Pantheon ban coming in from Lobster Spicy. Something we did see. They still want to keep that Pantheon under lock and under wraps, not to make sure they don't fight, limit the fight interactions with them as possible. We are also gonna see the Aatrox ban for Observant Force Junior. Aatrox is a very annoying presence, and we know that Mariofi does play a lot of Aatrox, and we are going to see a Poppy ban. Something else we saw. So far, these bans are looking very similar for the side of Lost of Spicy. Maybe they want to change it up and ban the Azir for the side of Observant Force, but we'll see how that changes. But we are going to see the Gwen ban coming in from Observant Force Junior. Gwen is a big tank shredder. She can play in the top lane. She can play in the jungle, and I know that she's very annoying to deal with. But we are gonna see the first hover pick coming in from Observant Force Junior. It is Xin Zhao, and I'm just getting word, ladies and gentlemen, that this is fearless. So for those of you who don't know what that means, fearless is when you have a champion that's already played in previous games, you cannot play them again. They are locked off. So the Azir for Observant Force Junior will no longer be online, hence why they probably opt to not ban it out this time around and keep bans similar. So that is an aspect that we have to take into consideration, and we will see how that'll affect things here as the game goes on. We are going to see that Wukong ban stay the same. Wukong, like I mentioned, very annoying. His R becomes a literal Beyblade and just knocks you up into eternity, giving his team the prime opportunity to just run you over. And we are going to see the Jinx select coming through for Lobster Spicy, as well as the Sejuani ban. Select, my apologies. You know, Sejuani is Jinx. I'm not surprised. Jinx is a very strong pick. The Sejuani ban, not something you see too often, but it is not out of the ordinary. And for Observant Force, we are going to see the Tristana coming in here. Tristana is a very, very strong character here with her high damage, attack speed, and her ability to get in and out and kind of run wild. But we are going to see here the Ornn and Renekton coming through for Observant Force and Lobster, respectively. No, I said Ornn. I meant Scion. Scion. Scion is an interesting character to say the least. You know, he has his ultimate. He he becomes a literal tank, and he just is unstoppable. And he also has passive, so that'll be interesting to see how that is put into effect. His ultimate unstoppable onslaught. It is something that instills fear into other players. But we are going to see the Milo ban coming in from Observant Force and the Victor ban for Lobster Spicy, as well as the Rel ban. Rel is quite a strong support, and I'm not surprised. Tristana ban, sorry, not Tristana. Lulu ban coming through for Observant Force. That polymorph takes a person out of the fight. Not a fun time to deal with. So it makes sense why they're banning it. But looking at the players or champions that we have right now, we are gonna see that Playmaker does play a lot of Victor, so of course it's gonna get banned out. We do see both sides of teams have Jinx players. We are gonna see the top laners not played Sion that much, not played Renekton that much, but they're still gonna come through. Maybe it's a champion that they are familiar with, and we are gonna see the Taric and Leona ban picks coming through. Taric. Let me speak on Leona first. Leona has a lot of util. She has her dash or stun. She has a lot. Like she has her ultimate, which is something that very much empowers her team and is a big contributor into team fights. But her hook is gonna come and play a big part. She's also very oppressive with how she her playstyle. She can be a very aggressive support. I mean, we're gonna see LeBlanc coming in here. I know LeBlanc is quite a favorable champion to pick. But Akali is going to come here for the side of Lobster Spicy. And truth be told, I am a little bit biased because I myself play a lot of Akali. So I am kind of hoping that the Akali is able to thrive in the mid lane, is what I'm assuming it's going to be. But I know that she has her limitations, and sometimes it can prove to be a difficulty depending on who you're fighting against. So we will see how they're able to deal with that, because I know with LeBlanc, if she lands her stun on you, it's going to be a big part that you have to make sure that you do everything in your power as a colleague to not get hit by those. But if you do get hit, you are going to have a really tough time. So we'll see how that'll play through. Game is going to get started here very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. But it seems like the players are ready. We are going to go in shortly, account for the streamer spectator delay. But that just gives us more time to break down the lane to lane matchups that we have here and see what we're dealing with. So, like I mentioned, let's look at lane to lane. We have Sion versus Renekton. Each have their merits. Renekton has his ultimate where he empowers himself, becomes a lot bigger, does AoE damage. He has a stun, he has a dash, he has a slashing cleavage. So he has a lot of abilities going for him. And Sion as well. I know he has his stun. You have his knockup. You have his ultimate. Both teams, both top laners looking to make use of the utility that they have. Now, jungle. We have Zinzao versus Sejuani. And Zin is a hero that is very strong. He has his ultimate, which will push you back and leave those in it kind of in a predicament because you can't shoot outside of it, almost like a barrier. But you also have his slow, his dash onto you, kind of like a Jarvan flag and dash, but only this time you actually have to mark your enemy with it. But that is not gonna be a problem as he is still a force to be reckoned with. Sejuani also gonna be a force to be reckoned with. You know, she's very, very tanky in the jungle, and she has her own, you know, merits, if you'd call it. You know, you have a passive where outside of combat, she gains armor, which gives her magic resist and immunity to slows. You know, you have her Q, which is a knockup. You have her W, which is, you know, it's a you have her swing her mace, and not only does it deal damage, but it stacks and applies slows. You know, you have her E, which is a freeze when you have, you know, maximum stacks on her, but like that's just a permanent stun. And then obviously you have her R, which is a big bola that you throw out, freezes the target, and then AoE freeze. So, you know, Sejuani here is gonna have a lot of CC abilities that she's gonna also hope to be able to put to good use. Then looking at the mid lane, you have LeBlanc and Akali. You know, LeBlanc, obviously, you have her dash, her ultimate to mirror one of her abilities. You have her Q, and then you have, which is like, you know, the missile kind of thing. And then you have the stun, the chain hook. So that is something that Akali is going to be need to be very careful about. Now, on a lane to lane basis, I'm personally biased against Akali. I think she's got the edge because I think you can make it work. I think in the jungle, I think, you know, if Sejuani plays it right, yes, she has a little bit less mobility than what Xin has, but she also has a lot more CC power, and she's a tank. Now, looking at the top lane, I think Sion, if you play him correctly and you build him correctly, you know, he's just going to be a force to be reckoned with the abilities that he has. And let's look at the bot lane. We haven't talked about the bot lane that much. You have a Tristana and a Leona with a Jinx and a Taric. You know, so I think looking at Tristana, obviously she has her, you know, she gets attack range as her level increases. She's able to increase her attack speed on one of her abilities. Obviously, her jump in, a big thing. You have her explosive charge, and then you have her ultimate, which is a big, big knockback. So that'll be good to keep her alive. She is going to be looking to make use of her range that she gets with her passive. And then obviously I mentioned Leona, right? You have her Q, which empowers her next auto attack. You have her W, which is to raise her shield, increases her tankiness ability. You have her E, which is the dash I was mentioning, dashes to enemies. And then you have her R, which is dealing damage to an area. It stuns enemies, and then you also slow your enemies. So that's going to be a lot of CC. Tristana probably looking to be capitalizing on that. And then on the other bot lane, we are going to see a Jinx. No, Jinx is also a very strong character. You have, whenever she gets a kill participation or she destroys something from the enemy jungles, she gets, yeah, massive increase in movement speed and attack speed. So she'll be good to stack the kills. You know, you have her Q, which empowers her, or my apologies, switches her the type of attack that she has from her minigun to her rocket launcher. You have her W, which is the blast, which slows down enemies and reveals on first hit. You have her E, which is the line of chompers. And then you have her R, obviously, the big mega ultimate. We're going to see Akali is looking to walk in the bush here. She does get a little bit early damage taken here. And the electrocute proc from LeBlanc. So we'll see if that matters. I doubt it'll make a big difference, but that is something to take into consideration. And last but not least, looking at Taric before the game gets fully underway here. Each champion here has their own merit and difficulty to play. Again, another time, Taric maybe looking to get early engage here. They're going to walk into the bush here, get stunned. Leona gets stunned here, but the bomb charge is going to come out on Taric. He already is a little bit under low health. He does have to use one of his pots, and we are underway. Minions have spawned. They are in lane, and we are going up here. Mid lane, let's take early consideration. This is something that Akali has to be scared of. LeBlanc's range is something that she has to pay attention to. I know you need to farm and you need to do whatever you can, but you also have to make sure you don't take too much damage, considering that she does have that electrocute there. And quickly talking about Tarek, you know, he's a tank. He has his Q, which can heal. You have his W, which can increase the armor with an ally champion. And it shields them as long as Tarek is near. You have his E, which can stun enemies, and then obviously you have his R, which makes them invulnerable after a short amount of time. So Tarek is going to be looking to empower as much of his team as possible, while Leona is looking to go on the offensive for her team as possible. So it is a battle of the opposites here, and it'll be very exciting to see how this pans out. But early on, you know, nothing out of the ordinary, just your basic run-of-the-mill start. Sejuani pathing up to the top side, Zin pathing down to the bot side, both taking care into their camps. Akali is going to be looking like she's getting pushed back a little here in the mid lane, but they are just going to, you know, go back and forth, hope they can get the most out of their CS goals, and see what they can make of this. Yeah, starting here, I feel like in the top side we're going to see a lot of, you know, back and forth, kind of like what we did last time, but maybe not without a lot of mirror. But looking at the mid lane, I can see from the sidelines, the fight actually is going to go back here in the bot lane. Kind of a little skirmish, but nothing too crazy is going to happen. Akali already low in the mid lane. She's already being pushed back towards her turret. Oh, a fight going in here. Sejuani and Renekton looking to collapse on the Scion, and first blood is going to go to the Renekton for the side of LSP. And Declan is going to be able to get the first kill in the mid lane against Playmaker. So that is 2 first bloods on the side of LSP here. And what a start that is. You know, Playmaker had to burn already his flash and ignite. Declan on the Akali taking the teleport, and he does use it to get back in lane ahead of LeBlanc, sorry, and the fight is going to go out. Tarek is getting dangerously low. Heal comes through, is able to escape. Leona was able to get that stun on Tarek, and Tristana unable to finish it up. Putting in good damage though. We do see Zinzao is now topside. Renekton coming back with his teleport. Sion is already down 0-1. A fight going on in the mid lane. Akali looking to go in. Teleport coming in. Sion is able to get the stun, but maybe nothing's going to happen to it. He does miss his knockup. Sorry, his stun is going to be able, not going to hit anyone. But fights are now flying left, right, and center, going back and forth. It'll be interesting to see how these are all gonna play out. Renekton and looking for a little bit of a trade here, going back and forth, doing a dance, but nothing's happening right now. Declan holding his own, although he's now both laners are one-on-one. LeBlanc was a Playmaker, was able to get that kill on Declan, but Declan also said, "I'm here to play." Now, Afori fighting Sion does flash out of that. Probably a good call. He would have probably died otherwise. But we are going to see Ocean Drake is live here. Pings are coming around. Zinzao showing interest. That Renekton going in on the Sion. Gets the stun. Gets the cleave. Sion has to flash away. But no kill on him just yet. Afori is in a better position though. But LSP. My apologies. OFJ are looking to make the first fight on the dragon, but fight coming in here, gets the stun. LeBlanc is already level 6. She probably did use she has used her ultimate already. Unable to get the kill on Akali. Akali is just missing her level 6. Upon level 6, they might be able to make something happen here. But Kuzper, the side of OFJ, is able to get the kill, the claim on the Ocean Drake, and that has been the first objective point. Renekton and Sejuani looking to collapse here on the Sion as well. Gets the stun, gets a knockup, full stacks, freeze stun coming in again. Another slow knockup coming in. Sion trying to go back in, does a little bit of an emo to Showboat. He's still kicking about, but that was a dangerous position to be in. Akali is level 6 here. LeBlanc has her ult again, coming online soon. Akali goes in with the flash. Hook coming in, gets the hook. Her ult's still online. Going in, LeBlanc going in, gets the dash through, and Declan's able to claim the kill on LeBlanc. Renekton going in of his own. Ult coming through, gets the stun, gets the dash, and he gets the kill with his cleavage. Sion on passive is still here. He probably is going to use it to just farm here, as what most Sion players do. Sejuani was hanging around to help him in case a necessary situation, but a pause is gonna come through here. Another slight issue, but what a start. We're 6 minutes in and 5 kills across the board. What a first fight there, ladies and gentlemen. Declan getting a kill on Playmaker. Although the dash came out from LeBlanc and the stun came out from LeBlanc, connecting on Declan. He had his ultimate proc, able to make the best of it. Renekton was able to get that kill on Sion as well. And as a constellation prize, Kuzapir was able to get the Ocean Drake, but at what cost? LSP are now 3 kills up. I don't want to say anything too early, but it might be a case of LSP having to adjust to how OFJ play, and we might see that taking place. A little bit of a pause bug. We apologize. Nothing we can fix on our end, but we are back. And you know, just back and forth is just gonna happen here. Sejuani is hanging around in the bot side, maybe looking to gank. Tarek coming in as well. Zin hanging around top side jungle, hoping to help his team. Sion's already down 0-2. Not out of the CS. Still kind of close to CS, but already down a level. Maybe another fight here. No, just a back and forth here. But we do see 3 are in the mid lane. Playmaker does use his dash. He is going to go in, but Sejuani and Tarek unable to make most. Unable to collapse on it. Zin is still hanging topside. Leona is also topside. Maybe we're going to see a fight here in the topside river very soon. Sion might also look to collapse. Renekton coming down. We might see a big team fight happening here. Trist and Jinx are left in Narnia to defend for themselves. We are going to see LSP are going to be making a first play for the Grubs. No one is going to make any attempt to contest them there. But Renekton is going to leave early to go back to his lane. Make sure he's not falling behind too far. And in comes Trist. She gets hit with a W with the stun, but nothing is gonna happen. LSP are able to get the Void Grubs without any real contest. Now Tarek opting to go back as quick as he can to help his Jinx secure the lane. It is now a 2v1. But that'll change very shortly. Now we see still in the top lane, Sion is still down a level, but we'll see if that'll play a big aspect into this. You know, a level can mean a lot in these matchups, but all will be told as the game goes on. But as of right now, everyone's just opting to, you know, kind of farm on their own. Just try and Renekton maybe going in here. He gets the dash going. He has his cleavage. He is full health. Renekton, Sion is less than half, but he's just gonna get pushed back under his tower. Sejuani, she's there in the mid lane, maybe looking to help Playmaker or claim that scuttle. Zin just back, getting that he has 2 item components to his name, along with the ruby crystal, with 2 full item components. Looking at the item breakdowns. No? Oh, Renekton going in here, gets the stun on the Sion. Sion looking to get his own stun of himself, but he is in tower range. Able to fall back quickly without much happening. But Sion does have to be careful here. He is very low. Zin is in the top side. Maybe they'll look for a play to happen here, but Declan, now he has to make sure he doesn't know where Zin is. He has to make sure that he doesn't get, you know, collapsed on. He's gonna opt into the back here. Renekton gets the stun, looking for some more chip damage on Sion, hoping to push him out of lane. 10 minutes in, and you know, Akali opting into teleport again. We do see Leona kind of roaming, trying to get some early vision. Does spot Sejuani, I believe. Sion TPing back, has no TP if a team fight were to break out. But there is the dragon online. Hextech Drake is there, and Fika looking to move on Akali. Zin gets the stun. Akali's out. Her ultimate is proc. Looking to make a play. She doesn't have goes back with the E. Zin pops. Knocked out 4. It's a 4v3. Zin lives his life. Sejuani is able to get a kill on Fika. And that is now going to be a 4v2. Akali's still low. Fake playmaker can make, gets the flash on, gets the hook, just misses! Uses his ult on Akali with the E as she connects, and Declan gets the kill on playmaker. That is now a 2-1 team fight advantage. But Fika is going to come back online, but still in base, running back as fast as she can. What an engage from Declan and from LSP here. Taking it away right now, already 11 minutes in. Now, LSP are gonna looking to get the Drake of their own. Renekton maybe looking to go on the Scion here. Gets the stun, gets the cleavage. Renekton looking to get a stun, his knockout coming up online. Armor is broken, looking to take another fight with him. And the fight is coming out to an end, but LSP are gonna be able to take that dragon. It is now 1 apiece for dragon points. But now, beside LSP, you know, you got this game on its head. You know, last game you were down, what was it, 4 or 5 to 1 at the start. Now you're up 6 to 1 kills. You have almost a 3k gold advantage to start, and you know you're sitting pretty at the beginning of this game. But another altercation happening here in the top side. You know, a lot of back and forth will be happening. You know, outside of that one fight just above the Baron pit, Zin has been kind of keeping to himself, trying to farm. He's 0-0, does have 85 CS. Sejuani already has a bounty on her head, 1-0 and 2, 93 CS. But we're going to see Akali is going to be running into Playmaker, but he does opt to back out of it. A fight going up here. Sion is low, opting to back in. Renekton gets it with the airborne, maybe looking to make something happen. They are both relatively low. But Declan takes a tower shot, looking to get a kill on Playmaker, but his ultimate does proc. Renekton getting Sion dangerously low, having to back off, unable to make something. Jinx rocket incoming from downtown, looking to hit someone, but it is unfortunately way off. Sejuani looking to come and maybe collapse on the Sion. She's coming through tri bushes. Renekton looking to make a play here. Sejuani is going to come in. No, ult coming through, stunning him. Renekton coming through with the slow, with the stun, with the ult, and that's going to be a kill on Sion. His passive is up. Declan is able to get a kill on the Xin Zhao. How did we miss that? We were watching top lane, and Declan able to clear house on Kuzaper. What? I can only imagine. His ultimate was used. Declan, Kuzaper ultimate was also used. A fight looking to come in here. Leona does miss her ult though. She gets stunned by the Taric. But nothing's gonna happen. And what a turnaround. LSP are gonna be the first to get tower here. Tier 1 tower on the top side. And you know, LSP are really turning things around considering what happened last match. Now they're the ones fighting like a team. Now they're the ones overrunning the lanes, trying to put as much pressure as they can wherever they can. But top lane is falling. Mid lane is holding their own, with the help of, you know, Sejuani in the top side. You know, not a lot of action has happened in the bot side. Yes, both Jinx and Taric have 2 assists, but no kills or deaths on either of them. We are gonna see Cloud Drake is the soul that this game is gonna have again. And it's spawning in 2 minutes. A fight breaking out here in the top side. Renekton looking to go on the Sion. They are equal level. Sion does have a little bit more health. Rift Herald has spawned now. LSP looking to make a play on it, but a fight is breaking out here in the top side. Now, and Renekton opts to back off, and they're looking to claim this objective. Declan having to rotate to help. Saj and Taric, Sejuani and Taric are going to claim this relatively with no contest, and no smite is used, and that is going to be a claim on the objective. Leona goes in for the ult, misses her ult. Tristana goes in with her R. Zinzao is able to get the knockup, and Jinx falls to the side of LSP with the help of Zinzao from OFJ. Declan left to face 1v3 on his own. Herald is spawned mid. Hook comes into Tarek. Playmaker looking to make a play here or something, but tower does hit on the side of Playmaker. It is now a 2v4 if you count the Herald. Knockup coming in. Oh, coming in from Simon. Gets one. Already knocks up two. Tarek gets really low. Gets the from the LeBlanc. He is down. Sejuani is trying to make up with their life, but no ultimate from Sion. Unfortunately, cannot chase. But here is Zin's out. Looking to clean this up. Leona gets a stun on Declan, but Declan is able to make it out with his life. And what a turnaround from OFJ. They are able to clean up Sion, putting his ultimate to good use, locking up with his ultimate. No need to charge it up when you can just use it and make use of it. And Playmaker gets the stun on Tarek, but unfortunately, he does not fall in this fight. We're going to see Cloud Drake is up in 20 seconds. Both teams need to maybe start rotating and make a play towards them. But LSP, sorry, do have a 3k gold advantage, and OFJ need to be careful that that doesn't run out of hand or get too wild for them to deal with, because that's what happened last game on the side of OFJ. But here comes Tristana going in on the Jinx, is able to get the bomb, unable to make do most of it, but does get hit with the Jinx stun, and she's able to fall down to her tower safely. Cloudrick is still up. A fight looking to maybe to the Tristana and Leona are in the bot side along with Playmaker. Zin also there. It is now a 4v4. Top laners are off to fend for themselves. Both top laners do have teleport up. Maybe we're going to see them teleport into the Dragon Pit to make a fight happen. A fight is looking to brew up here. Sejuani going in, but just baits out Playmaker's dash. Because I started Declan options to start the Drake, looking to pull it out of the vision. But now we do see Blue Ward coming in. A fight going in. They are starting the Drake. Teleport coming in from Renekton. Teleport coming in from Sion. It's gonna be a 5v5 in the Dragon Pit here, collapsing on it. Oh, LSP have a better position on it. It is at 2k. It is at 1.k, and they are able to get the Drake. But a fight is still gonna break out here. Sion goes in with his ultimate. Akali is able to get the kill on the Leona. Sion still left alone. Oh, if they have to abandon this, Sion falls. Does use the ultimate, unable to capitalize on it. But Sion has to pass it up. Maybe they get a kill on Sinister. Sinister's low on the Tarek, but he's able to clean it up. And LSP able to just zone off that Drake from OFJ, unable to make work of that. And what a showing already here from LSP. You know, like I mentioned before, they struggled first on, but they're able to show their strength. LeBlanc is gonna go in on the Renekton here. Gets the stun of their own. They both have the stun. Tristana coming in with a W. Gets the mind proc. Both have flash, but Renekton is gonna be able to escape without dying or sacrificing his life here. But in a dangerous position, Declan is pushing out the bot lane. He is at tier 2 tower. Maybe looking to claim that and push to tier 3 tower. No damage yet, but no wave to help him out. But OFJ are gonna take tier 1 mid tower. And you know, that's going to be their first tower. You're looking at the stats breakdown, and LSP have 3 towers to 1. A fight going in, Zinzao forcing himself to ult, does both beam flash. Declan going in with his ultimate and the E, gets the kill on Zin. Now Kuzber falls, burns the flash, burns his ult. Declan also uses ult and flash. Sion and Playmaker are chasing him here, but he is able to escape E over the wall. What a play from Declan, very clean on the Akali. We are going to see ultimate not online for another 50 seconds. Playmaker kind of struggling here. I know I said we're gonna see the fog of war, how it's happening. He's gonna run into Sejuani. Sejuani maybe they're looking airborne getting it through, stun getting through, no dash for Playmaker, but he gets out just in time. The Autocon is alive. Akali coming with the teleport. It is now a 4v2. Tristana opting to jump over the wall, but nothing's gonna happen right now. Renekton is here. Now it is a full team fight. Slam in the bot lane, kind of doing his own thing, but Autocon is here. LSP are going to look to start that and make the most of it. And, you know, there's very little that OFJ can do here. Sion looking to try and get the turret in the bottom as a consolation prize, but Autocon is very important and a very strong objective. But here is Zinzao looking to get a poke on it. Gets the mark. Dashes in. Looking to get the steal, but he went maybe a little bit too early. Literally goes in as well with the ultimate with her hook as well. But both Fika, Zupter, and F1 Death die. And OFJ, sorry, OFJ are gonna just fall, unable to try and steal that, but LSP are gonna claim that objective. You know, if you're OFJ, you can't fault them for trying. You have to go for that. Autocon is a very, very important and strong objective. It arguably is one of the most important objectives that you can claim, as it increases your chances of winning a game significantly. But we are going to see 4 people here on the top tower, already getting the inhib tower. Maybe looking to go in, gets the stun on the Xin Zhao. Already, Root coming in, gets the stun on the Leona from the Jinx. But it's just going to be back and forth. They all have open inhib, already taking some damage. They do have to make sure they clear. Renekton going in on the Scion here, looking to try and hold his own. Opts into ult away. You know, like we mentioned, he is unstoppable in that ultimate. Opting to just use it and ult away, but a little bit ult away. Akali going in with her R, Declan going in with his R. Already eased. Goes to the Playmaker. Playmaker pop, pass the Pox. And Jinx finishes the kill on the Leona with her R as well. Declan was able to clean up, put both of them to sleep, put them at a low HP, and clean up on Playmaker. And then Jinx coming in to clean up on Leona. What a display from LSP here in this second match, ladies and gentlemen. They are sitting in a much better position than what they were last match. Baron is going to be spawning in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Cloud Drake is going to be spawning in 2 minutes and 25 seconds. LSP are already looking to set up in the Dragon Pit. A blue ward coming through, control ward coming through. All those have to break. Sion, Xin, Leona, Trist, all in the bot lane. Renekton looks like coming through. It might be a full team fight minus LeBlanc. Playmaker is still in top side. Fog of War coming through. We're gonna see what they see. Declan looking to go in. No E on side of Declan. Gets the puck. Zinda forced to pop his ult. He's surrounded by Sejuani. Gets stunned. He's unable to make do. That ult is not gonna help him. And now OFJ have lost their jungler. They have lost their smite, and it looks like they're gonna be able to get a clean, easy Drake here, unless someone from the side of OFJ can steal it. But it doesn't look like anything like that's gonna happen. That is gonna put them on the soul point once they claim this, and there it is, soul point for LSP on the Cloud Drake. Now Baron is up in 1 minute and 40. LSP are gonna be looking to set up for this and further their lead. Now looking at the gold difference, LSP are at 44k. OFJ sitting at 37k. That is a 7k gold difference. Playmaker trying to get the tier 1 tower. Renekton coming through. Sejuani coming through. Maybe looking to still go. He's still looking to go for it. Takes the dash, opting into just dodge and weave. Uses ult to proc his dash again, but he is gonna fall. 3 come and collapse on Playmaker, but that is a bounty objective for OFJ. I don't know how much they'll benefit from that. It is definitely a gold boost to their economy. But is it worth your life? Possibly. You are only 1 in 5. You aren't worth that much gold. OFJ Sion here looking to make a play on their tier 2 bot tower, and a lot of heavy damage coming from Sion here. 1 hit able to take over half health for Sion. Probably gonna clear it. Renekton coming to stop him, but I think it's too little too late. He is gonna get that plus an objective bounty, and maybe a little bit of a skirmish here if someone is looking to come and help. Sion and Renekton are going at it right now. Declan is coming back from base. Sion opting to go through. He does have his ultimate if he wants to escape. Renekton might be looking to put himself in between him and the ultimate. Stuns coming through from both characters. Declan is here. He does have his ultimate. Has his abilities on full cooldown. Looking to teleport. Declan opts to teleport into the topside river to help with the team fight that is going on. Sion ults to escape. Baron is live. Playmaker in a bad position. He's getting collapsed by 3. Zoned off by 3. And now Redemption comes through. That's going to be on cooldown for this next fight. At the very tail end, it might come online. Baron is online. Playmaker, that's just his clone. He said, I see you, but you don't see me. OFJ, LSP, sorry, are looking to zone off OFJ inside the Baron. Playmaker just looking for some poke damage. Gets the stun on the Leona. Leona's in a very precarious situation. Flashes away. She still gets stunned. They're looking to chase, but she makes it out with her life. Declan opting to chase, but he says, no, you can live. We're going to return back to our objective. Playmaker is still here. Looking to make a play on Jinx. Doesn't get anything. Dashes out. has to use his ultimate to survive there, but LSP are just zoning out. Gets the slow on Playmaker. Looks like he's gonna get punished for it. Gets the flash. He gets the proc on the passive and dies from Jinx. Jinx is able to claim the kill on Playmaker. That is another death on him, 1 and 7 now, and it looks like they're gonna try and make do with that and capitalize on it, making a play on the Baron here. Declan is in the mid lane, and then 2v1. Xin Zhao is looking to collapse on him, now turning into 3v1, opting in to try and dodge away. Gets the proc on him. Ultimate is gonna come through. E is gonna come through. Reduction is gonna come through. Everything's gonna come through for Declan, but he gets stunned by Crucipair and is gonna fall. That is a huge bounty shutdown for Crucipair, but they are gonna take Baron. But unfortunately for Declan, he isn't gonna be able to benefit from that buff. That was a 3v1, nothing Declan could do there. Gets stunned, had his ultimate proc, but nothing is gonna happen because of that. But now you see LSP are in a prime position here. They have the Baron, they are on soul point for the Drake. 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining till soul is spawning, and LSP have to make sure they claim this. OFJ need to make sure they also put up a fight here, because they cannot afford to just let that go scot-free. You know, Playmaker's already been playing with his life on the line, kind of sacrificing himself, trying to make something happen. But you all need to do that as a team. Make sure you are really coordinated. But if you look at the lanes, the level disparity is just starting to show. 17 to 15, 15 to 13, 16 to 14, 14 to 14, tied in the ADC lane, 12 to 10, 11. Now you see the whole of LSP in the bot side, taking objectives, doing what they can, applying pressure where they can, looking to make do with it, and a fight is gonna happen here. Sion is gonna get stunned from the Renekton, from the Sejuani, has the flash to live. Renekton goes in, pops his own, but Jinx comes in and cleans it up. Declan is able to get 2 of his own in the mid lane. Still alive, fighting Leona. He is really low. Leona looking to get a kill of his own. Protection coming through. Heals Declan. And that's going to be a kill for Declan. 3 on Declan. And he manages to live with redemption. And that is a team wipe. No need for the Drake. You're just going to end the game here. LSP said OFJ brought the heat last time. We're going to bring the heat this time. And they most certainly did. 5 kills to 25. 9k gold difference, and what a showing from LSP to come back in this best of 3 game 2, able to just shut down any attempts OFJ had, and unfortunately render them useless here. But LSP did amazing to come back from that first devastating loss. I did say I was particularly favorite of the Akali in the mid lane, maybe of the Sejuani due to the tank. You know, Tarek with his playmaking abilities. Leona, like I mentioned, having to play more for herself, but Tarek was able to make the most of it here, ladies and gentlemen. And now LSP are making me eat my words. Maybe that 2-0 is starting to show for the side of LSP. Maybe looking to make it a 3-0 as we are forced to go to match number 3 in this best of 3. 1-1 apiece. Both teams are going to be looking to come out on top. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is a fearless mode. So all the champions we just saw are gonna be put to rest. And as we wait for best of 3, we are gonna be taking another 2-minute break while we get the lobby set up for all of that. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for match number 3. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We to the third day of Zenith League. We are now in this final match of this best of three between LSP and OFJ. LSP were able to take back the second game after OFJ showed their own dominating performance in the first match, but that was all thrown out the window when LSP decided to bring the heat, to bring the spice, and show what OFJ, what force really means to OFJ. So now we are going into this last match, and this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Winner here will take the win for the series today. And based on what I've seen, either team, it can go either way. We saw OFJ had that oppressive start, and then we saw LSP with a response of their own. But all of that is now out the window. This is where it counts. Last match to win it all. And now the bans are going to come through. Wukong for the side of LSP, something we've already seen. Again, very strong champion. Echo, same thing. OFJ, keeping with the same first bans. You're going to see Pantheon. Again, they don't want to play against that. They know they have a player who plays Pantheon, but they want to limit that playtime as much as possible. Blitzcrank coming in for the ban on OFJ. Very interesting. And Nautilus opting in to ban two supports here. I wonder if they're scared of the presence that they can bring. And Jana is going to be banned on the side of LSP. She has that tornado of hers. She's not. Sorry. Jana does have her own merits and skills. Obviously, she has her Q, which is a knock-up tornado. She has her W, which increases her movement speed, has through enemies, but can also slow an enemy down. You have her E, called the Eye of the Storm, which she can conjure a shield. And by the fact that this is fearless, there are certain considerations you have to take into account. So this might be one of them. And obviously, not to disregard her ultimate, which is kind of like another Zen ult, but it also heals her teammates. But now we see the first few picks coming in. LSP are going to opt in for that Poppy. It was something that was initially banned uh, in the first two matches, and now they opt in to not ban it and actually play it themselves. Smolder also coming out online. I know Smolder is very strong, and he can be very punishing. For the side of OFJ, we are going to see the Vi and the Lulu coming in. I know Vi is also, she has kind of like Nocturne in the sense where although her ultimate's not as big, you press R and it just tracks it down. So, and she has her empowered autos. You have her Q, which is like a Sejuani Q. So, I will be excited to see how this plays in. Lulu, the polymorph coming in, that is a big thing that will be helpful for the side of OFJ. And we do see the Sivir coming in for OFJ and Ambessa. Something we did see that was banned early on, but it is now on for LSP. Ambessa, very, very strong, very annoying champion to deal with. She has a lot of movement abilities, a lot of dashes. We do see the Talia ban from OFJ. Maybe they want to get rid of that ability to section off the teammates and such. But looking at Mbessa again, you have her passive attacking, entering an attack or movement while you cast your ability will give you a dash. Her Q is like a sweeping motion in front of her that lets her come back. You have her W, where she gains a shield and then slams into people. And you have her E, which is a whip. Again, you can reproc with a dash. and then you have her R, obviously public execution, which is a hunt down to say the least. So it'll be very very interesting to see how this is played out. But we do see the bans coming through. The last two bans, we see the Silas ban. Not surprised. Silas is quite the champion. You have his slam down, his explosive, his ult stealing, his E, and then his his regular dash. So Silas ban here going to be coming through as to limit the CC potential that maybe LSP can play. And you have obviously his heal, which is something else to be considered about. But we are going to see the Galio ban. I'm not super surprised to see that because of how Galio can play. You have that team fighting abilities with his ultimate. He's very tanky and he can just be a menace. So I'm not surprised to see a ban. We are going to see a Malphite pick. Malphite is quite strong, and the Zac is coming online. Zac is quite self-sufficient, but also has the ability to work well on team with his passive. Obviously, he sheds part of himself to recoup it and increase his maximum health. So it'll be interesting to see how that is put to use. But Malphite is a very strong champion with his knock up, his slow, his point, his Q, which is the roll rock, which also happens to slow enemies if I'm not mistaken. Yep. It's the Q is a point and click, and then it deals damage and then stealing movement speed. So that'll be interesting to see. And then you obviously have your W, which is like the empowered autos, or the thunderclap. And you have your E, which is the ground slam, and then obviously his R. And then not to say he does have his passive, which is the shield passive, but we are going to see the RE coming online here, and the Annie as well. Annie does have her ultimate, but she also has a lot of stuns. Same for Ari. She has her charm, she has her Q, and it'll be a very, very interesting match to see here. So, once again, ladies and gentlemen, looking at each lane breakdown, it'll most likely be a Poppy versus a Vi. I am personally saying Poppy will take that lane. Just knowing what Poppy capable of and how she plays, it's going to be very annoying. She has her kidnap, you have her ultimate, and you have just so much sustainability. To work with, and it'll be something that OFJ have to be considered about and work around. You have her Q, obviously, which does the damage and slow. You have the W, which increases your armor and MR, and it stops dashes. You have your E, which is the pushback or kidnap, as I say. And then you have your R, obviously, which is to knockback. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Smolder versus Sivir. I'm gonna say Smolder just because of how you can play a Smolder. Not to say Sivir is bad, but Smolder is he's Smolder. What do you what don't you have when you play Smolder? You have your Q, which is the point breath. You have the W, which lets you slow enemies when you hit them. You have your wing. You have your E, which is a great escape ability, and it's an auto target. You can fly over walls, and it automatically targets the lowest health. And then you have the call down, kind of like a Pantheon alt, minus the teleporting bit, but that is what I will say for the bot lane. While Sivir is quite strong, obviously you have her Q, which is like the boomerang for her blades. You have the W, which empowers her auto attacks and kind of ricochets as well. Although it does do reduce damage, it does bounce more. Obviously, you have her E, which is a spell shield. That's gonna be quite strong. And then you have the R, which is leads her allies into battle, and you give them a surge of MS, and her spells cooldown is reduced. But I think Smolder will take that in the bot lane. Looking at the supports. Oh, sorry, I guess I'm mistaken. It looks like it could be Zac in the jungle and Poppy in the support. That's the case. Then I will still back the Zac just because of how his movement works and how you can dash in from out of nowhere over walls, stun enemies, and his ultimate is quite good as well. So I will take Zac on that. In the top lane, I think Ambessa, if played properly, could win it, but also Malphite does have his R, so I will say that's kind of even. In terms of the mid lane, I think Ari has that upper hand, and we'll see. So right now, I'm kind of leaning in the side of LSP just based on the roster, but we shall see how that plays out here in a minute, folks. But just based on that last performance, LSP are looking in a very comfortable position right now. They are just coming off that win. They do have the momentum and the mentality on their side. So we'll see how that plays into effect here, because I know that is a big thing for players in any game as a whole. And like I said, this is a BO3. This is match point for either team. So they need to make sure they bring their A game. They play the absolute best that they can. And take what they can get. I think if you decide of LSP, I think just based on last match, you something they did very well was overwhelming OFJ in certain lanes and kind of collapsing on them and then zoning them off and kind of denying them any real value. Um but if you're side of OFJ, you need to make sure that you work more coherently as a team, because I know at times during the last game you'd have your Zin just not ready in for the objective fights. My apologies. And then that's something that you have to make sure that you stay on top of in order to capitalize on the moments as much as you can. So we are going to get started here very, very shortly, but I'm curious as to see what you guys who are watching the stream think is going to happen. I know I've seen some people support OFJ, but I'm curious to see how this is gonna go. At least on my end, I'm slowly leaning to LSP based on how they performed in the last match there. And we are loading into the game now, ladies and gentlemen, getting ready to see the action in all its glory. This is match point BO3, third day of Zenith League. Let's see what these teams can deliver. And now we are in, ladies and gentlemen. They're both teams here playing for all the marbles. So we are gonna see it is the Zac jungle, the Poppy support. And even just based on this, I would still opt for the side of LSP based on the just based on paper and what they have, not looking at individual plays. I think Declan showed a very good performance on that Akali last match, but all shall be revealed and left on the battlefield. So game is gonna start here very, very shortly. Minions will be up.
Minions have spawned.
There you go. Minions are spawned and jungle caps are coming up. Everyone is starting to make way to their according lanes. Annie gonna get that early ward. Are we gonna get that early ward? Vi is gonna be able to see that, so, and clear it out quickly with the sweeper. LSP don't know that OFJ have that ward on the Raptors though, but both junglers are gonna start the top side camps and most likely path down unless we see a cheeky little early gank. But first engages here, nothing too special is happening. Again, Sivir, Lulu versus Smolder and Poppy, Annie versus Ari, Vi versus Zac, and Malphite versus Ambessa. So we are now underway here, ready to see the action. And Ambessa already going in with a little bit of an early dash. Vi is hanging around topside. Zac also hanging around topside. Maybe looking to make an early gank after their camps, but most likely not. Bot lane, Sivir and Lulu are able to level 2 first, but Smolder and Poppy able to clear it up. Smolder already kind of low here. Sivir and Lulu getting good damage early on here. Smolder forced to use a pot already. You know, Sivir still has her biscuit, sorry, and the pot up. But Lulu kind of hyper aggressive here. She is missing a small chunk of her health, but Smolder is considerably lower. They do know that she's in that bush. Sivir opting to stay back and farm. Maybe looking to just keep chip damaging him as the game goes on. Ambessa looking to recall early here. It gets cancelled. Opts to stay in lane with a little skirmish. Ambessa going in with her abilities, full cooldowns on board. Does the flash. Malphite also flashes. They're both really low, just out of range. Ambessa hoping to get her cooldowns off the line, and Malphite pulls away. What a first encounter, almost a fall on both sides. Ambessa, unfortunately, couldn't manage her cooldown properly. Here comes the slam down. Here comes the dash. In comes Mal. In comes Ambessa, going full in. She's unfortunately stopped. She's still up. And there goes the first blood. 2. Ambessa to the side of LSP here on the top side. That is not something that you see normally. Usually the champions in the top lane are just skirmishing back and forth without real much avail. But that is not the case this game. Ambessa gets the first blood and forcing Malphite to teleport back into lane to make sure he's not down any more than he has. Ari waiting in the bush. Vi creeping up. She doesn't see him. Zac is there. Annie is also there. If I look in the mid lane, Zac goes in, gets the stun on the Vi. Vi is still there. Electrica coming in, gets the stun on the 2 champions. In comes Poppy. Flash coming out from both teams. Vi is looking to escape with the Q. Annie looking to escape with her life. Zac still chasing the Vi. Ari Declan misses the charm, unfortunately, on Annie. Still low. Here comes Lulu trying to save the Annie. Poppy is also here. Zac looking to jump in. Jumps in on the Annie. Heal coming in. Unfortunately doesn't get. She is 1 health, but she's able to live with that shield of hers. And Zac is in his ability, in his passive, looking to regen. Flash coming in from Ari and is unable to get the kill. Sorry, gets the kill on Playmaker, while Playmaker also picks up the kill on Zac. That is a 1-for-1 trade. Flash is trading left, right, and center, and who knows what's gonna happen here. Already 2-1 up for LSP, but Annie coming in with the teleport back into the mid lane. Smolder left here alone with Sivir and Lulu in the bot side. Poppy coming back down to bot lane now, trying to help out the Smolder. But what a first fight here. First few fights early on. We're already just 5 minutes in. Already 3 kills have been picked up on the scoreboard. Hoping to see more action as time goes on. But as it seems right now, LSP are already in a better position. They do have the 2 kills up. It is kind of even, but those kills could prove to be very beneficial. Malphite considerably low here. Both champions looking to get their R online as soon as possible. That could be the game difference in the top side. Playmaker and Declan kind of going at it. Hope Playmaker is pushing off, but we do see Ambessa is also pushing off. Coming in, Poppy, Fog forward, and he doesn't see him. Here comes the kidnap. Declan unfortunately doesn't get the knockup. Here comes the ult from Annie, but it's not going to be able to do anything. That was a 3-man collapse on Annie there, unbeknownst to her. And both champions here had level 6. Malphite might be looking to ult here, make a play out of something, hoping to get something out of this. And we do see Vi and Lulu are in the mid lane, maybe hoping to hold down the fort while Annie comes back into lane. but they're just gonna recall. They have the wave pushed in. They don't want to take too much CS away from Annie. She's already down 2 kills or 2 deaths. And Ocean Drake is up from the side of OFJ. They are going to try and start this and get a leg up on LSP. It looks like no one from the side of LSP is in contention, but you have to be careful. That Zach can just dash in whenever he wants. It looks like that's going to be the case, or maybe not. Kusper hoping to get there before any contention. Zach is on the cusp, but nothing happens. Zach is now left in a 2v1. Smolder is there. Poppy is there. Vi is still there. It's now looking for a 3v3. Zach goes in, misses the jump, gets the root on both Lulu and Sivir. Vi going in, Smolder all coming through. Vi, Lulu, both incredibly low, but they're able to escape with their lives just barely. Are we opting to go in? That's just over the wall. Doesn't hit anyone. Vi still hoping for left. In comes Zach. Gets the lockup. Kills the Vi. Gets the Lulu. And Poppy falls to Sivir. Zach also falls. Sivir still up with... is still alive. But Sivir is going to be able to escape here. And then Bessa going in on the Malphite. Both champions have their ultimates online. And teams are now pinging for the Baron Pit. Grubs are now spawning, hoping to get that objective. Annie looking to get on the fight on the Ari. Gets the stun. Tibbers comes through. Gets the kill on Ari. Declan falls with a shutdown to Annie. And just like that, she's back in this. Playmaker down early, gets that kill. And now, who's pair on the side of OFJ are looking to get this objective. Zach is there. Poppy is there. Gets the kidnap on the Lulu. Looking to make a stun. She is stunned. Hoping to get a kill. Vi is still claiming the grubs. Zach looking to charge up his charge. Gets it on Annie. Looks for the stun. Gets it on both heroes. Dive out is through. Lulu has to back up. Ignite coming in. Here comes Poppy. Gets the kill on the Lulu. Torn by the Vi. Vi has her ult. Unfortunately, isn't going to be able to use it. Dashes over the wall. Here comes the Biz looking for the Annie. Annie left alone. Zach comes through. Gets the kill on the Annie. And that is a cleanup. While Kusper was able to get the majority of the grubs, he won't be able to get 3. And that is gonna be a kill win for LSP. That was a great fight in the grub pit. Or more accurately, the Baron pit. But now, we are gonna see how this will affect the rest of the match. Poppy and Lulu still roaming, leaving the ADCs to themselves. Mid tower already losing 2.5 plates on the side of OFJ. OFJ are now down just over 2.k gold, but that could very easily change here. We are gonna see Ambitious looking for the ultimate comes through, but nothing happens. Ultimate was on cooldown. My apologies. I misread that situation. But is now 2v1. Poppy looking to come back in lane. Annie and Ari also trying to get back into their respective lanes and make do with what they can. Now we are gonna see that kind of hugging around in the mid lane. Not gonna make a play or anything. Vi just opting to farm her camps. Malphite and Ambissa going back at it. I don't think I've seen these champions at full health once this fight. Here comes Smolder. Poppy has to pop her heal to keep the Smolder alive. Smolder has to run away. In comes Sivir, and here comes the ultimate from Smolder. Unfortunately, gets a hit on the Lulu, but he's not going to be able to capitalize on that. Poppy now hit level 6. Doesn't have her ultimate. Looking for a play. Lulu is low. Maybe going to try and do a backdoor play. Ultimate into the team, but we shall see. Now, Sivir doesn't have her ultimate either. Lulu, not level 6. Unable to polymorph anyone just yet. Zach is here. Maybe looking for the engage. The ward was broken. They have no vision. Zach channeling up. Goes in. Gets the hit on Lulu. Spell shield from Sivir. Lulu dies. Stun from Poppy. Double stun from Poppy. And that's going to be a kill on Death. Poppy does fall. Smolder falls. But that's a suicide. That's no kill credit to Sivir. And Malphite with the assist of Vi gets the kill on Ambissa. Ult comes through from Malphite. Ult comes through from Kuzper. Ambissa not gonna be able to ult. Ari coming through, look for the stun. She gets stunned herself. Timbers is able to take it there, but Declan is gonna fall from Playmaker's hands. Ultimate comes through on both teams, and they are gonna fall. Now OFJ are slowly clawing their way back up this hill, looking in a much better position right now. Now they're only down 1k gold, not even. About 1k worth in gold, and they're now even in kills. The next Drake is up in 10 seconds. LSP need to fight this because OFJ already have one dragon on the scoreboard. OFJ already setting up here in the dragon spit. We'll see how this fight turns out. Annie teleporting back into lane. Dragon is up. Now this will be a very interesting fight to see how it turns out. Well, it looks like Zach Ari are collapsing on the mid. Annie is getting pushed back from the mid lane. I can see on the map there. She is kind of alone. 1v3 gets kidnapped from the Lulu. The Poppy misses the ult, unfortunately, and there's gonna be a fall on Playmaker. That is a kill for LSP on Playmaker, and he's now on a 25 second cooldown death timer. Sorry, and now he's not there for the dragon fight. That's gonna be a huge blow to OFJ for this dragon fight right now. Because there you see, Zach is charging up, looking to make his entryway, and they start the dragon. Vi opting to just cycle out through. Looks like it'll be no contention for LSP, but that might change very quickly. Smolder coming to help. Lulu and Sivir opting to rotate in. Dragon's already under half. I don't know that there's much they can do here as they watch the dragon fall. They might try to steal it, but Zach is able to smite for it. And Zach goes in with a dash, gets the flash. Oh, it's coming through. Stun, flash from Sivir. Polymorph onto the ally to back him up. Lulu does die. Gets the ult onto Sivir to boost shot, but that's not gonna be able to do much. As the ult wears off, Smolder is kind of low here. He is gonna be able to live with his life. If he's not careful though, he might fall. Vi waiting in the bush. Fog of War. She's not gonna be able to see him. Declan roaming around, waiting for something to happen. Ops to go back in the mid lane. Vi's still there, and he's still here. That might change. Yes, Kuzma changed his mind. He does have his ultimate up. He could dash in. Dash coming in. But Ops to go in as Declan's able to stay under tower. Zach deep in enemy territory now in the jungle. We see he's coming down. OFJ does have vision. Zach is going to be looking to clear that. Sivir still overextended. Zach coming through. We might see a play. He does have his passive online. Maybe we get a kill on Des here. Otacon is going to spawn soon. We're airborne. Misses the stun. Is able to speed away though with his life. And Sivir is not falling there. Who's pair? They're in the top lane. Looking to stay with Ambessa. Malphite and Pair both have their ultimate. Fog of War. She does not see him. She has to be careful here. She does have her ultimate, but could be easily interrupted. But she opts to leave. Going to mid lane. Annie getting crashed down on. Gets the stun on the Poppy. Poppy is now in a dangerous position. Opting to go in. Flash coming in from Vi. Vi coming on Ari. Ari coming in. All away from Poppy. Timber coming through. Stun on the Ari. Misses the charm. But she still lives with her life. Zach is here now. And the fight just breaks up. Timbers falls. And now an altercation that was supposed to happen in the mid. Smolder is now taking tower in the bot lane. We do see Vi, Lulu, Sivir are collapsing on him. Ping's coming through. Smolder has to be careful here. It's turning into a 3v1. Vi coming through, chilling with the Q. She does not have ultimate. E coming through from Smolder. Misses. Unfortunately cuts short. Gets cut through. Polymorph. And ultimate coming through from Smolder. Isn't gonna be able to do much. It looks like he might fall. But he also might skip it. Flash coming through. He's 1 health. Die coming through. Lives with the barrier. And he dies. Vi taking tower shot. And she dies from Smolder as well. Flash is coming through left, right, and center. Ultimate's coming left, right, and center. All fights across all lanes. What is going on? LSP looking to take this Rift Herald. Malphite isn't going to be able to do anything. OFJ do not have the members to fight this. And LSP are going to take that dragon. But, my apologies, Herald. But OFJ are going to take tier 1 bot turret. Now Ambessa maybe looks to go on the offensive here. But opting just to clear her wave. Zach is still here. Sees the control ward. Opts to get rid of it. Now you have both tier 1 towers for bot side down. Mid tier towers are considerably low for the side of OFJ, but we'll see what happens there. Vi and Zach both in the top side of the jungle, up to the critical camps. Maybe a fight will be brewing up here. We do see bot lane is now in the mid lane, looking to maybe protect their mid tower. Annie rotating down to Ari. Vision is spotted, pings flying out, but nothing is gonna happen just yet. Cloud Soul is back. Welcome back to the Cloud Soul League. That's what this is now, as all 3 games have now been Cloud Soul. But nevertheless, Cloud Soul is now what this game will be. 1 minute till Cloud Drake is up. This will be a good first Soul Dragon for the team, and we'll see how that will pan out. Both teams need to make sure they get themselves set up for this dragon fight. It looks like they're already stacking in the bot lane and trying to catch out someone. Ari, Declan, not going for it though, opting to back off. Sees the Vi, but nothing. Smolder is kind of low, fighting Silver in the mid lane. Poppy opting to rotate out, trying to maybe catch someone out. Lulu is there. No, unfortunately, not close enough to kidnap or anything of that matter. But Dragon, 23 seconds, getting ready to set up here. We do see 4 members of OFJ are here. Malphite is in the top. Here comes Zach going in for the dive. Gets the sucker on the Annie. Unstoppable now. Sorry, on the Vi. Vi gets hooked again. Poppy kidnaps. She's low. In comes the mobile ult. Get redemption coming through. Crucifer gets the kill on Declan. Declan falls and Soldier's able to get the kill on the Annie. That is both mid laners out of this fight, and now LSP are looking to make quick work of this dragon here. Sivir is just gonna take time to take that tower, not even bothering to fight the dragon. Vi, same Kuzper, same as thing. And that is gonna be Drake to LSP. And now they have to back off or else they're gonna get collapsed on. Zach going with the dash, not able to find anyone. Oh, Ambessa fell on the side. I totally missed Ambessa falling from Malphite. Both ultimates for both champions were used. Apparently, Malphite was able to make the most of it. He does opt to back though. He is considerably low. Declan is coming up from base, but we'll see. Now it's Zach in a 2v1 here in the mid lane. He needs to protect his turret while also putting the offensive on their turret here. You know, and you look at the gold difference, and it's under 2k. Kills are at 14 to 10. This is a significantly closer game. LSP have 2 Drakes to OFJ's 1. They both have 1 tower apiece. So far, this is quite evenly matched. They've saved the best for last, and we're seeing it play out right in front of our eyes, ladies and gentlemen. Declan looking to make quick work of the top tower. Malphite rotating to the bot side. 3 trying to collapse on the mid. 4 trying to collapse on the mid to the side of OFJ. Maybe looking to capture out Poppy and Smolder. But they're taking their time. They need to play methodically. Sivir going in here. Opsin just for the poke damage. Lulu is here for the help. Poppy flashing her back. Is gonna fully back here. Smolder getting some good damage on Sivir. Now we see Malphite and Ambessa. Malphite does have that up level advantage. Both champions do have their ultimates up. We're gonna see if it's happening. Ambessa opts to go in, trying to make damage, but nothing's happening. Wave coming in. Otacon has spawned bot side. This will be a big objective for either team. We need to see how they play this. Malphite and Vi are here, but Zach, Ambessa, and Poppy also on the side here for LSP are challenging this Otacon. Maybe they're gonna look at the collapse on the Malphite, but Ambessa going in solo. Zach coming in with the dash, doesn't get anything. Zoning. Goes and gets the stun, slows him down. Poppy coming in, dashes out, uses his R to dash out. He has no ultimate online. I bet he sells their ultimate online. Maybe they can make a play. Here comes Declan, looking for a play. Redemption comes through. Fika is kind of low, gets a charm on Fika. Fika's gonna fall. And Ambessa's ult comes through, gets a hit on Fika. And Fika falls! For the side of OFJ. They are down a member. Here comes the Rift Herald for LSP, looking to make quick work of that. Tier 2 bot tower, it gets destroyed, although it gets half health. Otacon still up. All members of LSP here, maybe looking to make a play. Zach does start the Otacon, looking to zone off OFJ, but they are here. Sivir is mid lane. It is now a 4v3. Fika is just about to respawn, but coming from base, Sivir gets the mid tower, looking to rotate to the Otacon. Otacon is going for a fight. Zach looks to play on the Annie, but misses the engage. They are still making work of this Otacon. and they're just kind of zoning it off. Ping's going through, indicating to go in. Tibbers comes through, Sun comes in, Dexter falls, and redemption coming in. Otacon is low. Zach's able to get it. Zach is able to pick Annie off. Flash from the Sivir goes in. Kesper kills Ambissa. Smolder's low, along with Poppy. Malphite's chasing. Malphite gets the kill on the Smolder, and Poppy's 1 health. Can she escape with her life? I think she can, and she will. But what a turnaround for OFJ. They may have lost the Otacon, but they were able to turn around the team fight, and now they're looking to go onto the offensive. And what a turnaround from OFJ. What? I'm just at a loss of words, ladies and gentlemen. You saw that LSP were setting up for that Otacon, and that they did achieve. However, you also thought with the Otacon buff they might have been able to make a play, but no. OFJ came out swinging and said, I'm here to play. And that they did. And now, we're 16 to 14 kills respectively. OFJ have a couple hundred gold advantage, and this game is as even as ever. Sivir might be cut out here. Smolder with the slow. Poppy coming with the kidnap. Vi is here. Lulu is also here, but nothing's gonna happen. They're gonna back away. What a game. This has already been only 20 minutes in. Baron is up in 2 minutes. Cloud Drake is up in 20 seconds. We need to see how this will play. Malphite and Ambessa yet again faced in the bottom. We'll see how this plays out. Both champions. Ambessa has her ultimate. Malphite's ultimate is coming up online. Maybe she might make use of that. But now it's not the time. Cloud Drake is up. Zach is topside, looking to rotate into the boss side and get that Drake. Ambessa is here with the Malphite. They do have vision, but nothing's gonna happen onto ward. Fika and Annie, playmaker, are topside. Declan is there. Zach might be looking to opt in to give up the Drake into engage topside. Looking for the engage. Gets the slam on the Annie. Gets the hook and bolt charm. Polymorph coming through. Boost from Lulu. And that's an ultimate from Zach to kill both of them. My apologies, not the polymorph. The boosted ally ultimate from Lulu. And now OFJ going to set the dragon. Smolder and Poppy they contest, but Malphite still trying to make work of it. Maybe he can take it on his own. Vaya is there. They do have the smite. It's now a 4v2 though. Zach is here. Channeling his jump in. Goes on the Sivir. Misses. Both stuns miss. Ambissa's ult is not put to use as she misses again. But now LSP are going to be able to take this dragon unless they contest here. They do have ultimates online. Maybe they can make something. Vascone is available, but nothing's going to happen. Zach is going to be able to take that dragon without any contention. And that is gonna be sole point on next drag for LSP. But that does not mean they are out. Baron is up in 10 seconds. LSP get mid tower. It is now 3-3 on towers. Ambissa and Malphite yet again in the bot side. Maybe looking to scuffle. Malphite has his ult. Ambissa halfway to her ult timer, looking to make something happen here. But both teams now need to start thinking about how do we play around this objective. Baron, this is a big objective to come up online. Both teams need this to stay in this. We'll see. LSP may be looking to set up here. Zach, Poppy, Ari going the bot side. Annie, playmaker, is still there. But we shall see how it goes here. Playmaker is hanging around in the top side. Declan there. Poppy's also there. Zach in the middle of it all. Declan making a play in. Looks to ult in. Trying to get the hit through. Unable to do anything. Playmaker dies. Not able to pop timbers or stun out of it. And Vi is there. Lulu is there. They're on the Drake. They're on the objective. Sorry. Zach is here looking to get an engage. Poppy here. Gets the stun. Unable to get the basket. Gets the root. Still channeling. Unable to make it out. Gets the airborne on the Lulu. Lulu looks like he's going to fall. And pick up ball from the Smolder ult. Vi is gonna be able to get out. Goes again with the RQ. Redemption coming through. It's enough to save death. It's enough to save death. But then falls to Smolder. And Casper is gonna ult the Zac, but it's not enough. Able to kill before the ult lands. And LSP are now up. And Mesa going on the Malphite. They both have their ultimates live. What's gonna happen here? Malphite opted to run away. And Mesa also choosing not to ult. Looking to run into Zac. Zac is there, but chooses not to engage. The smart call, as he could have lost his life in that interaction. But LSP are sitting pretty right now. They have reclaimed their gold lead. They have reclaimed their turret lead. And now they might be even to make a look on play on Baron and see how that goes. So we do see, like I mentioned, LSP holding their gold lead. Now it is 22 kills to 15 kills. If I'm not mistaken, throughout this last game, LSP have been ahead on kills, but OFJ have definitely been closer in certain times. So we'll see how that plays into effect. Ping somebody out on the Baron. Probably looking to make a play on it here sooner rather than later. Oh. We will see what fight will be brewing here very, very shortly. Mulder and Poppy just holding the lanes. Zac rotating around in the Baron pit, hoping to make something happen. Oh, here in goes Poppy on the Lulu, unable to do anything. But just some poke damage. Sivir, it's a PvP. In comes with the flash. Sivir and stun him down. Declan. In comes Zac with the ult, with the launch. With the coming through, and it's not enough. Airborne, and his passive is gonna pop. He is gonna die here, unfortunately. And it comes in the ult from Tosper. Declan, Ambassador goes in, but she's gonna be able to make it alive without dying too much. LSP are down 2. Drake is up in 50 seconds. Baron is still up. OFJ are looking to make a play on the Baron here. They are down 2. Their smite is not online. Maybe they can make a play here. Kusper, he is here with the smite. LSP are opting to back off. What an engage from OFJ. Something they needed desperately in order to make sure they could claim this objective, but there is Declan. Never count him out. It's an Ari. Maybe they make a play. Malphite is opting to zone him off here. He needs to do this and to ensure they can claim the Baron. But Kusper looks like they're gonna take it, and OFJ take the Baron. That is the buff in their hand, and this is now turning into a game, ladies and gentlemen. This is now gonna flip the switch on things. Now, LSP might have the advantage in gold and in kills and in Drakes, but now Baron is a big buff that you're gonna see that play into effect now. Both teams at tier 3 towers in the mid lane. So in terms of pushing capability, I think OFJ are gonna have this up, but a fight's looking to brew up in the mid lane. Declan goes in, gets the charm on the Vi. Vi gets stunned up, gets all comes through from Lulu, powered up on Kusper. Kusper is still alive. Fall, OFJ falls. Smolder kills OFJ. All coming in. All spawning up. That is slow. He just went the Malphite. Kuzma kills Poppy. Poppy falls. Ari falls and Zac falls. What a cleanup from OFJ. They're able to take this fight and put it into their favor, and now they're gonna get their second Drake, denying LSP their soul point, and now they're even on kills, and now they're headed on CS, and now they're taking mid tower. This might be game over. The next person to respawn is in 15 seconds, and it's a Poppy and Smolder. This game might be GG. Malphite going into tank. They need to take this as possible. Cloud Soul is claimed. 5 seconds, but it might be too little, too late. That's Nexus, and that is gonna be GG's for OFJ. What a game, ladies and gentlemen. A back and forth like no other. We saw OFJ take the first point in this series. LSP came in with a hot and spicy response, and then in the third game in this best of 3 series, OFJ said, "You're gonna bring the force? No, we are the observant forces. We saw your force, and we're gonna counter your force." And that does it for the third day here in the Zenith League. 2-1 to OFJ in a best of three. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been Teninja in this series between LSP and OFJ. You will see me on the next series shortly, but as far as this concludes, the as far as this series concludes, thank you. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the second series in this third day of the Zenith League. My name is Teninja. I know you already know that, but I am joined with Shadow. I am no longer solo casting, so you'll get a little bit of fresh input. Shadow, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling really good. I obviously missed the first series, but I'm excited for the second series to kick off. This is my first time casting with Zenith League, so I'm really excited to see what the players can do. And I watch a lot of pro play, but it's always interesting to see the different draft strategies that come out from maybe the bit of lower ranked players, like below pro play.
Definitely. Like you said, you missed the first series, and let me tell you, it was a spectacle to watch. We saw LSP versus OFJ in a best of three, and it actually went to the third match. In the end, OFJ was able to take it 2-1, but throughout the entire series, it was very, very, very action packed. And I'm excited to see the same here. Today, we have Roswald Green versus Karmadillos, and the bans are now coming in, ladies and gentlemen. For the side of Roswald Green, we see Twitch ban along with an Aurora ban. What do you make of that, Shadow?
Very interesting to see some of the bans so far. Obviously, Twitch, a really annoying champion with that invisibility, and Aurora, a very powerful champion right now. You also see the Zoe banned from the side of Karmadillos, and Zoe is a very big one-shot champion that if you don't dodge her sleep, you can be dead in an instant. And so I'm glad we're not going to see a Zoe here. But now we're seeing the Mbessa come out, one of the strongest top laners on this patch, along with the Smolder. A very interesting choice of bans here, seeing the Smolder and the Twitch, but I'm going to guess that that is more whatever their team comp they're going for, it's going to be really disrupted. Like maybe they're going for a late game scaling comp, which is why you do not want the enemy team to have the Smolder. And then here we see the ban of the Poppy as well to wrap up the bans.
Yeah. Keep in mind, this is for people who are just tuning in. This is a BO3 and it is also fearless. Fearless means that when a champion is used in gameplay, they cannot be used again. And something I'd like to point out from the first series that I was here, uh, a lot of the team, or I believe it was LSP, they opted to actually ban Mbessa and Poppy. These are perfect examples. And then later, play them in the final match. So I guess here they want to try and keep. This could also be a strategy to try and keep the heroes that they want to play later and then pick them for themselves. So it'll be definitely interesting to see if it does go to a BO3, even if in the second match, how that'll play out. But something I do know is that in the first series, Wukong was banned permanently, and now we're actually going to see a Wukong be played here on the side of Roswell Green, and along with the Sivir. And then Carmadillos are gonna have that Jarvan 4 and that Ashe. Jarvan, we've seen a lot of gameplay of him even in the first series. Although this is fearless, I think he was first picked. Jarvan's a very, very strong character. His flag and dash, his ultimate with the cage, and just his whole util really is quite annoying to deal with.
Yeah, very annoying to deal with. We also see the Morgana coming out of here. One of the most currently banned champions. I believe she is actually sitting at the most banned champion across League of Legends currently. Roswald Green are going for a really strong draft here. They've got this Morgana should be going into the support lane. The Wukong, one of the strongest junglers on the patch, and the Sivir, amazing wave clear and a very powerful champion overall. And it's the Milio coming out to match the Morgana. It's going to be really interesting to see. I personally prefer a ADC that has better lockdown like a Morgana, but Milio, a great healer looking to keep this Ashe alive. And so far, I'm not really seeing a great identity with either draft so far. And we'll have the second wave of bans coming in, but obviously the Jarvan really strong. The flag and drag over the wall can really catch people off guard, and the Ashe just a really solid ADC. We know what she can do with that ultimate, and so now as we're looking, it seems like a double top lane ban for Karmadillos, and ROSWILD Green are looking for a double mid lane ban. It's going to be really interesting to see with these final picks what these two teams want to do with their compositions because neither team has a solidified tank right now. Wukong and Jarvan are more of bruiser builds and do not build tank, but it's the Rumble coming in for Karmadillos.
Yeah, something I did want to point out, not to say that Morgana doesn't, in terms of looking at the support characters that we see right now, not to say that Morgana doesn't empower her team, but I feel like Morgana is more of a self-sufficient. So she makes plays on her own, and then her team can capitalize on that. While Milo, like you pointed out, he's a good healer, right? Teams can sustain and keep them up. Something we saw in the first series was we saw Leona versus a Taric, and I honestly thought and I said, Leona, she's very self-sufficient. She goes in, makes plays, and her team follows through. But Tarek, he's more like, yes, he has that stun, right? But he has the survivability and the utility to keep himself alive and his teammate alive. So that's something I'm very interested to see how that'll happen because last time the Tarek to actually helped a lot, really, like with the sustainability and his whole utility of keeping his team up, right? But like you mentioned, we see a Rumble coming through, and then we see a Mundo. A Mundo, the big tank guy. So, you said lack of tank, and they brought the tankiest guy in all of League. One with his, at least in my opinion, with his heavy health regen that he gets when he pops his ult. And you see Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank is an interesting pick, but I quite like the Blitzcrank because I think he's very, very strong. He has the hook, he has the knockup. What more do you need?
Yeah, the only thing, so really interesting. Morgana looks to be going into this middle lane as we'll likely have a Mundo top. Mundo, one of the tankiest champions in the game right now. We saw what he did at Worlds. This way coming through with the Rumble. It's going to be really interesting to see, especially for me, how this Morgana plays out. As before, she was regarded as a support character, but people started playing her more in the mid lane and in the jungle. Maybe it was a bit kind of trolling with some of those picks, but people wanted to explore the options with her. And the Blitzcrank, I'm a bit iffy on because the problem with the Blitzcrank for me is he is live or die by his hook. If he doesn't get the hook, he can be pretty useless. If he gets the hook, he is amazing. But it's going to be really interesting to see. It's a front to back team comp for ROSWILD, as they will have the Mundo and the Wukong in the front, as the Blitzcrank will also look to grab onto that Ash or Hui. Maybe going with some. The hook is going to have to connect onto the Hui. It's a very long range champion. And then obviously, the Morgana and Sivir just want to sit in the back and free fire. Meanwhile, for Karmadillos, I think they want about the same thing. The Rumble's going to look for the major equalizers as the Jarvan, hoping to lock people up so that Hui and Ash can just go to work. And then Milio feels a bit out of place here for me, as it feels like Milio again more of a enchanter healing champion, and he'll be healing the front line, but I'm also not seeing a tank for him to heal. You can build Rumble a bit more tanky, but he more goes for a bruiser kind of style. And so, as the same with Jarvan. So there's not a solidified tank on this side of Karmadillos. And I'm a bit worried about who's going to take out this Dr. Mundo.
Yeah, that Mundo, if left unchecked, will definitely be an issue for Karmadillos. But that aside, ladies and gentlemen, we are going here into the game. We have to account a little bit for the spectators delay, but otherwise, we are set, we are ready, and it is lights out, and away we go. Now, Shadow, before we get into the game itself, I do want to ask something I was doing in Game One series or Series One is how break down the team on paper. Who are you favoring?
I'm favoring Roswild here. They've got a great front to back team comp. The other thing is this Mundo. I don't see this Mundo really being stopped. I can see the equalizer being major from the Rumble here, but my concern here is that they are not going to be able to break through the Mundo. Yes, Jarvan can dive onto the backline, but who's following him up? Rumble? Yes, Rumble can follow him up, but suddenly you've got no one to stop the Mundo from wailing on the Ashen Way. My other concern is how do you stop this Wukong? This Wukong's going to be diving onto the back line. You got to worry about the Mundo charging him down. You got to worry about the Blitzcrank hook. You got to worry about the Wukong ultimate. I don't see someone that can tank a lot of that damage. And so I think that unless they get some really good team fights for Karmadillos, this Jarvan can fall pretty quickly. I am a Jarvan player myself, and sometimes he can get melted in team fights. He is not meant to be a major tank. And so that is my biggest concern for Karmadillos here. I'm going to need to see a really well played out early game to give them advantages, especially over this Mundo in the top lane. I think that is kind of the scariest member. Um, yes, Morgana can do a lot. Yes, Sivir can do a lot. But that Mundo, I'm concerned about how they kill him.
I agree. No, I was thinking the same. I think on like just looking on paper here, I think the side of Roswell Green are looking a little bit better. Like you mentioned, you have the Blitzcrank hook, you have the Morgana stun, you have Doctor Mundo slow, you have Wukong ultimate. You know, also Wukong like can go invisible and just kind of evade you and then come up with his ultimate. And then not to discredit Karmadillos, but it's just a lot of CC for the side of Roswell Green. Also, Blitzcrank does have his E, which is his power fist, which is a knockup. And that's just extra CC. So you have a lot of CC on the side of Roswell Green. So I'm excited to see how that'll play out here for them.
Yeah, definitely. And it's not to overlook the comp for Carmadillos, but still, like again, that Milio has a little bit of CC, but when you're talking about a CC support champ, Milio's not what comes to mind. And so I'm curious how they're going to find these lockdowns onto the champions. And again, let's say you find a stun onto the Sivir, onto the Morgana, who is going in? The Jarvan can go in. Rumble can decently follow up. But the problem is, again, as soon as that Rumble and Jarvan go in, suddenly Mundo's going to charge for your backline. And that's just scary. Again, Mundo goes where Mundo pleases. We saw it at Worlds this year. Mundo going 5 and 0 and looking very scary overall. And then you also include the Wukong, who can just kind of come out of nowhere. Like you said, Wukong can go invisible. He can dash over walls. He gets a clone with him. If that Wukong gets onto that backline, suddenly it's going to be really tough for this Jarvan and Rumble, who either have to choose. Are you going to
Oh,
go help your backline and let
mid lane
the
flash already
Sivir and
burned.
Morgana
Sorry
free
for the
fire? And that's
shadow.
an early flash.
But
That's an early flash
flash.
from the Hui. Gusano lurking around in the brush almost finds the hook onto the Hui as he's forced to flash. Again, that Hui, very important to keep him alive. And honestly, seeing a flash burned this early, I'm not as worried about it because that flash will come back up soon. But it just means you have to play a little safer in this early game to make sure you're not getting ganked. But also, it is a Wukong. Wukong does not like to gank early on into the game.
No, definitely. And with all that being said, Shadow, we are game go. Minions are in lane. Minions have spawned. Fights are laning phase. CS has now started. And we are going to see both junglers are now starting their topside camp, looking to probably path down and just farm. But we did see that early burn of the flash was necessary. Hui was getting crowded and jumped by 3 people, but that is going to be a leg up for the side of ROSWILD Green here. They need to take that into consideration and maximize that while it's offline. But you're going to see a hook probably coming in, but Blitzcrank unable to connect with anyone here. Some back and forth in the mid lane. But we'll see how this turns out in the bot lane. I'm very excited to see how this matchup goes.
Yeah, already early on, bot lane priority for the side of ROSWILD. And it's going to be interesting to see, can this Morgana capitalize on the flashless way? Again, the Wukong is just going to be farming. He's not looking for an early gank. Jarvan, a lot more likely to gank, as he is designed to gank early. But I am looking at what can this Morgana do. When you're thinking of really damaging champs that can just dive onto you, like in that mid lane, Morgana is not necessarily what comes to mind. She does have the CC, she does have the slow, and yes, she does have a shield, but it's not really a great tool to get up close and personal with that Hui, who we know has very long range. And so honestly, again, for this flashless play, I am not that worried right now.
Yeah, but that is something. While you might not be worried, that is something that the team has to take into consideration. And looks like an early fight might happen here. Morgana trying to collapse on the Jarvan. She doesn't know he's there. Here comes the stun. He's rooted. Blitzcrank and Wukong coming in. Maybe he'll flag and dash over the wall. Is going to secure his life and blast going away. But that was almost a really good early first blood for ROSWILD Green. What a play from Knight to start us off. You know, early stun, fog of war. You couldn't see him, but unfortunately, the flag and dash for Generic saved his life. But Mundo is here looking to maybe engage with the Jarvan. Rumble might be looking to come down. Flag and dash goes on to the Mundo. Mundo is looking kind of low. Rumble coming in, but he's a little too late. Hits the Q, but is not going to really amount to anything. Fights breaking out all over the place. Hui hitting, getting the pull in. But now Mundo stuck in a 2v1 up top lane. Jarvan still lurking there, but kind of standstill now in the bot lane, just waiting. But now we're looking back top lane. Jarvan is here looking to go in. Flag and dash is gonna come out. Gets the knock on the Mundo. Mundo flashes to save his life. Rumble is not able to get the clean up kill on Mundo, and he now needs to back. Almost a first blood for the side of Karmadillos here.
Yeah, really close on the gank there. Honestly, Cubis on the Mundo, kind of concerning for me that he'd go back in there knowing the Jarvan is probably sticking around, and he still has yet to back. But Pepsi Boy not willing to commit the flash on that play. Maybe we'll come back to haunt him. I can totally see why he didn't flash, but it feels like maybe he should have taken the risk. But there will be a Blitzcrank grab onto the Ashe, and she is dropping low. She's at a sliver of health, but no, she's just going to be able to walk out with the help of the Milio healing. A great job by ADHD Norway to keep his ADC alive, but suddenly they're approaching this tower, and this Ashe popping her potion needs to be careful. Content is so low, but he should be relatively safe here.
Yeah, keep in mind that Milio does have his flash. Oh, and Rumble gets a kill on the Mundo top lane. Oh, we were too busy watching the bot lane. Rumble got his 6, used it to kill the Mundo,
and
that is going to kill. Morgana gets a kill on the Hui with this is a Wukong from the gank.
Two ganks, one gank coming out, one a solo kill. The Rumble picking up a solo kill, but here in the bot lane, the Ashe pops the ultimate. She's firing, free firing into this Blitzcrank. The Blitzcrank has got to get out of there, but the Wukong's coming in for the flank. Oh no, they may be caught out of the position, but Wukong doesn't have his ultimate, and this Ashe is almost dead, but she's just gonna get away on a sliver of HP yet again. A great job by good content to survive here and not let this spiral out of control. But going back to what happened, the Wukong and Morgana went onto the Hui in mid lane to get a kill and trade it back for the Mundo going down in top lane. I'm guessing that Cubis did not have ultimate in time to survive that game. But definitely gonna be really interesting to see as fights break out all over the place. Also looking onto where the kills went. The Morgana picking up the kill and the Rumble picking up a kill. And I only say it's a lot better to put those kills onto your carries because we've seen it in games before where the top laner starts racking up carries or racking up kills, excuse me. But the problem with the top laner racking up kills is the top laner is most commonly the person not involved in the team fight. And so while the gold is sitting at a 700 advantage for the side of ROSWILD, it's a lot of it is on that rumble. And so if a team fight breaks out around the dragon and the rumble doesn't teleport in time, that's a lot of your gold gone from the fight. Meanwhile, the Morgana definitely will be involved, and that is where the gold is focused for the side of ROSWILD.
Yeah, definitely. No problem, Shadow. And something I do want to point out about that last bot lane interaction. We did say that the Melio did not use. In comes the hook from Morgana on some on the way. Sorry, gets a knockup, but Morgana isn't able to finish that. Almost a dangerous position, and he did not have to burn his flash that time. But as I was saying, the Melio was able to sustain the Ashe with his healing pool campfire and was able to save the heal until good content actually needed it. So I think the Melio is starting to show his merits. But now there are 3 in the bot lane. Sivir is alone. Blitzcrank is on Grubs. Maybe they might make a play here, but Jarvan opting to just back it out. And they are looking to make a play on Grubs. Jhin and Gusano trying to get the Grub objective Mundo. Cubis is now coming through, and it looks like they're going to get that with no contention here. That is going to be first objective for them. And Drake is up. Ocean Drake is up. We have yet to see a team make a full play on it, but that might change shortly as we see Cubis going back into top lane with Pepsi Boy. Maybe a fight could break out here. They're both kind of low, so something could happen. Both of them have their ultimates. Maybe something happens.
Yeah, but this Mundo should look to kind of stay back a little bit as he is a level down to Pepsi. And going back to that solo kill earlier, the other thing I want to point out is the vision. For a lot of teams, vision can be a really huge issue. And if there was vision on that Void Grub pit, then I feel like Jarvan, Generic, and Content and ADHD would have gone and claimed the dragon for a handshake of the objectives. The Jarvan is going to look to lurk around here and is going to look for a dive, but this really shouldn't turn into much as he is just too far away. Generic wants the dive, but the bot lane just not in the right position for him to go for that dive. Once Jarvan's flag and drag is gone, he doesn't have much more he can do abilities wise. Obviously he does have the ultimate, but he did not want to try to rip it there. Generic, however, though, will start up this Drake. No, he's just going to back off of it. Doesn't feel safe enough doing it without knowing the location of the Wukong, but that's going to be a flash out of the enemy ADC to get away from the Blitzcrank hook. Content has just constantly been under fire here in this bot lane, and yet again he will have to escape danger.
Yeah, unfortunately that is a summoner spell burned from Content here, but a much needed summoner spell, or else that could have been very untoward. But Mundo opting to back in here. Lanes are now just resetting away, opting to push in mid. Morgana opting to teleport back into the mid lane, maybe try and catch Hwei, but I doubt anything like that will happen. The Ocean Drake is still up online, yet no team has yet to make a play on it, but that might change very soon here. Wukong is now down in the bot side river with Blitzcrank. Sivir and Morgana could peel to help. Both bot lane Content and ADHD are opting to back off, but Jhin is now starting this Drake. You see Jarvan hanging around with Morgana. Oh wait, flash comes in, the flash drag goes up. Ocean comes free. On the front, Morgana comes through. Gets all of Morgana. With the down, hits the stun on Jarvan. Jarvan is in the ball, comes out the ignite, kills from the Blitzcrank and gets the hook and the stun. He is rooted again. W comes through from Hwei, but unable to do much. Here comes the ultimate from Hwei, but nothing is gonna happen. And what a way to turn this on its head. In comes the Ashe ult, but unable to hit anyone.
A great fight there. The Jarvan Generic burning the flash into the flag and drag, and then he tried to get the Cataclysm onto the Morgana, but he is unfortunately stunned up. But we go back over to the jungle, and ADHD is going to be forced to flash away from the ulting Wukong. That's going to be something to keep an eye on, is that Cyclone is now down for the Wukong. And maybe a bit of a mistake there from him. He does get the flash out of the support, but the Wukong ultimate, such an important tool for him. But going back to that mid lane, the flag and drag from Generic after the flash, he wanted the Cataclysm, but a perfect CC stun from Knight will delay it, and suddenly Knight could get back towards his tower, and while the Cataclysm came through, it was under the tower, so the Jarvan couldn't actually go and auto attack her. And it's just a great defense from the Morgana, and yes, she did have to burn the flash, but she gets out of there without giving up her life, and then the Blitzcrank coming in with the massive kill, almost double kill.
Yeah, almost. He was able to get that hook and then the knock up, and if I'm not mistaken, his ult as well to help secure the kill on Generic. But now, Ocean Drake was claimed. I don't know if we talked about it. Here comes the back from Jarvan. Everything behind the team. Flash out coming from Sivir. Cataclysm coming from Jarvan on the Sivir. DR mid is in a bad position. Ash gets the kill on Sivir, and that is a life. Forward, Falcon 4. I didn't even know he was there myself. And that is a quick way to make quick work of that. Blitzcrank is able to escape with his life. Cataclysm, flag and drag coming in from Jarvan. Now both opting to back in. Ash picking up a kill on the Sivir, and now they are in a much better position. Maybe looking to make a play here on the Blitzcrank. Gusano has to be careful. Good content, does have the range and the ultimate to maybe make a play on him.
Yeah, a great job, Generic, sticking around in the brush, in the fog of war, making sure to stay out of line of sight until the perfect moment. And what I love from Generic there is the flag and drag was perfect. Sometimes with new Jarvan players, it's easy to put the flag directly on top of where the champion is and say, I want to get right on top of them. But instead, he puts it behind Dr. Mate to make sure that he not only lands it onto Dr. Mate, who tried to retreat, but suddenly, hold on, we go back to live time. Is it going to be the Cyclone out? The Equalizer comes down to try to save the Jarvan, but it's not in time. Jhin gets a great Cyclone in combination with Cubis on the Dr. Mundo, and they pick up a quick kill onto the Jarvan. That's what I highlighted in pregame, is while Jarvan builds Bruiser, he is very susceptible to getting melted. And you saw it there. The Cyclone from the Wukong and the Dr. Mundo with the Q just demolishes his health bar in seemingly an instant. But going back to what we were talking about right before praising Generic, a great job. He puts the flag behind the Sivir so that when she backsteps to try to dodge, he goes into her and still gets the knockup and actually stays behind her in order to make sure that he can keep hitting. He has some good range with that auto attack. And so great job by them. And if you look at where the kills are going over to, Dr. Mundo at the 1-1, but Morgana's 1-0-1, and while it's not a lot of kills early, it's still important. That's still an extra bit of gold onto your guys. And the 2 kills are separated between the top laner and the ADC. The Rumble should be able to walk out of this attack from the Dr. Mundo, but not before taking half of his health bar. We're gonna have a team fight breaking down over the Rift Herald. Jhin is able to secure it. The Blitzcrank hook comes in, and this Jarvan may just be dead. Wait, it's free firing on the backline, trying to get away from the Blitzcrank, but the Blitzcrank is now hunting down the Milio. Can the Milio get away? No, Morgana is going to take it. No, it's actually going to be the Wukong. The Hui ult doesn't do enough to the Morgana, but Hui's hooked. He's knocked up. Jhin comes in and finds a triple kill, and it's going to be a triple kill onto this Wukong. We may have another kill in the backline, but no, the Rumble. Pepsi Boy barely able to get away, and this Rift Herald is summed up mid.
He's not out of the woods yet. Blitzcrank is here, could go for a hook, but he misses it.
No,
sorry to cut you off, Shadow.
Misses, all good. I figured he'd be able to walk out of that one. And Shelly will go down in the mid lane and be able to take the tier 1 turret, and I believe that is feats of strength over to the side of the blue team. A great job by ROSWILD to really take control of this game. The Wukong now very scary at 0-3. He's already got the Trinity Force power spike, a really strong power spike for the Wukong. And suddenly Pepsi Boy and Cubis are more even when it comes to their levels too. That was something I was highlighting earlier. But now the Cloud Drake is up, the second Drake. Obviously, ROSWILD looking to stack the Drakes here as they're going to commit 3 members onto the Drake to take it. It looks like they want to contest it, but all this firing is only going into the Blitzcrank, but the Blitzcrank is going to turn. It's going to be the Wukong ult onto Janarek, who was pulled in. The Cataclysm doesn't do much, and suddenly this Hui is in trouble as Wukong goes back in. Remember, he's 3-0. He's got a lot of power behind him, and the Hui is going to drop. Now they've got to get out of there. Dr. Mate's going to be running for his life. Pops the Silver Ultimate to get away as Constant cuts your Chinskin down, but this Morgana's coming in on a flank, but she may be on the wrong side of town. She's gonna look for a kill, but Good Concept's gonna fire away at her. She's at half HP. Good Concept low on HP as well. She's gonna flash out, but then Wukong comes back in for the engage. Jin finds another kill, and this ROSWILD team is just taking over as Rumble goes too far in, and another kill over to the Wukong. 6-0 on the Jin. A great performance from them. This Milio, the last standing member, the last line of defense, and he just has to walk away in shame. A great team fight out of ROSWILD Gaming.
What a turnaround from ROSWILD there. At one point, they started the fight, and then it was going their way, and then Karmadillos, my apologies, was able to turn it back, but then in the end, with the help of Jin, that Wukong you mentioned, who was 6-0, 4-0, they are now able to turn it back and put them on their heels, put Karmadillos on their heels. And what a play. You know, the Morgana, like you said, she was far out in town, but the team was able to come back and help her out. And now Cloud Drake is up. Jin is opting to start this Cloud Drake, hoping to get their second point into the Soul. And for once in this, for the first time in this series, it won't be the Cloud Soul Zenith League. It is now the Chemtech. No.
Yeah, Chemtech break.
Red team's turret has
It's
been
going to be
destroyed.
Chemtech Soul. Not necessarily what you want to see if you're a ROSWILD Gaming. I don't know why I keep saying gaming. It's green, ROSWILD green. But and definitely not what you want to see when you're up 2 Drakes and you have the game control. They should still win this game. They have a 6,000 gold advantage, but the Chemtech Drake considered the weakest Drake in the game for Soul. But still, and it's going to be a lot of extra vision here as Dr. Mate's going to look to clear the vision that is set up around this bottom side of the map. The vision game really important, but hold on, the Mundomayo just found an angle onto the Rumble, and suddenly the Hui is also in trouble. Everyone's falling. The Rumble will get out of there, but the Hui will not. A beautiful blitz crank hook and a knock up into the waiting arms of the Morgana and the Jin. Knight and Jin combining again. They've really been taking over this game. 6-0-4 on the Wukong, and suddenly there's a dive up to the top. The Cyclone coming out, and the Rumble is just going to melt. All the Karmadillos can do is come over and watch. They will mourn their friend under the tower, but there's nothing they can do. The Morgana 3-0-7 and the Rumble 7-0-4, and ROSWILD Green are just in full control of this game.
Yeah, what a team play from Gusano and Morgana and Jin. You know, this was something we both pointed out. They have a lot of CC and they're able to put it to good use. The Otacon is up. The Otacon is quite an important buff, but we have to see how, if Karmadillos were to claim it, how they'll put it to use. But it looks like Karmadillos are trying to rotate to the side of the Otacon. Jin, Sivir, Dr. Mate, Gusano are headed their way now, as well as Knight. So we might see a fight break out here. Now, you do have the 7-0 Wukong and 3-0 Morgana coming your way. And now let's not forget, you have that Blitzcrank who's been causing you troubles. Jin opting to ward him behind, maybe looking for a play here. Dragon Drag goes on the Morgana, but Special comes through, unable to get a hit. He is rooted. He is gonna, all comes in from Morgana. Cataclysm coming in, Morgana might fall here. Here comes the Jin. And Ash gets the kill on Morgana. And Emilio with the healing campfire.
Yeah, Generic will be able to walk away. I was having a bit of computer troubles there. I missed the first part of it, but a great pick, and that may just be the Otacon, but suddenly ROSWILD looking to break the base, and the Rumble's gonna go back as the rest of the team takes the Otacon. A little bit of a confusing choice there from the Morgana, as she decided to go back in with the ultimate. I feel like she should have just walked to her turret and she would have been good. The tier 3 tower and the inhibitor will fall in the mid lane, and it's looking to be the same story in the top lane, as the Rumble is there to defend alone. He's gonna get grabbed by the Blitzcrank, but he's gonna flash out, and he cannot do much, but watch as the inhibitor falls. It's double inhibitor for the side of ROSWILD, but the Otacon picked up for Karmadillos. That's going to be really important to keep an eye on. Remember, as the game goes on and there's more kills and more bodies lay on the rift, that is more flowers over to the side of Karmadillos. But it may be a little too late, as the gold lead is just sitting at about 8,000 right now.
Yeah, that is a staggering amount of gold. However, this is something I saw in the Series 1. I believe at one point OFJ were up quite a bit of gold. Not as much, but 5,000 gold, that's nothing to laugh at, right? But then LSP were able to come back and close the gold difference. So, not all hope is lost, but we are seeing now the next drag will be up in 50 seconds here. Trying to look at play on the tier 2 bot tower. Huey is there, unable to do anything. There is 5 for the time here, but Gusano maybe looking to go for a hook, but nothing is gonna happen. Nothing untoward just yet. Jin holding that front line down. 7-0 Wukong. You have to be careful. You cannot afford to just dive him. And now here comes Cubis, the big tanky man himself on the Rumble, on the Mundo. My apologies, Rumble, having good contact, come up for some extra support, but we might see something happen here, or are ROSWILD gonna back off for the dragon. It looks like they're gonna try and make an all-in play. Jin holding up. Obstacle one and flag and drag does get no one though. And here comes a healing camp from Milo. Maybe a little bit too preemptive, but nevertheless, it is down. Dragon is up in 3 seconds here. Will they switch? But Mundo has taken first tower for Inhib. Looks like ROSWILD are just gonna go try and end the game right here, right now. Cubis in the front line in no man's land. His team pinging out the top turret. They're trying to do whatever they can to support him, but it looks like they're gonna be held up for a little bit here.
Hold on, but a major flag drag with the Cataclysm. It goes on to Jin, but Jin's gonna get out with the clone of himself. Excuse me. His window's gonna go back towards the base. One inhibitor turret down. But right now, if I was ROSWILD, I am backing up for this Drake. You do not need to force something here. We almost just saw them get burned for trying to force something here. They want to stick around, but they're actually just going to send the Wukong to take the dragon by himself. Obviously, they've got the room for it, but this Jin is going to go too far in, and he's going to get punished by the Blitzcrank and the Morgana. A kill onto the Jin, or onto the Jarvan yet again. And he just goes too far in. Cubis still free firing up here in the top lane, making sure to take care of the waves. No one really able to challenge him. This is what I highlighted in the draft, that the fact that there is not a good person to do a ton of damage to him. Yes, you can fire the Ashe ult into him, but then you don't have the Ashe ult.
Yeah.
It's going to be a 5-man back for ROSWILD. They've got the Drake. They're going to look to come back out onto the map. Maybe do the Baron, because the problem for Karmadillos now becomes you constantly have to have someone back. If you commit 5 members on the map for far too long, these minion waves are going to break into the base, and it's going to be disastrous. You also have to watch for teleports. You see the Mundo and Morgana both have teleports, and so they could easily teleport into the base at any time. But it looks like they are going to start up the Baron, and this should be where the game ends. And they're going to be forced away by the Blitzcrank. They don't know if they've got anyone in tow, but it looks like this is just going to be a free Baron. They do not want to contest it, and I don't know if I agree with this play. The problem is if they get Baron, I think it's pretty much over. You're hardly defending as is. They're going to look for a Miracle Steal. Everyone's running in, but this Jarvan's going to be locked up. We have a bit of a pause in the view, but the Baron goes down. The Morgana's looking for kills. They do find a kill onto the Blitzcrank, and this Morgana is locked up. She pops the stopwatch, looking for time. She'll flash over the wall, and she will get away out of this one. And suddenly the spin is breaking down your inhibitor turrets. If you are Karmadillos, you've got to get back, and you've got to go. This Morgana is going to heal up and teleport in, and suddenly It's a 4v4. And there is no jungler for the next 15 seconds as they are forced to defend minion wave after minion wave. As the cyclone goes in, it's going to be Cubis flashing forward. Good cuts, it's going to go down. That Ashe is down. They're also looking for another kill onto the ADHD Norway, and that will be everyone dying. Bodies all over the rift as ROSWILD Green should take game one. The Jarvan trying to fight back anything he can do. No, he can't. He's just going to die for his efforts. And ROSWILD Green will take game one. What
Yeah,
a performance from ROSWILD Green.
absolute showstopper from Roswell Green here in the first game. But it's not over. It is a best of three. It is fearless, but not to discredit Roswell or gloss over them. They played absolutely out of their mind. They were able to completely overwhelm Karmadillos. And like we both suggested, Shadow, on paper, Roswell had it. And they were able to take it. Now, while we get set up for match number 2, we are going to go to a little break here. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for game number 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this game series 2 on the third day of the Zenith League. Again, if you're just now joining us, we have Roswild Green versus Karmadillos. Game 1 went to Roswild Green. My name is Ninja, and joining me on the desk today is Shadow. Shadow, what are your thoughts after that first game?
Uh, Honestly, a really strong game from Roswell Green. I think they executed their team composition perfectly. It was a little dicey at the end, but obviously they pulled through. I kind of highlighted how they've got a very front to back team comp, and I feel like they played it that way. They weren't getting way too aggressive. It wasn't like sometimes I see with teams like the mid laner will dive onto the back line for no reason. Like they played their team comp to its strengths and it really worked. I also want to highlight the Blitzcrank hooks from Gusano. Absolutely stellar with it. I talked about in the pregame. Blitzcrank is a champion that kind of lives and dies by the hook because if he gets those hooks, he's a great champion. And if he doesn't get them, he's not a great champion. And so to see Gusano hitting those hooks consistently was so huge for making them win that game and getting them over the finish line.
Definitely. And remember, this is a fearless fight. So the champions that we saw last time not going to be online. No Sivir, no Blitzcrank. But the bans are now coming in for both teams. Here on the side of Roswell Green, we are going to see the Twitch ban again, the Aurora, and the Smolder. Nothing too surprising. You know, each champion is annoying. Like you mentioned, Twitch is annoying. Aurora, very, very strong. Smolder, not uncommon. I was seeing a lot of Smolder bans in the first game that I was casting. I was here on the desk, but nevertheless, on the side of Karmadillos, we are going to see the Zoe ban, this set ban, and the Poppy ban. You know, the Zoe, the Poppy, 100% makes a ton of sense. Set, I feel like it doesn't get that much playtime, but still, when he does, I feel like he is a force to be reckoned with.
Set is definitely an interesting ban, and I think I'm guessing the players want the Smolder gone. Obviously, Smolder scales into the late game, but also, like, and she does see pro play. She does see play in pro play, but the thing is, pros are much better at dodging her abilities, so it's a lot harder for her to stack in pro play. And I feel like down on the lower levels of league, it's a lot harder for those players to dodge those smolder Qs and the E's. And so it can be very easy for a smolder to freely stack against you. But getting into this draft, we're going to see the junglers going off the board first in the form of the Zinjao and the Sejuani with a Yunara follow up for Karmadillos. Right now, I like it. I highlighted last game, Karmadillos did not have a tank, and it really came back to bite them. As when the Blitzcrank got a hook onto somebody, there was no one who could rush in to help. I like seeing the Sejuani pick here. That's going to be your tank unit. But the Zaya, in response to the Yunara,
Yeah, something we saw in game one, just to highlight, by the way, on the Sejuani. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure we had a Zin versus Sejuani matchup as well. And again, if I'm not mistaken, I think the Sejuani took it. Sejuani is very, very strong. You know, she has her knockup, she has the stacks that allows you to stun her, and then obviously she has the freeze, which stuns the main target, but also slows anyone in the area of the bolo. But now we are gonna see the Mel pick coming through for Roswild Green, and it's kind of an interesting one. You know, I think Mel definitely has capabilities, to say the least, but it's not something that you see all the time. And then in response to that, you are gonna see the one, the only, the Zerath, the energy man himself. Last time I saw Zerath on a casting desk, we kind of undermined him, but he proved to be a great asset to his team. So I'm wondering if that is going to be the same case here. And then now we are getting into the last two bans. Carmadillos opt for the Rakan ban first, and then Roswild opt in for the Jax And both very strong champions. They each have their merits. Rakan obviously he has that knock up. He works well with Zaya. So most likely you want to get that out of there. Jax, Q, you can more jump Q. You can have your E, the empowered W. You have your ultimate, which just makes you even more tanky. So
Yeah, I'm very interested in this Xerath pick coming out. I feel like, well, actually, both mid laners. Mel, seeing some pro play here at the last Worlds, but Xerath obviously gone from the pro play meta. And obviously, he has some strengths to him. He has a strong early game with a lot of range. But I'm also interested in the Zaya and Mel because they've got two abilities that are very like peel heavy. Obviously, Mel with the crystal to reflect uh, ranged attacks and abilities on her. Zaya popping the ultimate to go invincible and untargetable. But I don't like those abilities into this comp so far. What are you reflecting and dodging? The Sejuani ultimate? Like, I feel like maybe these are more picks that aren't necessarily suited to be counter picks and more just, hey, we like playing these champions, which obviously is not always uncommon in leagues. That's more of a pro play thing where the counter picks are big. But I'm still interested to see kind of where they're going. It feels like this ROSWILD team comp doesn't necessarily have an identity yet. Same with the Karmadillos one. Obviously, most team comps are front to back, but and we see that now with the Malphite pick coming in and the Gnar for the side of Karmadillos. But I'm very interested to see what the team fight plan is. And you also have to keep in mind that for the side of Roswild, they opted to not pair Zaya with the Rakan and instead decided to go with the Mel. And so I'm interested in what the thought behind that is, but it may just be another hook champion, and it's going to be the Nautilus coming out here. And that's an interesting one because obviously the polls can be great, but the other thing is, I'm not necessarily wanting to pull things near Azaya. Who doesn't have the best escape tools outside of the ultimate and the flash, obviously. And I'm very interested to see for the side of Karmadillos how they wrap this up support wise. And it's going to be a Lulu. And I feel like both of these support picks over the last two games really indicative of how these support players like to play for the side of ADHD and Gusano. Gusano liking these hook champions, while maybe ADHD just more preferring the enchanters. But again, I'm not seeing a lot of CC for the side of Karmadillos. Obviously, you have the Sejuani ult. You have, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, the Lulu ult does have CC, correct?
to a degree, it does. It slows nearby enemies. Yes, but yeah, the to a degree the Lulu ult does have CC. It slows you down. I know you obviously you have the Xerath
Give
stun
1 second. My
ability.
headset seemed to disconnect.
No problem. Other casters having slight technical difficulties, so I shall cover for the time being, but that is not a problem as I was doing a solo casting on the first game series. So while Shadow fixes their headset, we are going to break this down once more. We have Zin, Sejuani in the jungle, favoring Sejuani. Personally, we have Azaya Yunara, even matchup in my opinion, due to they both have their strengths and weaknesses. Mel and Xerath, like we said, Mel is an interesting pick. She has certain abilities. She does have that reflect. You can reflect the Sejuani Bolo, if I'm not mistaken. You can reflect the Yunara. I forget the ability is called, but her W, the spinning prayer beads, and you can reflect the Xerath stun. So that'll be interesting to see. Malphite and Gnar. I know Gnar is quite annoying to deal with because you have that, his little form, and once he builds up enough resource, he gets into his big form. But you have a Malphite. Malphite is a very, very strong character and annoying character. And then obviously you have Nautilus on Lulu. We saw Gusano on that Blitzcrank, putting in work with those hooks, putting in work with those knockups. So maybe we'll see a bit of the same. Nautilus, you have that hook, you have your ultimate, and you have your slow. So we'll see how that plays out. Lulu, obviously, you have your R, which slows enemies down while empowers your own ally. You have a polymorph, which just shrinks the enemy into a little target animal. That is unfortunately something that you want to avoid. So maybe that'll be a high priority for Roswell Green to take Lulu out of the fight early on, as to not see that polymorph. But something else they have to worry about is the CC that they have. Sejuani is no laughing matter. Xerath is no laughing matter. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. But ladies and gentlemen, we are getting started here very shortly. We again have to account for the streamer spectator delay. My apologies. But if I'm not mistaken, Shadow, you're back. You fixed your technical difficulties. Maybe I was mistaken. It would appear that Shadow still is experiencing
Sorry, I'm
technical
back.
difficulties. And
Just,
there
just
is
fixed it
Shadow.
all.
No
um,
problem. Welcome
as
back,
you were
Shadow.
saying, thank you. As you were saying, just highlighting the danger of the Lulu, but still, not a lot of CC for me for Karmadillos. Yes, there is the polymorph and the Lulu R, but I do not like relying on ultimates as your main form of CC. You've got the CC from the Gnar ult and the Sejuani ult, along with the Lulu slow on the ult, but that is just not something you can rely on for every team fight, which is what I don't like. I feel like there's a lot more slow methods between Xinjiao, the Mel, the Nautilus, and so I'm preferring Roswild's draft yet again. Again, a very front to back team comp. I think it's going to look a little different with the Xinjiao, who's more of a bruiser, but that Malphite is going to be your frontline tank, and they're just going to look to let this Mel, excuse me, and Zaya free fire on the back line. And for the Mel and the Zaya again, I don't see their peel abilities coming into handy very much. As I mean, the main thing I can see Zaya avoiding is that Gnar ult, um, but I don't see those coming through as much. So maybe you could have gone with a bit of better picks here. Almost, it doesn't feel like the champions are great with some of their abilities, but they are still very suitable champions who can be very strong under the right circumstances.
Definitely. I do think something that Carmendillos need to be careful here is Usando, his hooks, his capability on the hooks that we saw on the Blitzcrank is something that they definitely need to pay attention to. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are now getting in. Spectators LA is accounted for, and now we have started in the match. We now see both teams spawned in. They're getting ready to assemble, and we're getting ready to watch the chaos, the action unfold in front of us. So let's see how this kicks off. Just to recap, Malphite versus Gnar on the top side. Xin Zhao versus Sejuani in the jungle. Mel versus Xerath in the mid lane. You got Zaya Nautilus versus Yunara and Lulu in the bot side. And I'm quite excited to see how this turns out. Shadow, earlier you mentioned that Mel with the Reflect might be a little bit underutilized, but you can reflect the Xerath stun. You can reflect the Sejuani Bolo, if I'm not mistaken, and you can reflect the Yunara beads, if I remember correctly. So we'll see how that plays into effect.
Yeah, definitely. Especially, it comes down to utilizing the reflect very well. I've seen Mel players who, when they're great at using the reflect, it's a great time to be a Mel. But it's very easy to swing and whiff on that ability, as we're going to see a ward onto the enemy chickens. So they're going to know where the Sejuani is in the back half of the camp clears. They're going to start on opposite sides. Something to note is Xinjiao, a jungle champion that sometimes likes to gank early, depending on how you play him. So that's going to be something to watch out for. The two junglers last game didn't really gank until about level 4, but I could easily see an early gank coming out of it. And obviously too, you always have to be careful of that Gnar bar. You do not want to be in the wrong spot when Gnar goes into Mega and slams you into the wall.
Definitely. But something else we need to keep out, or more specifically, Xerath needs to keep out for. While Mel does have her reflect, she does have a son of her own, similar to Xerath. You know, it's a projectile that you have to throw and you have to be the center of. Her solar snare on her E, but Novel's coming in with an early hook onto the Yunara. Xayah trying to make a capitalize. Ignite comes through, but nothing is gonna. No one is gonna fall away at Yunara, showing off a little bit of dancing that she is alive. But early ignite from Gusano, already putting to work those hooks. Now Yunara and ADHD Norway and the rest of the team really need to be careful as to how they play this. But what a good first early engage from Gusano and Dr. Mate.
Yeah, I'm really going to be looking towards this Yunara. This game, good content was under a lot of fire last game, and he's already under a lot of fire this game. A sliver of health, he's looking around for some extra minions, but sir, you gotta be careful reaching into the cookie jar. You do not want to be caught. Dr. Mate wants something, but he's just going to have to let him back. As the trades are going through already, I think it's also important that good content stays alive and gets some kills this game. Obviously, last game, not a lot of kills for the side of Karmadillos in the first place, but especially they were not really on their ADC, and good content could not do as much damage as he would have hoped for. Meanwhile, last game, Dr. Mate got some kills early, but it was especially Jhin and Knight taking over the game. I'm definitely going to look to see what they can do again. Some great ganks from Jhin last game, and we saw multiple triple kills out of him. And I'm just wondering, can he put on a performance again like that? As the Nautilus hook goes in, is going to be found onto the Lulu, but it's just going to be down to about half HP as Gusano has to walk away from this. And keep in mind, Gusano's Ignite is down from the rush onto the Yunara. He did burn that Ignite earlier. And so that's something to keep an eye on. The Xinjiao will back in the Tribe Rush. Maybe caught here by the Lulu. He will be caught trying to back. It's not going to form into anything, but it's going to delay his back and allow for Generic to get back onto the map sooner. As a jungle player, it is really important to make sure you are staying ahead of the enemy jungler. When you are faster with your clears, when you're back out onto the map faster, hold on, this Yunara may be caught. It's going to be the hook from Gusano onto this. Sejuani is trying to come in. Yunara will flash back at Dr. Mate, but instead too far forward. He pops the flash and the barrier. The flash is going all around. Generic looking for the kill onto Gusano. He'll find the Arctic Assault, and now he's looking onto the Xayah, who might have stepped too far forward. Gusano's looking to get out of there, and everyone will have to back off. Flashes burn left and right. Summoner spells down from the Xayah, from the Yunara. The flash burned from Generic, and the heal burned from ADHD, but everyone walks away A-okay. Maybe a little bit to think about, especially if you're Dr. Mate. They just couldn't find the final connection onto him, and he almost stepped back forward into that Sejuani.
Yeah, and the Gusano also having to burn his flash there to survive, but like you said, flash is flying left, right, and center. But we do have our first Drake up here, Chemtech Drake. Sorry, yes, Chemtech Drake is up here. We will see what team will be making a play for it first. ROSWILD Green are in a good position here. Jhin along with Knight and Gusano are trying to make a play in here first. Sejuani, topside jungle, not in a good position right now. Xayah gonna be coming through, maybe zoning, trying to heal for it. But it looks like ROSWILD Green are gonna be the first to get this Chemtech drag here. And a first engage on the bot side, like you mentioned, flash is flying all over the place, but no one falling just yet. It is something you have to be careful about, because if you are ADHD Norway, you don't have a heal. But here comes Nautilus coming maybe to make a play. Jhin is here in the bot side in Tribush, maybe looking to make a play or opting in just to go farm for the rest. But Sejuani is now in the top side river, getting scuttled. Malphite, not knowing she's there yet, maybe opting for a play. Gnar just lost his mega form, did see him out of the fog of war, came through the bushes, but nothing untoward is gonna happen as of now. But Jin is here in the boss. They're making for a play. Going in, Ignite coming through. Gusano gets a hook onto the good content onto Yunara. She's getting low. She's got knock up and she's dead. That's first blood for Jin. On the side of ROSWILD on the Yunara. No flash, no exhaust, no escape. And ADHD Norway, as a consolation prize, has to leave with his life.
Yeah, Jin coming through. I highlighted him in the pregame about how important he was last game and how important he will be this game. But the Mechanic is going to come out. He's going to look for the slam into the wall, and it's a giant whiff. Cubis will dash out of there, and Pepsi Boy missed. That could have been a return kill with Generic there, but Pepsi whiffing on the ultimate, and that's just so unfortunate. But Gusano coming in with clutch hooks, and that might have been a misfire from Generic. He just used his ultimate on the wall. Maybe he saw a bug in the water. We don't know, but that's going to be really unfortunate, especially with the Void Grubs coming up. Some things I want to highlight here. Hold on, we may have a dive onto the Zenith, but it's going to be the stun onto the Nautilus, and the hook is going to miss, and he will walk out of there A-okay. And suddenly it's a fight for the Void Grubs, and Generic will get one and dashes back over the wall. It'll be 2 Grubs for the side of ROSWILD, but it is not 3, which is the crucial point. Something I want to point out especially is for this game, it's going to be a lot more important that I think for Karmadillos, that they actually fight for these objectives. They were not fighting for objectives last game, and they kind of just got bullied off of objectives. And so I think that's going to be really important for them for taking a win in this game and trying to push the series. But Generic just getting harassed by Knight on his chickens. And also another thing I want to point out is the warding. I feel like last game Karmadillos did not ward very much and did not ward well. And if you look at the minimap, you see it yet again. They've got 2 wards down on the map. One's in the river and one's just cut off by a control ward. They have no vision through most of the map, and that's part of what their downfall was last game as well, was that they never knew where the ROSWILD green players were coming from. And so I need to see some better warding. If you look at the wards for, we have a bit of a scrap in the top side. Pepsi loses the Mega Narcubus is going in. Can he find anything out of it? No. Pepsi Boy's gonna dash away, but it's going to be a fight into the bottom side, but the hook misses. But Mel may be in trouble from the Sejuani. It's gonna be a flash from Good Content, flash from the Mel. Good Content is going all in for this kill, and he's not gonna catch in. But his teammates are here. Suddenly it's a major knockup. The Crescent Guard comes out. Good Content finds a kill before he falls, but Dr. May will find a kill in return. It'll be 1-for-1 support for ADC, with both kills going on to each team's ADC. A weird team fight. Good Content going way too far in, full committing for a kill, and while he finds it, he lost both summoners. But when you look at the summoners for everyone, Good Content down both his summoners. Dr. Mate down both his summoners. Mel down both her summoners. And Jin missing his flash, along with Gusano, still doesn't have his Ignite back. And so you gotta wonder, was that more worth it considering how the summoner spells went? I mean, both ADCs got kills, and I talked about last game. It's important for those kills to go onto your ADCs. What do you think about it, Ninja?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how the rest of the team play it out, right? Like you mentioned, Gusano doesn't have a Ignite. He has his Hex Flash, but he doesn't have his main flash up. But I feel like summoner spells are just being used kind of left, right, and center. Not to say it's a bad thing, but that is what's happening here. That aside, Drake is spawning in 10 seconds. We might see a fight brewing here. Jin is in the tri-bush, looking to set up early for this drag. Pings are coming down. Sejuani, they know Sejuani is here. Maybe looking for a 3-man fight before the dragon spawns. Jin hiding in the tri-bush. They don't know he's there. Might be looking for a play here very shortly. Xerath ult coming in, but unable to make much of it. Generic opting to just leave mid lane. Bot lane, sorry. Jin might get caught out here. He is up a level. He gets spotted through the scuttle vision, but nothing yet. Zerath is there. He is aware of his presence, but nothing is gonna come of it. Lulu and ADHD Norway and good content could make a play on the Baron Dragon here. They do get some vision.
Yeah. As I mentioned earlier, ward's going to be important, but still, again, the ward's looking a little better now with some wards through the bot side river, but also through the top side river. 2 control wards down for the side of ROSWILD. And right now, the junglers are just vying for positioning on this map. We do know Zera doesn't have his ultimate. It's about halfway back from cooldown. But I feel like if I'm both teams, I do not want a fight at the dragon. But especially more if I am ROSWILD because of the summoners that are down. No flash on Jhin, Mel, or Xayah. Meanwhile, every member except for good content has their flash up. And the shield's coming back, but Cubis is suddenly in trouble. He's going to be cut off by Pepsi Boy. He's got to go. Jhin is looking to come in and help his teammate Alligator to stop playing out of there, but he cannot get him out of there. Pepsi's going to look to walk away from this one, but he's going to be knocked out by the Jhin. The Jhin is looking for the kill onto Pepsi Boy, but he cannot find it, and Pepsi Boy just stays in Mega Gnar long enough to survive that. It'll be a solo kill onto the Pepsi Boy. As also, ROSWILD will have to give it this Drake, but Mel may be in trouble. She's going to look to reflect it, but she cannot get it. But not all shots land from Demon. And it will be a Drake over to Karmadillos. A great job from them, picking up a solo kill and the Drake. And they may be looking for more as this bot lane wasn't paying attention. Gusano caught on the wrong side of the wall. Sejuani going in with the ultimate. Dr. May is in trouble. The Arctic prison will find him. Gusano looking to get out of here. He will, but he will have to walk out without his partner in crime as Xayah falls. This Yunara is up to 2-2 right now.
Yeah, something I did want to mention, by the way. Cubis did fall, unfortunately, before he could pop his ultimate, so that's a big contributing factor. Pepsi Boy was able to get that kill. Jhin unable to follow through. But yeah, what a cleanup now. Content, IDH Norway, and Janner were able to pick up a kill on Dr. Mate there, and Gusano able to live with his life. But unfortunately, like you said, his partner in crime was not able to escape with him. But they were able to get that Drake, and now Sejuani is here in the topside river, maybe looking for a play. Cubis backing off here. Knowing something is coming untoward. Control ward is going to get spotted here. So Sejuani is going to be forced to back off. But maybe not all is yet. Sejuani opting to maybe get some vision. Spots Jhin. Maybe he's going to take a turn for it. Lulu is there. Coming in. Polymorph is coming through. Jhin's going to start the fight. Sejuani getting a stack, but unfortunately missing it. Gusano is there. Herald's up. They're looking maybe to make a fight here in Herald. Danarak just dashes out, up to dash out, teleport coming in from Malphite.
Everyone's here but the ADCs.
ROSWILD Green are looking to start this fight here on the Rift Herald, making some progress on it. Malphite zoning off to Sejuani, Janarek, and Pepsi Boy almost about to collapse on Cubis. He's holding them off solo. Zerath, ADHD Norway are both here. Jhin leaving the opting in to leave. Malphite gets stunned. Cubis in a 2v1. He gets stunned. Chasing the ADHD Norway. Norway's gonna fall. Norway falls by the Mel. Zerath gets stunned up. Malphite's in a 1v2 situation. He has his ultimate, but he hasn't used it yet. Megaphone Nar. Jhin comes in. Ult comes through for Jhin. Gets knocked up. Ultimate still locked. Ultimate comes through. Zerath coming in with ultimate. Mel is taking up. Mel gets the kill on the Sejuani gets the kill on the Gnar. Zerath is not able to get any kills there, but it is a 2v2 kill. Trades back and forth. Top laner for jungler. Or actually, my apologies. ROSWILD Green were able to pick 2 at the cost of 1. Jhin and Herald is not going to be claimed at this time. Gusano and Mel and Knight opting to just back. But Yunara taking damage on this tower. Looks like she's going to take tier 1. Xayah's not there. I don't think she can make it before tier 1 falls. And that is going to be first tower for Karmadillos. They are clawing their way back to the top. So far, it has been an even showing, but it is slow swaying in the favor of uh, Karmadillos right now.
Yeah, that fight was actually 3-for-1 for ROSWILD Green, but I feel like Karmadillos right now have a bit more control of the Rift. But in this Rift Herald, he's still up, and you're gonna have to wonder who's gonna go for it. But Mel's gonna get polymorph, but she gets a stun. Suddenly, Gusano's coming in. He's gonna look for the hook. The ADHD Norway has to flash up. He's gonna be caught by the hook, and Jin and Mel are gonna look to pick up a kill. Another kill on the night. He is 4-0-1, and suddenly he is becoming dangerous yet again. If you are Karmadillos, this Mel has to be your #1 priority in any team fight because she is getting scary. But suddenly Pepsi Boy is coming down. He's going to look for a kill on Gusano, but he's not going to be able to find anything. Gusano will get under the turret. He's going to go into Meganar, but he's stunned up by the Mel. And Jin and Zaya both trying to look onto him. But while the feathers were recalled, they don't do enough. Pepsi Boy is going to have to back here, and pings are coming out onto the Rift Herald, as it looks like this will be Herald for the side of ROSWILD Green. You highlighted the first turret going over, but this is a great way to get a turret back, as they are still vying for position in the middle. The bot lanes are heading to the middle, as Mel and Zenith are going to make their ways into the bot lane, but Gusano may be in a little bit of trouble. He should be able to just use his hook to get out of there, and that he will. And suddenly we will return to a more peaceful time on the Rift. The kills are 6-4, and it's about a 1,300 gold lead for the side of ROSWILD Green as this Cloud Drake spawns. A Cloud Drake could be really good for the Sejuani and this Gnar. Obviously, two people who really want to get onto you. And if you look at the health bar generic, you can see it scaling heavily. This is what I was talking about. I said they needed a tank in game 1, and they brought out a tank in game 2, and it's suddenly looking a lot better. Sure, the kills aren't in their favor, but they are getting the objectives that they need to get. They have a lot more control this time. Last time, literally every objective went to the side of to the other side, but they're looking a lot better in this game. They've got 2 Drakes to their name. They were able to get one of the Void Grubs, and they were able to stop the Rift Herald for a bit, as Cubus is going to take some tower shots here. But looking at the vision too, I want to point out in the bot side, they're doing a lot better with warding, and that helped them be able to confidently take this Drake.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, like you mentioned, sorry, they are warding now better. They have a bit more vision in the bot side. Now you can see what is Fog of War and what isn't. But we are back to the Cloud Drake, Cloud Soul Zenith League here. But that's not to say it's a bad soul. It's just a very popular one. And like you mentioned, some people will be benefiting from this, especially the Sejuani. And we do have the Otacon, which is online now. It'll be interesting to see how teams play. Gusano opting just to hook out of there, but like I mentioned, Otacon is live. Both teams need to start rotating here. Make a play for the Otacon. You know, it is a big buff, big benefit to either team. Mel opting to hide in the bush. Zerath just there. Jin with Mel. Maybe they're looking to make a kill on the Zerath, but he is too cautious for them to punish. But here comes Sejuani, maybe looking to collapse on the Mel. Nothing yet, but it's not out of the question. Sono is still in the Dragon Pit, just hanging around. Everyone's just hanging around right now, trying their best not to give anything up where it's not necessary. But we should be seeing a fight soon in the mid.
Yeah, right now, if I'm both of these teams, I'm just looking for vision on this Otacon. His content's going to be forced to flash, but the Malphite is going to come in. She's going to get knocked up, locked up, and rocked as Jin will pick up the kill. The Aerosol comes down. They're trying to get Cubus out of there. The Pepsi Boy is going all out, but Jin pops the Crescent Guard, and he will find a kill onto this Gnar. It's a double kill over to Jin on the Xinjiao, and they're going to fire some shots, and the Generic is about to down to half HP, and suddenly this may be an Otacon angle, but no, Cubis is going to teleport to the top side, and they're just going to look to find the mid-tier 1 as they pop Shelly down, and she's going to take this mid-tier 1. She's going to look to get a second charge, but she shouldn't get it through 3 members. A great job by the side of ROSWILD here. They keep identifying their target, and they are making sure to go all in onto her. But right now, team's just fighting for a position for this Otacon. They may look to start it here, and Karmadillos getting desperate, saying it's time to go. They're going to start the Otacon as all the members are off of the rift. Remember, Cubis is in the top side with no teleport. They're not going to have him for this team fight as the Nar makes his way down. But all the members just running, and this Otacon's down to 5,000 HP. Jin's gonna have to look for a miracle stealer. He's just going to have to hand this away to them. And Jin gonna go in, and he cannot steal it, and they're just going to be called to back off. A great job by Karmadillos, recognizing that all 5 members were either not on the bot side or just backed. Cubis used his teleport to get to the top side. And I feel like that's something that can be a little overlooked, is teleport usage. You have to make sure when these objectives are on the map, especially as a top laner, that you are not just using your teleport willy-nilly to go farm some extra minions. After that last team fight, Cubis used his teleport to get back to the top, and then suddenly, with Otacon on the map, there's nothing he could do. Pepsi Boy may find him in the Mega Gnar, but no, he's just going to get out in time. And Generic looking to grab this wave on the bot side, just kind of freeze it for his teammates in Demon here to pick up some CS. But right now, the gold lead is blossomed to 4.5k for the side of ROSWILD, even though they did not get the Otacon. A similar story to last game. The kills 8-4, so those flowers, we can't see how many flowers each team has, but it's probably not as much as you think it is. But good content might have been found again. He's gonna have to flash out, and he will not be locked at this time. Zenith pops the ult just to make sure that his teammates are staying safe. He's also gonna use it onto the Mel, who's almost dead, but no one can follow up on the Mel. But a team fight breaking out in the middle, and they're diving onto good content. Half health bars for everyone on ROSWILD, but good content down. This Yunara's dead again. They want Jarek. They want the Sejuani, and the Sejuani will fall. Nothing they can do. They're looking to get out before Pepsi Boy can come in. Pepsi Boy, the last hope to find some kills here as everyone's collapsing. ADHD Norway cannot get there in time, and the Zenith does not have enough range. Pepsi Boy is still chasing through this jungle, but he might have gone too far in. Gustavo with the massive hook, but Pepsi Boy will be able to dash over the wall. Zenith cannot find the shots, and everyone on ROSWILD will just barely walk away. It's a 2-0 for the side of ROSWILD, and this Drake will have to be abandoned.
Yeah, unfortunately for the side of Karmadillos, that is not an engage they wanted to take. But now Mel looking to go bug on Pepsi Boy here, but he is able to escape. Jin still collapsing. They haven't back fully yet, but they are able to. ADHD Norway is able to get out of there scot-free. But unfortunately for Karmadillos, you're unable to get any sort of consolation prize. You have 2 of your members fall for your team, and you're unable to get on this drag. But now ROSWILD Green are going to be looking to take advantage of this. Jin starting the Cloud Drake. Dr. Mate, is there to help. Karmadillos looking to maybe collapse. Zenith all comes in, maybe looking to steal it, and he steal it. It was a close call though. I thought he did, but good content managed to fall somewhere in that fight. I don't know where, I don't know how. I was focused on the Drake, but that is another death for Yunara, and now Zenith kind of in a sticky situation, you know. Demon doesn't see, but he knows that they might be collapsing on Jin, and Gusano going to the mid lane along with Mel and Mate. But Janarak is there. Maybe they can make something happen here. Red turret does get destroyed by Cubis. That is now 4-1 in terms of turret value.
Got what happened here to the Yunara. Good content walking up with the support of ADHD, got hooked onto by Gusano, and Mel was just able to burst her down. And if you look again, the Mel At 5-0-3, Knight with a spectacular performance, and then Jin 4-1-6 on this Xin Zhao. The jungle and mid duo have been carrying both games for them. Zaya also 1-1-5, not as impactful, but still the 5 assists go a long way, especially when you're comparing it to a 2-5 Yunara. Both ADCs at 2 items, but the item discrepancy comes in when you look to the mid lane, where it's 3 items for Mel and 2 for Zenith. And in the jungle, 2 items plus the boots. Well, the mid laners both have boots as well, but 2 items plus the boots for the Xin Zhao, and Sejuani only has 1 full item and the boots. And right now, it seems like ROSWILD are positioning around the Baron. I do not expect them to start it, but they are definitely trying to get that vision. As also on the bot line, Cubis will look to push that wave towards the tier 2 tower. We also have to remember that the tier 2 towers down in the top lane, a lot less room in their own jungle for the side of Karmadillos, and they're gonna look to just burst down this tier 2 tower, but a team fight's gonna break out. Jin's down to half HP, and he may be in trouble. It pops across the Karku. Sano looking to get his team out of there, but the Zerathol comes in. Jin is in a lot of danger as Pepsi flashes onto him. Pepsi will find a shutdown onto the Jin, and that is huge for the momentum. Mel trying to get some damage back in, but there's not much Knight can do. A great collapse by Karmadillos, and Karmadillos may have an angle onto this Baron. They've got enough HP in the health bars. There's not as much remaining for the side of ROSWILD. Their jungler and support is down, but oh no, Pepsi gets caught by the Mel. Cubis is going in, he's gonna look to pop up the Sejuani, and she will pop like a balloon. Cubis is low on HP, but he should be able to get out of here, and they have stopped the Baron. A 2-for-2 trade overall, and a great job by ROSWILD. Just so disoriented and uncoordinated from the side of Karmadillos. The 2 carries kind of just leaving their top tanks out to dry.
Yeah, it was a great play from ROSWILD to recognize the threat that, you know, they are starting Baron. If we can get a few picks here, we can stop them and postpone and maybe set us up for a position down the line into the Baron. And I do want to point out Gusano now only picking up his 2nd death, sitting on 0-2-10. You know, you see he hasn't had many kills obviously, but with those hooks, with his ultimate, with the slow, he's been having a big impact on this game, helping out his team finish the kills and, you know, push them forward in the right direction. But now we are going to see ROSWILD are going to be setting themselves up for Baron. Karmadillos need to start collapsing on here, or start at least rotating here. Malphite is still bot side, maybe looking to push that tier 2 tower. That means that ROSWILD is down a man, but Karmadillos are saying thank you for that. We will take advantage of it most likely. And now we'll see what the engagement is. Janet goes in, gets a stack on the Jin, but Jin is able to just walk away scot-free. Nothing happened yet. Mel trickling in. Knight is trickling in from the top side. Gets a root on the Sejuani. Sejuani is looking down. Janet back is losing health. Jin goes in, but is able to flash out of there. Burns the flash. Doesn't have that for any next fight in the Baron pit or anything like that. Now people are holding mid. They're Demon opting to look back, but it's going to get cancelled. And I wonder, is Malphite going to get some free value? But Janet goes in, gets a stun, gets a knockup, but is it going to be able to push it back? Mel isn't going to be able to hit a root on anyone, but it's just going to be back and forth. Malphite is looking like he's going to get some free time to get the tier 3 tower now. I believe he already claimed the tier 2 tower. Cloud Drake is up, Baron is still up, and now ROSWILD are making a move onto the Baron. Karmadillos are split, they are disorganized, they don't know what to do. ROSWILD Green is moving to Baron. Cubis is gonna look like he's gonna take tier 3 tower and maybe inhib at that, but ROSWILD Green are now pushing back Karmadillos. Karmadillos opt to go in. There's one going, we're actually coming through for the side of ROSWILD Green. Ultimate on Zerath comes through, they stop the Baron for now. But are they gonna be able to get any picks on it? No! They're just gonna push them back, but that's all they need. Gusano low! Gusano falls from good content!
Trapped!
And Dr. Monte is gonna look like he's gonna fall as well. Dr. Monte goes on the tower, he falls his ultimate, he's gonna die as well to the Yunara! And now. They're under tower. Mel is low, but Jin sells the health. But there's so little he can do.
They gotta defend the base.
I know, but Cubus is looking to backdoor. Zeroth on the back. Is he gonna be enough to stop Cubus? He is just going free, rampaging like a stampeding rock down the rock slide. Is he gonna be able to do enough? Gets tier 1 of the Nexus towers, but he is gonna back off. Cloudrick is still up. Baron is going. Janarak is opting to start this. Karmadillos opting to get the Baron, and they get the Baron. That is a big play for them, but they have lost their inhib tower, one of their inhib towers. The Cloudrick is still up. What is the play here?
Holy, you're gonna need a break for weeks after casting all of that. This is very interesting. A very disorganized again from the side of Karmadillos for most of that. They almost went for the Drake, which almost set up a free Baron for the side of ROSWILD, but ROSWILD is hopping onto the Drake here. This will be sole point for either team. Generac's gonna charge in. He's not letting anything go for free. As Zenith is gonna look to free fire from the back line. He's not gonna find a shot, but keep in mind they've got that Baron buff. But the longer they spend fighting for this Drake, the less time with the Baron buff they get to use. They need to try to send someone off to push the minions, but no, they want the 5v5. This Drake's down to 3,600 HP. As it's gonna be Cubus versus Generac in the front line, and this Drake is gonna be stolen away by Generac as the team fight goes in. Crescent Guard is popped, but Patsy Boy's onto the back line. He's gonna drop the ball. Cubus down to low HP. He's gonna be found by the Zeros. Ultimate Mel has to back out of there. Knight's in trouble. Dr. Mate's in trouble. He's gonna pop the feather store to get out of there. Mel and Dr. Mate are both on low HP, and they're gonna look for the chase down. This Zenith and Yunara are not happy, and good content is gonna look for it, but Zenith will pop the Mel. Zenith picking up a kill. It's a 4 for 2, and they still got that Baron buff. They're gonna look to charge it down mid lane. They're gonna look to catch up with as much ground as they can take. Content dancing away. They stole the Drake, and they stole the fight. A 4 for 2 for the side of Karmadillos. They want game 3. This gold lead is getting closer and closer. It used to be around 5,000. It is currently sitting at 2,000. They're gonna pop the mid tier 2. They're just gonna push as much of mid as they can. Jin is going to be coming back up, and they're going to back off. The Baron buff is almost done. I believe they've got just over a minute left on it. All the members are going to go back and look at the items fly in. Suddenly, this Mel, which had an item advantage, that item advantage is no more. When you're looking at the ADC, you're looking at Dr. Mate, who is 1, 2, and 9, but this Yunara 6 and 5, good content, has really stepped up in this game. They've still got some time on the Baron buff. I wonder if they're going to try to push the side lanes. There is still a good amount of standing gold on the map in the form of that top tier 1, but it looks like they're just going to opt for pushing it down mid. They're sending Pepsi into the bottom half to catch these waves. Keep in mind, that inhibitor did go down earlier, and Dr. Bates in trouble! Generic's coming in, he's forced to pop the flash. The Arctic prison will find Dr. Bates, and he's dead, and Kasano's in trouble! Jin pops the Crescent Guard. Good content's going in, and he's going to take a kill. This Guardian Angel will revive the Jin, but not for very long. And they're gonna look to push it down mid lane. They found kills onto Dr. Mate and Jin, and they're just gonna charge down mid lane. They do not have a wave, but they're gonna opt for Generac to tank the turret as they take it down. Cubis trying to get back, getting ready to defend. This may be the final stand here in game 2. If you are ROSWILD, you need to find something. It has not looked great as Pepsi Boy goes in. He pops the Megadar. He's going to slam him into the wall. Guzano's in trouble. Cubis is in trouble as Cubis dies. Generac finds the kill. Pepsi Boy is going to trade his life for actually no one. He barely gets out of there. And suddenly, Karmadillos are forced to back off. They are going to back and take control of this map, but the minions are going away on that inhibitor turret, but they should be back in time, I would imagine. It's going to fall to under half HP, but good content is going to be there to clean it up just before it falls. It's something to keep an eye on. Look at the objective timers too. Keep in mind that Karmadillos are at soul points. This may be a handshake of objectives. They've got 5 seconds between the difference when they spawn. And suddenly, the next team fight, when those objectives are up, that could be both objectives and the end of the game. You have to be very careful. You also don't want to let the other team sneak one on you. And if you go for Baron, the question is, do you handshake things? If I'm Karmadillos, I'm going for that Baron because obviously ROSWILD are going to have to fight for the Drake to deny Soul Point, but that may be a good time to sneak off to Baron and grab it. But still, and it seems like now Karmadillos are going to be pushed back into their base. They've got some good wards on the bot side in the jungle, so they'll have a bit of an idea what's going on, but the G-Fight goes in, Cubis diving in, ADHD Norway is down low, and Janarek is going to have to flash out. Cubis is down to half HP, as Din is also getting chucked out. Din is dead, Cubis is dead, everyone's dropping. Dr. Bay pulls the feathers, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Gusano at night has to go, but Janarek is going to say, no way, Jose. He's going to chase them down with the help of Norway, but here comes Pepsi. He whisked the ult, but this Mel should be dead, and she will be dead. It looks like we're gonna have a game 3 on our hands. Karmadillos won it. You all won it. This should go to 3.
Yeah, what a turnaround for Karmadillos. You know, I was agreeing with you. If the timers aligned, they should have gone into Baron, but it looks like that's not going to happen. Gusano just going to walk through here. Maybe a show of good sportsmanship, but looks like it's just going to be game end. Looks like a soft surrender. The next person alive is Jin in 5 seconds. I don't know if it'll be enough. Cube is following with 10 seconds. They look like they're just going to take the tower. Jin's going to come in here, try to stop as much as he can, but he is alone. Cube is coming in. Dr. May coming in. Pepsi Boy goes into Jin, knocks him out of the tower. Dr. May is there, Sejmani goes in, Dynamax goes in, trying to save as much as he can, but they're on Nexus. Pepsi Boy ignores everything, goes for the Nexus, and that is gonna be game for Karmadillos. They actually ended with a higher goal difference and a higher kill participation than ROSWILD Green in the second game. And now we are on a game 3, Shadow. But before that, we will get your thoughts after a short break.
Welcome back, everyone. An amazing game two we just witnessed. This is going to three. Would you have it any other way? A amazing comeback by Karmadillos. It definitely looked rough for them in the early stages of that game two, especially with the gold lead. It was up to about 6,000 at one point, I believe, for the side of ROSWILD. But Karmadillos able to make an amazing comeback just off of some signature team fights. I especially want to highlight Janeric. While he got them in trouble early on in that game, during the back half of that game, he was all over the back line of Roswild. And for this draft now, something we haven't seen yet this series, Karmadillos will be drafting on the blue side. Keep in mind, red side does get that final counter pick. So it's going to be interesting to see what the team's approaches are with these draft compositions. Because as I talked about last draft, I didn't feel like teams were quite counter picking. So I'm interesting to see if we see more of that in this third game. But as the bands come through, it looks like it's just going to be the same bands that's been all series.
Yeah. Something I do want to point out really quickly before we dive in any further. Roswild Green are 2-0 on the standings, while Karmadillos are 0-2, and they will be hunting for their first win here. And if they can beat the top of the number one currently in the seat in the scoreboard, what an upset it'll be. They are currently last place in 10th. So having this win will not only give them the confidence they need, but also give them a nice little boost on the standings as a whole. But now we are seeing the bands coming in. On the side of Roswell Green, we see those same three bands so far. Twitch, Smolder, and Aurora. And then Karmadillos, now on the blue side. They're opting for the Zoe band, which we've seen, the Poppy band, which I believe we have also seen. But now, I believe this is something new. We see a Jace band coming through. And again, remember, this is Fearless. So, no same champion will be played. But now, on the side of Karmadillos, we see the Amumu get hovered. But as this is happening, Shadow, we need to talk about that last game. You know, early on, it looked like Roswell Green were gonna sweep and maybe take this in a 2-0, but almost out of nowhere, we see Karmadillos just come back and with second win, kind of revitalizing themselves and ending the game just like that, almost out of nowhere. What do you make of that?
Uh, I honestly think it especially comes down to, I mean, I think Jin was going in way too far on the Xin. You saw him multiple times kind of dive in and get burst 0 to 100 very quickly. But through the rest of the draft, the Amumu is locked in, but this Nocturne coming in with a Jinx gonna be very interesting to see. Maybe a dive comp coming out of Roswild. The thing is, when you pick a Nocturne, you're going to need to pick champions that can follow up with Nocturne. You don't necessarily need a full dive comp, but your comp should generally swing that way. And you cannot just draft Nocturne and then draft a bunch of immobile champions who won't be able to go in with him. On the other side, we see the Oriana, one of the best mid laners on the patch coming in. Also, the Jace was banned in game one, I believe, but it was in the back half of the bans. And the Poppy ban coming out, Poppy can go into three different lanes. Definitely a champ you hate to see drafted early because you don't know where she's going. It looks like this Tristana is going to come in probably to help get away from the Nocturne. Obviously, when he turns the lights out, it's very dangerous.
Mhm.
And a Galio coming in. This is something of a treat. The Nocturne Galio combo. Nocturne, keep in mind how this will go is Nocturne will dive onto a champion and Galio will immediately ult onto them for the follow-up. And the Nocturne Galio combo is so deadly and very
Mhm.
dangerous. It's going to be great to see. Obviously, the Tristana great for getting away, but you still need to be careful about the rest of your draft comp because I've seen it before. I've casted for a league where a team did full peel against a full dive comp, and the peel just didn't work. So you really have to think about what you want for this comp. And if you're this Oriana, this is a nightmare getting away from the Nocturne. I will say, Oriana does lane well into the Galio. Early on, a lot of the time when it is Oriana versus Galio, you will see Galio at about 25% HP for the first 6 levels. It's going to look really dangerous for him, but it's not the most scary. But Oriana will win this lane. Galio just has to stay relevant here, and it's going to be up to Knight to do that. Definitely an interesting pick. I do like the Galio pick, but you have to lane well against this Oriana. The rest of the bands coming in, the Set and the Rakan, and the Olaf, an interesting one, and the Gwen. I'm very curious how Demon is going to do on this Oriana because it's been banned out for most of the series, and we will see Renata. I do not like that pick, if I'm being honest here. It feels like that Renata pick is mainly saying, Renata, a great peel champion. The hostile takeover is powerful, but I don't like it that much. And the other thing about the hostile takeover is it's it's commonly used against dive comps, so it feels like they're trying to take that away from Karmadillos, but I don't see it fitting well into this composition. I can see the point of it stops them from getting away for a little bit, but I do not like Renata. And we also see the Nico come in here. To Ninja, what do you make of these comps so far?
Yeah, I mean, Nico, obviously like one of the strongest supports as of late. She has her stun, and you have her Q, which is the multi-attack kind of pedal, and then you have obviously her ultimate. Her ultimate is a showstopper if you can play it correctly. Shadow, I believe the last time we casted together for a different uh League of Legends league, sorry, we had a Galio on the enemy team who we both commented on was key in rotating and peeling for the teammate and assisting with the dives. So
You are
I will
right
be
on that.
very
So
no worries at all. I'll be very curious and very interested to see how the Galio plays in here. But we are gonna see the Jax come online for Karmadillos, and then we're gonna see the Karma. Not something that you
that Karma's
see
going mid
quite.
lane.
That is not something that you see often. So I'm very excited to see how this pans out. You have some, out of the ordinary picks here, but maybe out of the ordinary is what Roslyn need now. And remember, folks, this is a best of three. This is game three. Match point for either team. Winner takes all. They have to leave everything on the battlefield today, at night, right now, depending on where you are. But that being said, I am very excited. I think on a paper to paper basis, looking at just the roles, you have some strong suits and you have some weak suits. Like if you were to look at the jungle, right? Nocturne versus Amumu. I would you have difference of place. Like you have Amumu who's a tank, right? But he has his Q, his hook, and he has a stun ultimate. But he's also really strong. But then you have Nocturne, the quiet shadowy assassin. What do you think, Shadow?
I I loved the ROSWILD team comp until the Renata and the Karma came in. I do not like these picks. I'm not the biggest fan of Renata as a support. I think she only works well with select few champions. And the Karma, too. This Karma is going to mid lane. I've had talks with some people about how Karma mid lane used to be a thing of the past, but it wasn't, as she was kind of nerfed to get pushed out of mid lane. And I just don't like it. I'm very interested to see what they can do, but the problem is it's going to come down to what can this Karma do, and one of her abilities literally doesn't do damage. This Renata should not be going into the mid lane unless there's a big surprise. But keep in mind, the Karma E Inspire protective shield around an ally, I believe, a and it increases their movement speed. But you're in the mid lane. What ally are you buffing? And this Galio is going to go into the top lane probably, which I also don't like because suddenly the Nocturne Galio combo can only be used on mid lane or top lane. When we casted that other game, yes, there was the Galio in combination with a Jarvan and a Kaisa. But the Galio was in mid lane and he could go to the bot lane when he was needed to. But I don't like this from ROSWILD. If this is the best idea you have to put out there for game 3, I've got some questions. I like Karmadillos draft a lot more than I like ROSWILD's. I think the Nico and Tristana, interesting pairing, but could work well together. Tristana, we know she has the jump away, but it can be used to jump onto someone. And this Jax and Tristana are both going to look to jump onto someone. Amumu can obviously pull himself in. Nico, we know how she operates. And the Oriana with the shockwave in the back is going to be really big. Imagine you're trying to get away from this team. The Oriana Shockwave pulls you in, and then suddenly Tristana, Jackson, Amumu, and Nico are just all on top of you. While this isn't necessarily a dive comp for Karmadillos, they've got the elements of it. And I just personally like their draft a lot more. I think it's going to be a much stronger bot lane, even though, yes, Tristana and Nico is an uncommon pairing. I just see them working well together. And Oriana, obviously, just such a strong mid lane champion. We are currently waiting to get into the match as we have to wait for the spectators delay. So we'll be talking about this a lot more. But yeah, I don't like the Karma pick. I would not have fully hated the Renata pick if that Karma pick didn't come in, because what this looks like until that Karma pick is, hey, Gallia Nocturne's going to ult into the bottom lane. Gallia's gonna ult on top of them, and Renata uses the hostile takeover to stop the bottom lane from running away. And that does sound good. And then you have the Karma. And suddenly this Galio, unless this is a Karma top, this Galio should be going to the top part of the map, where again, his Galio ult is restricted to top and mid lane. And Karma, one of her abilities, does not help her in the mid lane. Um, I don't like tether abilities as much also. I understand, like, if she gets close, it can be hard for them to get away. But that's the thing, is if Nocturne ults onto them at the wrong time, that Karma tether's broken, and suddenly you have no CC. There's no way to stop this Oriana from walking away. We know she gets a little bit of movement speed from her W, and she can call back her ball at any time. And so, yeah, I just don't think the Karma is great with Nocturne. If she can get that tether to pop, yes, that can be great. But if that tether doesn't pop, Nocturne does not have a form of CC. He has a slow and he has a fear, but the fear is also a tether. And so one flash and suddenly both your tethers are gone, and Oriana walks away from free. One W may get her out of there depending on the distance. I
30
just don't
seconds until minions
like this
spawn.
at all. And actually, it will be a Karma top. And
Interesting. So we're having a Karma
very
top
interesting.
paired with a Jax. And you have, okay, so for a recap, you have a Jax versus a Karma, Mumu versus a Nocturne, Oriana versus Galio, Trist and Nico versus a Jinx and Renata. So I am gonna be very
Minions have spawned.
I'm gonna be watching top and mid very hard. Not to say that bot lane doesn't have anything to show, because that Nico and Tristana has something to show, that's for sure. But I'm very curious as to how this is gonna come out. And an early Q from Cubis on to Jax does come out here. Something we should keep in mind, by the way. Karma does have access to her R mantra at level 1, and you do not need to put a skill point into it. So that might be something that they'll be looking for. But it doesn't change the fact that it is a Karma top. So we'll be seeing how that plays. And So now we are in here, ladies and gentlemen. We have laning phase has begun. Minions are spawned. Engagers are going out. And the junglers are now starting their rotations. I know as a Nocturne, I've played a little bit of Nocturne myself. You can gank early, but ideally you'd want to wait till you're 6. That's when you get your really big power spike. However, it's not unheard of for a Nocturne to use his Q, which if he walks on, speeds him up, goes in, fear, and you kill a target. But this requires some really high level execution. Versus a Mumu, you can very easily dive. When you hit 3, you Q in, and you make a mess for your enemy. So we'll see how that plays out with the junglers. They're now finishing their topside camps and then rotating, and we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, and again, it looks scary for this Galio for Knight, but keep in mind that, as I said, when Orianna versus Galio is a very common matchup, Galio is a common counter pick into the Orianna, but Galio spends a lot of the early time at low levels. But I'm definitely interested to see what this Jax can do against this Karma, and yeah, that looks very scary for the Orianna, but Galio just doesn't have great damage early. But Pepsi Boy may be finding his stun onto Cubits, but Cubits should be able to walk out of this. You will get the tether stun. Pepsi diving in for the counter attack, but again, these look dangerous, but it's just early trades. This is what happens a lot in the top and mid lane if you are new to League of
But
Legends.
Amumu is going on to the Galio in the mid lane. Orianna is also there to help, but Galio has a flash. He has 1 HP, but he flashes out just in the nick of time. Sorry to cut you off, Shadow, but Amumu, Jannerback, and Orianna Knight did take their initiative to dive the Galio, who just narrowly escaped with his life, causing him to burn the flash, and in return he is now going to be using his teleport to get back into the lane. Almost a very cheeky first blood here for the side of ROSWILD.
I was about to point out, you beat me to it. I'm glad you did. Very close there. But Gusano may be in a little bit of trouble. No, he's just going to take some chip damage. Nico early on definitely looks dangerous, especially when she gets the root onto you, but she does a lot of poke damage. As a Nico player, I know how dangerous she can be, but something to note looking at the levels, it just always going to be curious about this Nocturne when he pops 6. Remember, Nocturne likes to just farm up and rush to 6 so that he can start his shenanigans with turning the lights out. And Amumu, a good champion for ganking early, as you said, is also going to look to get to 6 because suddenly that ultimate becomes really strong. Galio will be caught warding here. So Jen will be, sorry, excuse me. Yeah, Generic will be aware of the ward in his jungle. Not much he can do about it. He does not have a scanner up to remove it. But it's going to be interesting to see how that top lane especially plays out. Because obviously it's a range versus a melee. But Jax, a great distance closer and very dangerous. But also suddenly his counter strike is, half of it is negated because he's not blocking any melee attacks, and he's going to look to dive on the Cubis. No, he's just going to walk away. This Karma, I think, will bully the lane early, but it's not going to be as bad as you think. She does have her ultimate at level 1, which is a good thing, but again, her E is completely useless unless a gank comes in. Unless I am wrong about it only being for teammates, but
no, it is only for teammates. But
okay, thanks for the clarification, but hold on. Here comes Janarek. He's looking to make some action early. Galio with the Justice Punch, and he's out of the Justice Punch. He doesn't know what to do. He's going to use the taunt on the Orianna, looking to pick up a kill, but Amuma's going to go back in. He's going to lock him up, and he's going to rock him. Janarek will take first blood 6 minutes into this match, and that's also an assist onto this Orianna. Janarek making the priority obvious. He does not want this Galio to do anything in this game. The Nocturne is going to path to the bottom. That Infernal Drake is up. Pepsi looking for a quick trade, but this is what you have to be careful of. It's very easy for Pepsi to say, hey, I can dive onto Cubis, but then that tether comes in. He has to pick his battles and be a lot more careful.
True. Like you mentioned, that Infernal Drake is up. Amumu and Nocturne might be looking to make a play here on either, but Nocturne right now is sitting at the top side. Amumu opting to back in. Karma is going to take her teleport back into the top side. So as of right now, Jax is low. He might get cut out here. Maybe Karma can make a play here. Cuba's getting the tether on to Pepsi Boy, but it is going to get broken by just walking away. But that still doesn't change the fact. First Drake Infernal is up here. Teams will be looking to get that soon. Probably Jin, when he gets his ultimate, looking to start something. But here is Janarak, maybe looking to make a second kill onto Galio, but just to ward him off and scare him a little bit. Because I know for certain, if I saw Mumu walking at me, I would be very scared. But actually, I've just realized that is not a Mumu. That is Nico in disguise. But Nocturne and Mumu are going to meet here in the jungle. They both have level 6. Is something going to happen? No, they're just going to walk away. But that is Nico walking right there. But she gets the stun onto Gusano, but Gusano is able to just walk away scot-free. Something I did want to mention is that in the last 2 games, Gusano obviously did play a hook hero, but I might be interrupted here as Pepsi Boy is trying to dive Cubus. Cubus getting able to dodge Jax's stun, but tethering in response. But as I was saying before, Gusano usually, at least in the last 2 matches, was on a hook hero. Now he's playing someone like Renata. What do you make of that, Shadow?
I mean, it's a hook hero, but this is what I forgot to mention in draft. Another reason I don't like Renata with this comp is obviously, hold on, we've got a dive going in. The Nocturne's gonna dive in, but he's gonna turn onto the Amumu. Cubus and Jin are fighting Janarek and Pepsi, and it may be both of them going down as Jin's gonna pick up a double kill. 2 kills onto the Nocturne, and the Void Grub should fall with it. A great play. Jin getting there just in time to stop Janarek from taking out Cubus. And a great turn and recognizing the priority. But hold on, in the bottom lane, Nico finds a great pop blossom. Hostile takeover goes in, but good contest going to be diving onto Dr. Maiden. Is going to find him. Can he find anything with the bailout? No, he can't. And Gusano is going to look to walk away, but he gets rooted up. He's got to flash out of there. Tristana comes in. Content wants to kill, and he'll find it. 2 kills onto the Tristana. Actually, no, it's just 1-1 with the Nico. A great job by Content, and their reward will be the Infernal Drake. I cannot get a word in about anything else because these 2 teams want to make it bloody here on the Rift. 5 kills through 9 minutes.
You're not going to be able to talk about anything else, Shadow. We are action-packed in this game 3. But here comes Pepsi Boy looking to get a kill on Cubus. Cubus is able to root Pepsi Boy though. He has his ultimate up. He opts not to use it yet, but Cubus now can take advantage of his range. I can't get a word in myself, Shadow. Everything is just flying left, right, and center. And like we mentioned, Jin would be opting to wait for Nocturne, his champion, to hit level 6, and he did that so perfectly, able to go in on Pepsi Boy and Janner back. Janner was able to use his ultimate, but to no avail. And during that fight, also 2 flashes were burned for Cubus and for Jin. But it ended in a better trade for the side of Karmadillos. My apologies.
Pepsi Boy.
ROSWILD
Boy also had to use his flash, and Doctor may use both of his summoners. Same with good content there, and ADHD using both of his summoners. Gusano obviously using the flash a little bit later, but also did use the heal. So summoners burned across the Rift. The only people with any form of summoners up is this Orianna and Galio are the only ones with summoners up right now. And that may dissuade any sort of team fighting or promote it, depending on your mindset. But what I was going to say about this Renata is, with her handshake, if you handshake the wrong person as Nocturne is ulting in, suddenly your target is knocked a little bit further away from you. Which is another reason I don't like it. I can totally see if they're diving onto the bot lane, push away good content to get ADHD, but still, I don't like it that much. And just more trades in the middle from Knight and from Knight and Demon, as they'll just scrap in the middle, just trade a little bit. And again, here in the top lane, looks a little scary. It's just some normal trades. Pepsi Boy getting some chunk damage onto Cubis, but hold on, this may result into a little bit more. The Nocturne's gonna come in. Jin has to save his teammate. He's gonna go all out, and Pepsi will not find the kill onto Cubis. He will survive on a sliver of HP, but Knight is suddenly in danger in the middle. Pop Blossom. Oriana's gonna look to get the shockwave on. No, she already used it. Galio walking away with half HP. It is really hard to dive a Galio. He has so much survivability. He can use the Justice Punch to get out, and he can use the Hero's Entrance to actually ult to a teammate. Right there, he had it, and I think he felt pretty safe because he could have used the Hero's Entrance to get to Nocturne. To Jin in the jungle, but he opted not to. And those are two big team fight ults used by both Demon and ADHD. So that's something to keep an eye on. Now, they'll come up rather quickly, as they are two of the shorter cooldown ultimates in the game, as they are already halfway back up, but still, good content is just going to chip away at some plates here. It is a 3-3 game with less than 100 gold separating these two sides. Generic will be found here by Gusano, but he's going to say thank you for the free gold. And
just barely misses his,
not much action.
his hook. But like you said, Jin wasting no time on his shenanigans with his ultimate. It is almost online here again, and we might see another shenanigan play happening very shortly. Pepsi Boy is getting considerably low. He is quite in a predicament. My apologies. Quite in a predicament. Thank you, Shadow. But Ori is gonna also back here. Galio opting to tank shot just to delay the back. But Dax now TPing back lane. Full health and ready to go. Nothing happened in the bot lane quite yet in terms of brawls, but like I said, Jin has his ultimate online. Galio, Knight has his ultimate online. We might see some duo team shenanigans popping in through. Cloud Drake is spawning in 40 seconds here. So Pepsi Boy does get rooted by the Janna. Cubis unable to follow through. The ward jump from Pepsi Boy gets him out safe and sound, forcing him to back again. But here comes Janarak on Galio, already half health, but nothing they can do right now. Jin hovering around the mid lane, but that tier 1 tower on the bot lane looks so incredibly weak. And the plating is full. Jin comes in with ultimate in the mid lane. He goes onto the Oriana. Oriana's 1 health, but she gets a kill. Janarak is not able to find anyone. He gets a Galio, but he is gonna die as well to the Jin. Jin gets a double kill in the mid out of nowhere. And he ults under tower onto the Oriana. Janarak ults the Galio. No avail. Galio lives. No ultimate pop from him. And he also falls to the hand of Jin, the man who lives in the shadows.
A great ultimate from Jin. We didn't get to see the full play, but obviously taking a risk diving under turret. But a great job by Jin and Knight to recognize that Knight makes sure to take the turret aggro. As it looks like it's Oriana, but that's just a Nico in disguise. But the bot lane comes in here. Is that just coming in? They're gonna look for a flash from Jin. They're gonna look hostile takeover. Looks to find anyone, but can't find anyone. But good content will get out of there. A great job. But they do need to back up as Pepsi comes down. A bunch of wards pinged out here, but this should be the Drake for the side of Karmadillos. Keep in mind, they did pick up the Infernal Drake, so they are stacking Drakes right now. And honestly, this Karma pick going a little better than I expected, but maybe not going exactly how you want it to be going. He is up a level and up some CS. Well, actually, it does have an item, and the Nico will barely survive the Mega Death Rocket there. Generic's gonna hang out in this bottom lane, but not much is going to come from it. These teams are just constantly scrapping back and forth.
Yeah, Cubis is able to get that tier 1 tower in the top side. That is first tower in this game, if I'm not mistaken. But here is Rift Herald, Galio, Knight, and Jin are going to make a look on this. Jin going on the Oriana, but unable to get... He gets a kill, and Janarak unable to stop anyone. No ult coming through. Maybe it's not even online, but Jin picks up another double kill on Oriana, and Janner back on Demon, and now they're just gonna go back and get this Herald. Everything is happening so fast. Jin wasting no time with his ultimate, putting it to great use, picking kills left, right, and center. And now it looks like this Rift Herald Shelly is gonna be taken relatively easy. Karma pushing up to the Jack. They might circle back after Herald, and Jin already has almost over a quarter of his ult back in. What is this ult timer? Orianna opting to TP back to lane, and the rest. Oh, we are having a little bit of a pause bug, but that won't stop me from commentating. Now the side of ROSWILD Green are opting just to back and reset, but good content is gonna look like he's gonna take this tier 1 tower in the bot lane. Unless someone stops him, no one's gonna stop him, and he gets the tier 1. And now we're 1-for-1 on towers. A gold lead in the favor of ROSWILD, a 2.6k, 2.5k, but no matter the situation, Cubis needs to get out here. Gets the hookah. Jennifer gets the hookah through the wall on Cubis. Cubis in the dangerous position. Pepsi Boy looking to jump here. He gets him again. Pepsi Boy jump. Gets his again. He's running away with his life. Flash coming in from Cubis. He might just do it. No, Pepsi Boy has his flash, but not able to use it. Jennifer on the chase. Misses the hook by a millimeter. And he lives with his life. Cubis, how did you pull that off?
A great escape by Cubis, keeping himself alive. Some things I'd like to point out, though. Good content. We have not talked about him much this game, but look how far ahead he is. He's got the BF sword, while the Jinx only has the extra crit. But Orianna and Gallia switching over to the bot lane. But watch this Nocturne. Jin, very important over this whole series. Pepsi gonna take an ill-advised dive on the Cubis. Wanted to stop by, give him a high five, as ADHD is gonna look to ward up the enemy jungle. Generic looking to steal the chickens, but they may be surrounded a little bit here. The hero's entrance is gonna come in. The lights are turned out. The hostile takeover is here. The Jinx gets excited, and good content just has to watch his teammates fall. It'll be 2 kills over to the side of ROSWILD, and good content barely escapes with his life. An unfortunate timing. They wanted to steal away the chickens, but you cannot take risks like that when there is a Galio on the board. Any team fight suddenly turns into an extra member, and here that goes Shelly taking the tier 1 mid turret, and now the gold lead has blossomed to about 4,000. Now keep in mind, we did see a comeback from a 6,000 gold deficit last game from Karmadillos, but it's such a tough ask to ask them to do it again. I truly think if they had a 5 versus 5 team fight, I think Karmadillos come out on top of that, but they are not finding that. I can see the strength of the Nico with the Amumu, the Jax, the Orianna Shockwave. That can all combine so well, but they are not finding these team fight angles. But Janik is going to flash in. He uses the ultimate, and Cubis should be going down here. He got a little bit of health left, but no, he's gonna dance like a ballerina, and he will survive the dive. Another kill denied. This Nico wants a little bit more, but she's not gonna find it. A great job from Cubis, the fancy footwork, dancing, and he will walk away. The Mega Death Rocket from the Jin misses Pepsi Boy just by a little bit. At least they'll get a tier 1 turret in response, but it's still painful. And watch this Orianna on the bot side. They're gonna look for a dive. Gallia is just waiting, but the Renata and Jin coming around. Remember, Nocturne has his ultimate. He can turn these lights out. The question is, does he want it? Gallia's going to clear the wave, and suddenly this is getting a little dangerous. She does have her Shockwave in the middle, but the taunt goes in! Jin goes in! Shockwave does not find much, and Jin will be able to get away. It's another kill over to Gallia, but over on the top line, Cubis will fall to a counter dive from 4 members of Karmadillos. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade at the end of the day, but the Drake going over to the side of ROSWILD. And look at the warding. But the Otacon also going over to the side of Karmadillos. This is their 3rd game having the Otacon. And over in the box side, they're going to look for the tier 2, but look at the wards in the jungle for ROSWILD. If you are Janeric, you cannot walk into your jungle under any circumstances. Your jungle is basically theirs. And on the top side, some wards are down. This is what I talked about the last 2 games, was both teams needed to ward a lot more. And look at the map, absolutely littered. Janarek and ADHD have no clue, but they are just constantly spotted here. And now, there's going to be 3.5 minutes before the Baron's up. 4 minutes and 20 seconds before that next Drake is up. And we will finally have some peace on the Rift.
Yeah, but you know, the calm before the storm. I have no doubt that more action will be coming here. We've already got an action-packed game, and we're only 22 minutes into this. Shadow, what is going on? How does Cubus survive a double dive from Pepsi Boy and Januak earlier on in this match? And then you have to send 4 in order to send him. I know we were talking about this Karma pick early on. I was hesitant of it, but it is proving to be effective. Karmadillo are forced to send waves of numbers onto Cubus just to kill 1 Karma, and then even then he barely manages to escape. But unfortunately, that is only his first death in 22 minutes of being dove constantly. But that is not to say no one else on this team is doing anything. Galio with his ultimates to perfection, Jin putting them to great work, and we might get a fight here in the mid. Galio is getting set up. Oriana and Janabak have to back off here. Their tier 2 tower is down. Pepsi Boy might get caught out here. You have to be careful, man. There's too many here. Gusano and Jin as well as Dr. May are here, but they are just gonna back off. Galio holding himself in the mid lane. Now they need to look. What can Cubus, Dr. May, Gusano, and Jin do? ADH3, you gotta be careful, man. That's a Jin, bro. He has his ultimate online. My apologies, I started over my words there. But
yeah,
Baron is coming up. Sorry, Shadow, but Baron is coming up in 1 minute and 40 here. A team fight needs to happen. Good content that aims to go over the wall, but it is 4 on the tower. Jarbank is there. They aim to just back up a little bit, give respect the space, but that tower has already lost more than half its health. But a fight is going down here. Galio is gonna get pressed by 3 people here. ADC, Dory, Oriana, and Pepsi Boy aiming to go for the Galio, but nothing happens, and he's able to escape with his lives from the blast code. He does have his ultimate still online. Jin has ultimate online. They could make something work here. Like I said, Baron's up in just over a minute. Ocean Drake is up in also 2 minutes. They gotta time this, but that is tier 2 tower that is being pressed right now. It might fall, it might stay up, but we see as of right now it is gonna stay up. But a fight might be breaking out here. Gusano takes some damage. Janabak getting damage from the Jinx. They're getting pushed back. Pepsi Boy is here on the fight. He might go in here, but they are opting just to zone it out. And Janabak is now recalling in the middle. It most likely will get cancelled, and it does. Pop Blossom out coming in. Galio in the mid lane fighting 2 on his own. Pop Blossom, ADC Dora is low. Galio gets rooted. ADC Oriana and ADC Dora on the wall. He has no ignite comes through. Oriana is zoning for that kill, but Galio is able to escape. The tier 2 tower does fall. It comes Shivers ultimate on the Tristana. Janabak is gonna fall to the Gusano. Unfortunately, he can't do anything. It's stunned himself, and Pepsi Boy is forced to back off. No option for him to do any counterplay, and that is most likely gonna be tier 3 tower, unless the Oriana can pull something out here. She does have her ultimate online soon. Galio has his ultimate online, but he is back in base, and now ROSWILD are just gonna take that victory and recall.
A great job by ROSWILD. It's clear what they want to do. They're trying to break these turrets down and get some extra gold, especially before the Baron's up. If you look at the wards yet again, look in the top side jungle for the side of Karmadillos. Wards everywhere. It is so dangerous to walk forward towards this Baron. And ADHD Norway will slap down a ward to try to help get some counter vision. But still, all tier 1 and tier 2 turrets down for Karmadillos, and they are down 7,000 gold in this game, and it just hurts. This one feels a lot less forgiving than last game. They're gonna have to find some beautiful team fights, but the problem is they're not moving as a team. As I said, I think they've got a better team fighting composition, but they are not using it like a better team fighting composition. They are constantly missing one of their big heavy hitters, but they may look to start this Baron, and they are going to look to start this Baron. They're going to look to sneak it. The Nocturne's down in the pot, and look at where Galio is. but this Jax is not going to come down, but come up, but he doesn't even need to come up. The Baron's already gone. And now he's going to teleport up. This team fight is going to break out. The Hero Centers is going to be coming down. Generic is going to be caught in it as he's going after Gibbons, but a pop slots him on it too. Hostile takeover comes down, and it's damn well hostile. As now Pepsi's going to fall in the middle. He's going to look onto Dr. May, but he can't find anything. And that may just be the game. The Demon and Good Content are looking to get out of here, but they are on such low health and they are being hunted down. They might have gotten the Baron, but they walk away with 3 dead bodies. A great team fight. And now they're gonna look to end this game. There's gonna be 2 members left. Nico's coming up in 5 seconds, and Amumu in 5, but they may be dead. They're all looking to dive onto the Orianna. It's gonna go through the Galio. Pump stopwatch, gonna look to buy himself some time, but that inhibitor is open. Galio's fighting back. He's still alive. They're gonna look to stop him on the inhibitor. Will they stop it in time? No! Galio comes in after popping the stopwatch, and Knight says good night to the series.
What a play! ROSWILD coming out and claiming the second win in this BO3 series. Credit where credit's due. Karmadillos held their own till they could, but unfortunately, it was just too much. They couldn't handle it. ROSWILD said, "You won the first game, I'm gonna take back the third game." So they just came back and absolutely swept the side of Karmadillos here in the end. They fought like a team. You saw Jin was pouncing, my apologies, on the enemy team with his ultimates, absolutely harassing them. The Galio coming in clutch, and that is gonna be a 2-1 victory for ROSWILD. They are able to keep their lead. They are able to maintain and go 3-0 in the series.
Yeah, definitely very scary there for ROSWILD, but they managed to bring it back. Some people could argue it should have ended in a 2-0 after they choked away that second game, and that third game was definitely close, but Karmadillos just couldn't get the team fights that they wanted, and ROSWILD Green will move to 3-0 while Karmadillos move to 0-3, and you gotta wonder what is the turnaround for this Karmadillos team. And yes, they kept it close with the #1 seed, but you still lost, and you're sitting at 0-3. And we should have interviews coming up shortly with both of the teams, hopefully. But a great series, probably gonna be one of the best series of the year. Action all throughout as both teams went back and forth during this series, but ROSWILD able to hold on.
Yeah, ROSWILD were able to just cinch that victory in their favor. You know, in the I'm at a loss for words, honestly, Shadow here. But no, in the first game, you know, Karmadillos, they took it, if I'm not mistaken, and then ROSWILD came out and showed them that they are not here to mess around. They are here to win. They're here to show why they are sitting at the top of the leaderboard now, 0-3, 3-0. My apologies after this match, but like you mentioned, ROSWILD were able to make use of their ultimates. Jin on that Nocturne, putting it to good work. And then you have the Galio also putting in the work. Credit to the Karma. We initially were very hesitant on it, but it ended up proving to work in their favor. Karmadillo, I agree with you, Shadow, on the aspect that Karmadillo has a really good team composition in terms of team fighting. You know, you have the Pop Blossom, you have the Amumu ultimate, 2 huge stunning ultimates, and unfortunately they weren't able to maximize on it. They were able to get a couple kills here and there, but in the grand scheme of things, it unfortunately fell a little short. And you don't want to hear me waiting. We have interviews coming. We are going to be interviewing both members from both of the teams. And right now, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to have Jean-Eric coming in to join us. in maybe but a
We
moment
should
here.
be getting him here in a minute. But yeah, an intense series. Really close. Even though the gold lead wasn't close, the team fights were still um uh, it was still really close and very back and forth. And as you mentioned, we were skeptical of this Karma top, but it ended up coming through. And it just felt like the Nocturne taking over in that last game. At one point, 7-0. I didn't see what he finished on, but great performance. As soon as the producer's ready, we'll get Janarek in here for the interview. And just overall from Jin, an amazing series. Definitely my MVP of the series. Um, after just countless amazing performance after amazing performance in the jungle. I'd also like to highlight Knight in the mid lane. You mentioned how good the Galio was, and Knight overall was just fantastic through this series. And those are the main highlight players. I mean, for the side of of Karmadillos. I wouldn't say one player played necessarily spectacularly over the others besides Janarek, really. I think Janarek was my highlight player for the series from the side of Karmadillos. I think he overall did amazing in that series and really kept his game in it, especially in game two, where
Mhm.
he constantly found play after play on the said Juani to get his team back into it.
All right, well, I think we can now bring Janarak in. Let's get a little chat going with him.
Hello.
Welcome in Generic. First off, sorry about the series, but can we get your thoughts on maybe what happened in that final game to kind of spell you guys defeat?
I think we kind of got out macroed there. We had a good team fight comp, but couldn't get into the situation. In the end, for example, there was this top tower siege, and Galio pushed mid, and then we went to chase Galio, and yeah, we were just got out macroed all over the place at that point.
Fair enough. Talking about game two, an amazing performance from you to really bring it back. When you're down in a game like that, I believe if I remember correctly, you guys were down 6 to 7,000 gold that game. What are the comms like to revitalize the team and make that comeback in game two?
Yeah, it was like, let's go. We got this, and at least the mood is right, and just fire at will, and we'll see. Force the fight and win the game, and suddenly we're even and getting closer and closer to the win. And after a few fights, Yunawa was pretty unstoppable, and so was our Xerath, and it was hard for them to get to the carries, and yeah, suddenly we just could end that game.
Fair enough. My next question would be, obviously you guys are sitting at 0-3. Do you have a game plan to maybe turn the season around? What do you tell the guys? Obviously, 0-3 is a rough spot to be in. It still is early in the split, but how do you guys refocus and prepare for your next game?
We just go into it and hope for the best. Let's see what happens, and yeah,
Fair enough.
we got nothing to
I'm
lose at this
curious.
point almost.
Fair enough. I'm curious in regards to the drafting and banning. What was the thought process behind the bans? Obviously, you guys stuck mainly with Zoe and Poppy. Is there like a reason for the bans? Were you maybe looking to target a certain player, or was it kind of just we don't like these champions?
So was yeah, the mid laner had a lot of game with So, and So is really annoying champion. And Poppy just counters most of our junglers,
Fair
at least,
enough.
and maybe some of the other supports, and yeah.
Fair enough. I want to ask about kind of what was the thought when you saw the karma in the last draft and also that last draft in general. How do you really plan a draft against a Galio Nocturne? Obviously, a very dangerous composition.
Yeah, I wasn't the one doing the drafting for most part. It was Demon Trick who did a really good, okay job, I think. Uh, so, but yeah, it was scary to see Nocturne and Galio, and we were thinking about picking Kog'Maw for that one, and we are happy we took Tristana instead, because then Kog'Maw will be dead every time.
Fair enough. That's all our questions we had for you today. Obviously, hoping you guys can bounce back for your next game. Thank you so much for coming
Yeah.
in, Janarek, and hope you have a great night.
Thank you. I also want to add that this is the first time we play with this player combination, so I think it went really okay. Thinking about
Mm,
that as well.
Oh, so an
yeah.
upside for the future to look at. Who
Yeah,
knows? Maybe if it wasn't the number one team, could have been a win this week.
yeah,
But thank
maybe.
you so much for coming on, Janarek.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Guys, take care. Guys,
Take
that was
care.
Janarek from Karmadillos. Uh, obviously, a rough loss, but definitely some good things to look forward to for next week. I believe next we have Gusano coming in from ROSWILD Green. We should have that here in the next few seconds. And we will have him coming in. Gusano, welcome in. Congratulations on the win. First
Thank you,
off,
thank you.
second off, just want to ask. I think our biggest question was the Karma top. What was the approach with that in game
Uh,
three? Definitely a weird pick, but it worked out.
we've been working on it for a while. Honestly, I think our top lane is doing a great job in here improving. Because he's not playing top for a long time ago. He was mid last season, and he's doing well. Honestly, he's doing well.
Gusano, I
Uh,
know it must be. Oh, you're gonna say sorry?
yeah, I was talking just. I mean, I was supposed to talk about Karma, but I talk about my top laner because honestly, about Karma, we think it's a good matchup. It's not that bad. I think we need more help to peel our Jinx and his comfort, honestly. It's good.
Very, very nice to hear that. Gusano, obviously, after that win, you guys must be very, very ecstatic. But I do have to ask, the Nocturne Galio, is that something that you guys play often or practice? Because you made it work really well. The Galio was able to just come in with his ultimate, save the team half the time. And, Nocturne, Jin on the Nocturne causing a lot of problems with his ultimate. So I have to ask, is that something you guys practice a lot, or is it
Uh,
something you just know that can work?
it's another comfort pick to blind in third, fourth maps. I think it's not that good jungles after this second, these two first maps. Um, with Jarvan out, Xin Zhao, Wukong, whatever. I think it's a good blind. He's strong in the jungle. He clears fast. And Galio was honestly we wanted to take Oriana, but it was pretty easy, to see. So they took it, and against two APs, melee almost. Oriana has not too much range, and Amumus is melee. I think Galio with Nocturne is good enough, no, to pick.
Yeah. I mean, clearly you guys made it work. Just a few more questions here, Gusano. Listen, now after this win, you guys are sitting 3-0, top of the leaderboard. How does that feel? You guys must be in a great mindset right now after that win.
Yeah, we think we are one of the strongest teams in this competition. We've been working so hard these weeks about that. I think the second map we didn't play very well, but it was a bad game plan, I think. Bad execution, no, not game plan. But in the league, we think we've been playing with a lot of good teams, but I think we're the rival to they have to reach, no?
Definitely. And you, like you mentioned, you said so game two, you had maybe a little bit of a bad execution.
Yeah.
How do you come back from that, or who calls that? Because, like you said, you might have had a good game plan, but your execution was not there. But now in game three, your execution was there. It was perfect, and you're able to clear that win. So I'm just curious, like who calls for that, or how do you bounce back from that?
It's just kind of just focus mindset. It's
Mhm.
just one loss. The series not end. It's not over. Everyone can have a bad map, no? So
Mhm.
just one lose. It doesn't matter if it's at the beginning of the series or in the middle. You can bounce back, no?
Well, what a great mindset to have, Gusano. Thank you. And I did want to say your hooks on the Blitzcrank and the Nautilus were something to watch and to spectacle at. But congrats on the win today. Well deserved. Thank you for joining us on the caster's desk, and I hope to catch you guys soon. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you for inviting. Have a nice day. See you.
Of course, thank you.
You too.
All right, ladies and
That was
gentlemen, you heard
Gusano.
it here. That was Gusano from Roswell Green, and that is it for tonight. I have been Teninja, joined by Shadow, third day of the Zenith League. Shadow, any final words?
Honestly, I'm excited for what Karmadillos can do upcoming. They talked about it was the first time using that player composition. And yes, some of the games were rough, but to kind of keep it close and be able to make a comeback like that, I'm excited for the future of this Karmadillos team. I could see them making a bounce back from 0-3. And for ROSWILD Green, really excited to see if they can keep this undefeated march going forward. Definitely great performances from both teams.
Yeah, well said. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in to today's stream. Once again, I have been Teninja, joined by Shadow here in the Zenith League. I hope you enjoyed. I know I did, and I can speak for Shadow. We both enjoyed casting today. It's been a pleasure. Have a good night.
Have a good night.